A disgruntled voice of its inhabitant was heard in the dwelling located in the depths of the cave. The entire space was filled with a variety of books. Exhaling tiredly, the man in the same clothes and holding a staff in his hands asked why he was being treated like this. The invisibility spell cast was supposed to be time-limited, because without it the object would continue to be invisible. But by changing the structure of the invisibility spell and adding a formula for a time limit, the object somehow became translucent. Asley was pondering the invisibility spell, which he was trying to improve so that the balance of the spell would not collapse. He considered enlarging the primary magic circle, but realized that there was no point in doing so, since the scripture would also have to be enlarged proportionally. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the creature, which suggested that the master go for a walk in the fresh air. The man smiled and noted that it had only been 80 years since they had settled in the cave, and he did not understand why he would leave their cozy nest. Angered by his master's words, the creature noted that 80 years was a long time, and that it had been 6 hours since he had been outside. Displeased, he asked his master if he remembered why Pochi had gone outside the last time. The hero rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He remembered that at the time, he was doing research to engrave fluoroscopic magic on glasses. Master's words angered Pochi, who said that it wasn't about the problems in the research, but about how much more time his master was going to spend on research. Pochi recalled that the last time his master had been away from the outside world for 120 years due to research. Indignant, he asked if the hero didn't think he should go outside at least sometimes. Asley noted that Pochi went outside whenever he wanted without him, but then he still asked why his companion had recently gone outside. Pochi sighed heavily and explained that he had gone out to get glasses for Asley. The hero immediately began frantically searching for his glasses among the books, and when he found them, it turned out that they were cracked. The creature noted with disappointment that as soon as his master finished one study, he immediately began the next. Looking straight at Asley, Pochi told him as a friend that it would be better for the hero to start living a normal human life. This made Asley laugh, because the creature was a demon. The hero thought about how Pochi's voice always rose when he started to express what was boiling in his soul. He asked the demon if he really was that worried about him. The hero remembered his life story. It all began 5,000 years ago. At the age of 10, he lost his parents and was taken in by a distant relative. And when he turned 15, he went wandering because he was not welcome there. At the age of 17, Asley managed to accidentally create drops of eternity. He drank them, and his body became immortal. But this was the first and last miracle that he managed, because Asley had no talent in either magic or alchemy. It took him months to memorize a simple spell. The hero had a special advantage from immortality, as he could train and develop magic for a long time, immersing himself in research for 5,000 years. But, unfortunately, he developed very slowly. One day, Asley came across a small clearing where the monster had clashed with Pochi's mother. He killed the monster using the Ice Spear's avalanche spell, which took him over 8 months to learn. But he couldn't save Pochi's mother, and since then, he hasn't forgotten how the creature sat over its mother's grave and cried. Then, happy life began with Pochi. He was smart, kind, and very understanding. But Asley understood that happiness could not be eternal, because he was immortal, but Pochi could live for about a couple of decades. The hero told his friend about the drops of eternity, half of which remained, and offered Pochi to drink them. But he showed his intelligence again and did not dare to accept them, because of which Asley began to worry. But fate showed mercy to the hero. Immersed in his research, he completely forgot about the drops of eternity. Only half a century later, Asley noticed that Pochi had not changed at all. Then, checking his old work table, the hero saw that the drops of eternity had spilled into Pochi's food, which he ate. When Asley told his companion about the accident, he made a very funny face. Remembering this story, Asley became very amused, and he was glad of his honesty. Dissatisfied, Pochi again declared that this was precisely why it was time to go outside. Asley tried to pretend that he was feeling unwell, to delay the walk. But Pochi rejected all objections and began to insist on leaving the cave. The hero wondered where they were going. Pochi got angry at his master, and reminded him that in the past, Asley wanted to gain unimaginable power and use it for good. The hero remembered that he wanted to take revenge on all the people who laughed at him, but none of them were left alive. This interpretation of events angered Pochi even more. Asli looked thoughtfully at his glasses. Of course he didn't admire them, since he had created them for peeping and didn't think he would have a chance to use them. The glasses were broken, and when he put them on, he wasn't sure if they would work. Looking at Pochi, he thought about how he hadn't seen the world for a long time, and this might be a good opportunity to go out into the world. But then Asli remembered that he and his companions seemed to be of a low level. Pochi didn't understand what he was talking about, because unlike the master, he had already reached level 100 when he trained outside. This statement shocked Asli, and Pochi asked discontentedly where the food could have constantly appeared from if it weren't for him. While his companion was beaming with pride, Asli remembered something. He began rummaging through his things and soon found spare glasses from failed experiments, which he called evaluation glasses. Having applied the artifact to Pochi, he saw all his characteristics, skills, and even titles, one of which really offended the hero. It said that Pochi is a fool's pet. Then Asli wondered what would be written in his status. Having cast reflection magic on his glasses, he saw his stats. The hero was surprised by the advantage of his MP, since he preferred knowledge. He continued to analyze all his titles and decided that he needed as many of them as possible. The title of Fool would probably make his stats the most ordinary, and apparently he would have to try hard to get rid of it. But the title of Crazy, received for continuing to do research, interested the hero. As Asli continued to ponder whether he should now stop his research and register as an adventurer. But he was still bothered by the title of Fool. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, Pochi could not stand it and advised him to stop thinking and make a decision already. The hero did so, and the next moment, he replied that they would leave here tomorrow, and it was time for Pochi to start packing. The delighted companion asked to leave this matter to him, and asked what the master was thinking of doing next. Asli was surprised and asked if it was important. Finally, the next day arrived. The heroes came out of their shelter. Asli looked contentedly at the blinding sun, and Pochi excitedly asked if the master had decided what he would do now. Indulging in dreams, Asli replied that perhaps they should start a joint adventure which would be called The Legendary Adventure After Centuries. Pochi asked if this was his master's plan and what the point of this adventure was. Asli, embarrassed, muttered that travel and adventure require a certain goal, then turned to Pochi and asked what he wanted. Pochi replied that he had heard that somewhere in the world there was a demon lord. Since Pochi had put a lot of effort into becoming a high-level demon, he was curious about what a demon lord looked like and how he became one. After thinking about it, Asli replied that he seemed to understand his companion, because when talking about adventurers and a demon lord, the first thing that comes to mind is a dungeon. So he wanted to visit the dungeon Devil's Womb, which is considered the largest, because rare books and artifacts can be found there. Here Asli remembered something and added that although he could not say that he had become a wise man, he had decided to get rid of the title of Fool. This shocked Pochi. He asked again if he had heard the title of Fool correctly. After that, Pochi explained that someone who gets the title of Fool will achieve little in life, and if so, then Pochi's title would be Fool's Pet. This made Pochi feel sad, and he started crying because he couldn't become stronger because of the title of Fool. Asli tried to calm him down. Seeing his companion upset, the hero asked if he would calm down if Asli received the title of Veteran Adventurer. The dissatisfied Pochi replied that he would calm down a little, because then he would be able to become stronger, and noted that he would believe, but God forbid Asli did not receive it. Having decided this question, the heroes wondered where to go. There was a desert in the north, fields in the east, seas in the south, and mountains in the west. Pochi waited for his master to choose. Thinking that it would be difficult to move around in the desert because of the sand, and he didn't want to go to the mountains either, Asli asked his friend what he liked more, meat or fish. Satisfied, Pochi replied that he was a wolf, and even if the meat was rotten, he would always prefer it. Thus, the east with its meadows was chosen. Suddenly, the heroes found themselves surrounded on all sides by various monsters. Asli laughed nervously, and Pochi noted with displeasure that the Cyclops were not small. How could his master not notice them? Pochi's displeasure grew, and he asked Asli what he was going to do about the situation. Asli told him not to worry, and replied good-naturedly that it was a good opportunity to create a killer Pochi Rest in Peace combination. The companion did not understand why it had to be called that. Inspired, Ozzy loudly shouted the name of the combination and wanted to activate it, but Pochi was angry and did not allow him to do so. He proposed his own combination, which he wanted to call Ozzy's Sacrifice, which caused the latter's anger. Shouting out that he did not agree with this, the hero asked Pochi to buy him some time. He readily replied that he would try to delay the enemies as long as possible. At this time, Ozzy began to work his magic. Having completed the spell right above the monsters, the hero advised Pochi to get out of the radius of the attacking magic, and then a meteor shower poured from the sky, piercing through the enemies and quickly destroying everyone who stood within the radius of destruction. As the enemies melted under Ozzy's spell, he let out a tired breath. Then his ears started ringing and the sound of leveling up echoed in his head. At the same time, Pochi screamed that his master was crazy. The companion swore with displeasure that such strong magic was too much in such a situation, and that something weaker could have been chosen. Ozzy thinks hard, and finally admits that he didn't know what kind of magic to use in this situation. Besides, the spell's power had increased since the last time he used it. Pochi complained that it was not a weak spell, and he was only cursing because he was worried about his master. Ozzy was touched by his companion's concern, but he thought to himself that Pochi was constantly worrying about him over every little thing. The heroes continued on their way, but then Ozzy had a question. Where are the dungeons Devil's Womb and Demon Lord? Pochi asks discontentedly if Ozzy is really thinking of going there right now. Not understanding the discontent, Ozzy asks if there is a better offer, because it doesn't matter what awaits in the dungeon if Pochi is at maximum level. Pochi asks the hero not to be a fool, because why did he even think that level 100 was the limit? New tactics have to be used against different monsters, and only in battle are they remembered reflexively. It is impossible to be strong just because you are level 100 without having a head on your shoulders. Ozzy still doubted that they would have problems. Besides, he did not understand why Pochi was so sure of everything. The companion replied that it was written so in an ancient book that he had found in the master's library. Remembering that such a book really existed, Ozzy decided to do as Pochi said, and the hero suddenly remembered that every time his little demon licked his paw before turning the page, which made Ozzy wonder how many books stank of Pochi's scent in his library. The companion asked if the book was written by a relative of the master. He confirmed and said that it was the story of his grandfather. So in Ozzy's opinion, it would have been better if they had stayed in that cave and collected information about the outside world. Indulging in nostalgia, the hero remembered that they had a warm cave and plenty of food, and it was warm there. Pochi was discontentedly indignant that after everything they had been through, his master was again talking about that kennel underground. This offended Ozzy. Staring ahead with displeasure, he asked Pochi where they were right now. The demon suddenly began to sniff. Then he grinned, and then his eyes sparkled with joy. Ozzy noticed that Pochi's expression had become so changeable, although he had not been like this before. These changes made him wonder what was going on. Pochi looked at the master with satisfaction and replied that he sensed water ahead. Ozzy shrewdly noted that where there is water, there are people. Having set their sights on the target, the heroes set off to test Ozzy's guess, even though it was unlikely. The heroes looked at each other tensely. Ozzy, flashing his eyes towards his companion, said that the time had finally come to resolve their differences. Pochi replied that although he was his master, he was not going to give in to him in this battle. And, a second later, Ozzy lost the game of rock, paper, scissors. And while the hero was grieving over his defeat, Pochi felt his superiority. The heroes wandered along the river together, and that's how their journey began. Pochi suggests that there must be a bridge nearby that could take them to the city. Proud of his recent victory at rock, paper, scissors, he claims that it was all due to his resourcefulness. Ozzy, not wanting to lose this battle, replies that he is sure that if they went against the current, they would reach the city in no time. Seeing a road on the other side of the river, Ozzy suggests they simply follow it. And since their side of the river is untrodden, that means that the place where they used to live was uncharted territory. Plus, he had a hard time remembering what might await them, especially considering that it had been 80 years since Pochi had searched for the city. Exhaling, Asli admits that it's because he's been a hermit for too long. A shocked Pochi asks if he has such a title. Then he adds that he doubts that master titles are that different from his. Asli doesn't understand what he means. Pochi continued that from the moment a person becomes a wizard, a personality is formed that suits them. Suddenly, Pochi asked if the master's loneliness seemed like something more than a personality. Pochi asked Asli what he thought about his personality. The hero was surprised and asked if his companion knew people other than him. The demon replied that he had met many travelers when he left the cave, and observing their actions and words, he understood their differences. Besides, he met them while getting food and read about everything in books. Having summed up his speech, Pochi replied that in his opinion the master was a kind of abnormal person. The companion's words made Asli think. Perhaps there was some truth in the companion's words. After all, he had been a recluse for many years, but the fact that the demon paid attention to such trifles surprised the hero. Night had fallen, the heroes were wandering through the dark forest, and Asli hoped that they would reach the city today. Suddenly, something flashed in the distance. Pochi sniffed, which alerted his companion. The demon replied that he could smell monsters in the distance, as well as humans. Suddenly realizing what was happening, Pochi shouted that there were people ahead, surrounded by monsters. Asli immediately tried to run away, taking advantage of the moment, but his companion grabbed him by the edge of his cloak in displeasure and said that he should do otherwise. Pochi approached menacingly and stated that they could help the troubled people right now, to which Asli stutteringly agreed. The heroes headed towards the people in need of rescue, and Pochi sensed that there were about 6 zombies there. And because they were near a body of water, there were also 10 lizards. Approaching the adventurers, Asli asked Pochi to help them retreat, and he began casting a spell to destroy the monsters. The adventurers stood rooted to the spot, so the hero shouted at them, and then, shouting for them to run, he used the air wall spell. Suddenly, 2 surviving monsters headed their way. Asli warned his companion about this. Pochi explained to the adventurers that he would take one monster on himself and leave the other one to them. This caused misunderstanding in the hero, because he knew for sure that Pochi would easily deal with both. Asli began to think about this topic, and suddenly Pochi decided to explain the situation. It turned out that he did not want to bite the zombie, because it was unsanitary. Asli remembered that his companion had receptors and a stronger sense of smell than a human. At this point, Pochi asked the master to take care of the monsters behind the barrier. Asli thought that his demon was quite rude, since he could order his master. Having accepted this state of affairs, Asli cast the Great Needle spell, and all the monsters behind the barrier began to fall into the ground, after which the hole in the ground quickly closed up and disappeared. One of the adventurers could not believe his eyes. While the hero's level was increasing, causing his ears to ring, Pochi told the master that the rest could be left to them. In no time, the adventurers and Pochi dealt with the remaining monsters, after which one of the rescued thanked them for their help and introduced himself as Rito. The joyful Pochi, not noticing his master, introduced himself as an adventurer, and then turned all his attention to the 2 girls and asked if they were injured. While Asli was dissatisfied with the demon's behavior, the older girl replied that she was fine, but the younger one, whose name was Rina, was injured. The girl became embarrassed and replied that there was no need to worry and that it was just a scratch. Thanking Asli once again, Riedo asked to heal Rina with restoration magic. Pochi supported the request. The hero was surprised that there was not a single mage in their group, but asked to show the wound. Taking off her glove, the girl showed her wound from the claws of the attacking monsters. The wound was still bleeding, which caused Asli to worry. The hero realized that there was a toxin in the wound. This frightened the older girl. When Asli hesitantly called her little sister, she quickly introduced herself as Mana. Having learned the name of the older girl, Asli asked her to hold Rina's hand, and Rito was to hold the victim tightly by the back. The hero mentally noted how quickly they obeyed him, unlike his demon. Asli warned Lady Rina that it would hurt, but she readily offered to begin. The magician cast a spell, everything sparkled in front of Rina, and then a strong but quick pain pierced her hand. Almost immediately the wound healed and completely disappeared from the girl's hand. The girl sank to the ground, exhausted, and everyone rushed excitedly towards her. Asli thought that Rina should be fine now. Rito wanted to say something, but Mana interrupted him and asked if it was detoxification magic, and if he had really gotten rid of the toxin inside Rina's body. Asley replied with confidence that the adventurers could be sure of this, because the green liquid that came out of Rina's body was a toxin. Rito exclaimed in surprise that there were not even 10 wizards in the world who could use detoxification magic along with recovery. Asley replied that it was not a complicated spell, but simply a magic overlay. His new acquaintances did not understand what he was talking about and asked again. The hero thought about it. It seemed to him that their surprise was strange, because he used ordinary magic. Suddenly, the adventurers assumed that Asley was reinforcements from the Magic University, because only they can use such high-level magic. While the hero listened in bewilderment to the speculation about his magical powers, Rina turned to him and asked how he healed her wound. Asley replied that he simply combined a spell to rewind time in a specific area with a control spell. He did this because the blood spilled by healing magic is not restored. So he decided to rewind time on the area of her wound to the moment when she got injured. Seeing the complete incomprehension on the adventurers' faces, Asley thought that he was crucifying himself in vain because his new acquaintances were warriors and were not familiar with magic. Lost in thought, the boy noted that although the adventurers had spoken of a magic university, he had the impression that there was something wrong with the world if magic was rare. Rito then noted that although he was not very familiar with rewinding, control magic was not just ancient magic, but forgotten magic. Therefore, he really wanted to know who Asley was. The question left the hero stumped, and he mentally became worried that everything had quickly become problematic, and began to think of ways to avoid talking about this topic. Suddenly, Pochi stated that Asley was a traveling mage, and he was his demon. So his master had nothing to do with the university, and therefore asked to refrain from asking about the details of the trip. Rito wanted to continue asking questions, but the girls asked him to mind his own business. Looking again at his companions, the warrior gave in and asked Asley for forgiveness for behaving like that, despite all the help from the magician. The hero and his companions lit a fire and sat down near it. Rito remembered that he had found Rina's sword, which she had dropped in the heat of battle, and returned it to her, asking her to be careful. Asley looked at the girl and wondered about her age, because the sword she was holding was quite large for her. Rina looked at Asley and asked him how he ended up here, but Pochi helped him get out of the questions and answered that they began their journey to keep the edges of the borders to tell about themselves, and when it seemed to them that they were already lost, they found the road that led the heroes to the adventurers. While Asley was enjoying Pochi's resourcefulness, he decided to ask their new acquaintances about the villages nearby. The companions thought for a moment and replied that their group was from Falltown. This is a place that is not far from the city, and the fact that the hero and the demon saved them means that they are not bad, so the adventurers are ready to take them to their city. After these words, the companions became excitedly quiet, and Asley replied that he was not against the proposal. Once they were all gathered, they set off. To find out who they had encountered, Asley thoughtfully pulled out his stat glasses. When he put them on, he began to secretly look through the information about his new companions. Since the hero had healed them all, he probably saw their maximum HP. Wondering if Rito's Crushing Slash was an original skill, he looked at the mana status and saw that they were similar. But he noted that the girl's MP was much higher than the guy's, which may have depended on gender. Finally, he turned his attention to Rina and saw that her stats were quite weak, and she shouldn't be wandering around in such a place. But the amount of MP was unusual for warriors, and probably the girl could become an excellent mage. Lost in thought, Asley looked at the girl and wondered why she had not decided to become a mage. Even at that age, it was still not too late. Suddenly, Pochi started calling him. The hero turned around and asked what was wrong. His companion noted that Asley had already developed a bad habit of checking characteristics, and although he understood the master's intentions, it was better to get approval first. After apologizing, Asley promised to be more careful. While the guy was thinking about why he needed approval to view abilities, Rito let out a surprised cry. The swordsman shouted that he sensed a monster ahead, and although there was only one, it was large. Asley thought with displeasure that he shouldn't have shouted like that, because he literally gave away their location to the monster. Although the hero used the spell Light Source to illuminate a small area, it was not enough to detect the monster, which was truly huge. Asley thought something was wrong when Pochi shouted that the monster was a chimera. The monster had already noticed them, so they had to be careful. The chimera looked towards the heroes and slowly advanced. Asley and his companions froze in place, looking tensely at the enemy. The hero thought that if they had 2 level 40 warriors and a wizard, they could handle it. But he remembered Pochi, and this gave him confidence that there would be no problems. Rito, meanwhile, wondered what such a strong monster was doing in the forest. Realizing that the low-levelers needed to be protected, Asley asked the warrior to protect Mana and Rina. He readily agreed. Meanwhile, the master asked Pochi to buy him some time, and he, with his eyes flashing, suddenly increased in size. Now Pochi and the chimera were about the same size, the demon exuding ferocity. Seeing the chimera hesitate, Asley smirked. While the monster was distracted, the magician quickly cast a spell, which began to glow under the monster's paws. When Asley finished, a hexagonal barrier was placed on the chimera. Without giving the adventurers any more questions, he asked the warrior to hurry up so that he could deal with the monster as soon as possible. Rina, seeing her comrades fighting such a terrible creature, sank to the ground in fear. But Asley tried to calm her down, telling her that if you act correctly, the monster can be killed. Having calmed down a little, the girl thanked him. Meanwhile, Rito and Mina tried to kill the chimera, and although their attacks were effective, the magic was already beginning to weaken. Pochi suddenly turned to the master and advised him to start the combination magic. Asley sweated, thinking that combination magic was an advanced skill, and he was not sure he could use it. Then he remembered the spell and began to cast it. An icicle, summoned by Asley's spell, fell from above and pierced the monster through and through. Proud of himself, he shouted for the warriors, who were trying to recover from the shock, to finish off the monster quickly. Rito and Mana began to act in unison and soon pierced the chimera with their swords, causing it to roar furiously. The chimera, defeated by the heroes, fell. Mana, who did not expect this, fell off the monster's body and landed right in Rito's arms, who barely managed to catch her. At this time, Asley's ears began to ring again obsessively due to the increase in level. Coming to his senses, the hero noted that the battle had given him experience. It was obvious that the chimera was much larger than the animals, so it could kill before Asley could use magic. This was easy to understand. What was said only limited it. As he continued to ponder, the mage noted that by simply doing research, he had increased some additional power. Perhaps it was a power beyond the level Pochi had spoken of a while ago. Asley saw that Rina still felt lost, so he came over and patted her on the back. As soon as he said it was over, the girl's gaze took on a more conscious look, and almost crying, she asked if it was true. Rising from the ground, she thanked Asley. The hero tried to imagine what he would feel if he were Rina's age. But as soon as he tried to remember himself at that time, the old memories blurred, because his life was too long. Soon, Mina ran up happily, carrying the horns and teeth of the chimera. They could be used to make new equipment. But Rito immediately cooled the girl's ardor, reminding her that Pochi and Asley had made the greatest contribution to the battle, and since that was the case, the rare materials should be given to them. Mina's gaze dimmed when Asley said that the 3 adventurers could take the spoils they had received. When the mage approached the chimera, he replied that he would take the creature's eye for himself. Rito was surprised, as he had never heard of them being used. Asley tried to explain to his companions that the chimera's eyes were a prerequisite for enhancing weapons, but they did not understand what he was talking about. Pochi shrank back in size and grumpily reminded him that the master should have been a little more sensitive in answering such questions. The mage understood this only after he had already said everything. Glancing discontentedly at Pochi, Asley thought that he should at least say a few words about what he was doing. He felt that this was turning into a real headache. Mana turned to Asley and told him that he really helped them, because they had just defeated her father's enemy. Asley remembered how angry Rito was when he saw the chimera. The girl said that a few years ago, a chimera attacked Falltown. At that time, their father was the strongest and was able to repel the attack. But because of the injuries he received, she didn't have time to finish speaking as Asley interrupted her. He was shocked that a chimera had attacked the city. He wondered what the guild was doing, but he noted that it only took a well-designed countermeasure to defeat such a monster. Pochi pulled Asley away and called him. Seeing the sad faces of his companions, the guy had no choice but to remain silent. Pochi suggested discussing everything later, but for now it was necessary to get to Falltown. Coming to his senses, Asli apologized and suggested moving on. He thought that everything seemed fine to him, but Pochi would not reproach him without reason. As they walked, the hero thought about what a fool he was. At that moment, Rina looked at him attentively. She asked Asli not to worry about it. A little surprised, the magician again answered that she was a very good child. Suddenly, Rina decided to ask Asli a question. After a moment's hesitation, she noticed that the magic that had just been used was different from the one used to heal her. The magic circle was slightly different. Asli explained that he used magic against the chimera. The girl slowly repeated after him. He continued to explain that the chimera was very resistant to magic, and using magic was the correct strategy to counter it. Continuing, the magician explained that the magic pentagram is a 5-pointed star, and the magic pentagram is a 6-pointed star. Rina thought about magic and sorcery. Her eyes sparkled a little. Seeing her interest, Asli asked if the girl was interested in magic. While she was trying to come up with an answer and was starting to panic, Rito said that they had arrived. The ruined walls of the city appeared before them. Pointing in that direction, the swordsman replied that this was their city, Falltown. The city was also destroyed inside. Asli had many questions in his mind. He didn't understand why they were standing in ruins. This city was definitely the one Rito had spoken of. Could it be that it looked like this because of what had happened there? Looking back at their companions, they began to tell their story. Only Falltown survived. They have 3 warriors. The rest are small children. Everyone else left the city. The merchants no longer come. The residents sent pigeons asking for help several times, but received vague answers from the state and the guild. They had to fight monsters like gorillas coming from the city. But they had not been attacked by crowds of monsters before. The situation was getting worse and worse. Food and water became scarce. Men died guarding the city, so soon only old people, women, and children remained. Asli thought about it. It was the first time he saw the city that the guild had left. However, the pigeons were bringing the answer, which was strange. While he was thinking, Rito called out to him. He said that he wanted Asli to meet the mayor with him. Asking Pochi to stay behind to guard the girls, the mage agreed to the offer. As they walked through the ruins, Asli reflected that, although the surrounding area had suffered less than the entrance to the gate, it was still not a place for people to live. Then he remembered that he himself had lived in a cave, so it was not for him to say this. The mayor's house was not far away. Asli was even surprised that it was so close. From the side of the house, you could see the lights of the city gates, where they were. Perhaps in the current situation, the distance was suitable. Entering inside, the magician immediately noticed how big the house was. Meanwhile, Rito informed the residents that he had returned. Then Asli saw a girl who approached them, and noted that the warrior had worked hard. The hero, speechless, thought the girl looked beautiful. His comrade told her that he urgently wanted to report the situation to the mayor and introduce Asli to him. The girl's gaze suddenly became frightening. She looked at the magician and asked who he was. Rito quickly explained that the man had saved their group from death with his magic. Asli greeted him in a friendly manner, after which the girl noted with admiration how polite he was. Exhaling and once again assuming a good-natured appearance, the beauty bowed slightly and apologized for her rudeness. She then called the guests to follow her in order to fulfill the request and take them to the mayor. The town mayor greeted the new arrivals and said that he had already heard what Asli had done. First, he expressed his gratitude for saving Rito, and then introduced himself as Ryan. The magician also introduced himself and said that he was traveling to expand his knowledge and hone his magical skills. The mayor approved of his goal and noted that although he could not advise anything at the moment, Asli must definitely continue to do his job. Suddenly, Ryan noticed Rito was beaming. He clearly wanted to say something. As soon as he gave him permission, he immediately told him that he and Asli had managed to defeat the chimera. The shocked mayor and the girl asked in surprise if they were talking about the chimera that had been tormenting them all this time. While the owners of the house looked at the heroes in surprise, Rito continued to boast that Asli's magic could rival the 6 sages. The one in question could not understand which sages he was talking about. Lost in his thoughts, Asli tried to understand whether there were so few mages in the world or whether it was just an organization with such a name. Ryan explained that it was about a university of magic and a generation of the strongest mages in the world. The girl added that the whole world knew about the 6 heroes. Asli thought awkwardly that he had obviously heard of them, but could not remember. Embarrassed, he tried to explain that he had not been in contact with the outside world for a long time and therefore did not know such details. The mayor immediately apologized to Asley for his tactless questions, and he awkwardly replied that there was no need to apologize. The boy also decided to add that he was not pleased with the apologies, and silently added that he could not allow himself to do so. Upon hearing this explanation, the headman burst into laughter and noted that he apparently did not understand the feelings of young people at all, and noted the good upbringing of the young man, whose politeness was very rare in the current generation. Ryan sat down on a chair and asked the girl, Raina, to take Asley to an empty house in the west. When the hero went outside with Rito's girlfriend, the latter immediately went to replace Pochi at the gate. And while the remaining two, Asley and Raina, walked to the house, they couldn't help but admire the full moon and stars in the night sky. When they came to a small square with a structure in the center, the girl told them that there used to be a city square for recreation. More than 10 years ago, she used to run and play here, but when the city was abandoned and people started looking for water, everyone started coming for a completely different purpose. At first, not understanding why people were gathering there, Asley decided to clarify what the purpose could be. The girl simply pointed to a half-destroyed well. Asley recalled Rito saying that there was very little water right now. Raina agreed and added that there was a river 10 kilometers from the square and it could provide enough drinking water. But the road there was dangerous, and the number of people to collect water was limited, so only Rito and the mayor went there several times a day. Asley thought about how physical exhaustion was accompanied by mental fatigue, and he remembered that Rito and Ryan didn't look so good. They probably hadn't slept for several days. The hero couldn't even imagine how tired they were now. Suddenly, from afar, Pochi joyfully called out to his master. Pochi quickly approached the heroes and looked at the girl in surprise. Asley introduced them to each other, after which Pochi, wagging his tail, replied that he was very glad to meet them. The girl reciprocated his feelings. Raina smiled and remarked that this was the first time she had seen a demon and called him cute. As she chatted with Pochi, Asley thought that the girl was also very cute, but he couldn't tell her that. While the girl was leading them to the house in the west, the hero asked the demon to guard the gate at night. He wanted Rito to have a good rest. After this request, Pochi couldn't believe his ears. He began to shout joyfully and say that the heavens must definitely cry, because the master unexpectedly asked him to do something normally. Asley was angry at the performance that the demon had put on, but he was already running happily towards the gate. Raina hesitantly asked if he was sure of his decision, but the guy reassured her, saying that the demon can restore his strength even if he does not sleep. After these words, tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and she began to apologize to Asley for everything. The hero thought that only a demon or a devil could leave the city in such a situation. Asley was very angry with the country. He stood in his temporary home, thinking about the situation in the city. After all, he came here minding his own business. He was thinking that his trip might seem like a luxury to the locals in these circumstances, but he didn't want to lie to these people. At that moment, Rito knocked on the door. When Asley opened the door, he saw a familiar group who had come to thank him. But he persuaded them to go back and rest. The hero remembered how everyone thanked him, and it seemed to him that today was his day of gratitude. Thoughts filled Asley's head again. He was most afraid of such situations and felt uneasy. People naturally fight even if they don't want to, and those who don't try to fight are called criminals in his head. With these thoughts, he fell asleep. Morning came. There was a knock on the door. A very disgruntled Pochi stood at the threshold. Asley greeted him and asked how his night shift had gone. The demon answered disgruntledly that it had been very cold. Asley shared that he had been as cold as he was outside. Pochi continued to complain that the master had a blanket and he was outside. Asley thought that, compared to humans, a demon cannot change the temperature, and of course it will be cold in places where there is no sun. The hero had a thought that Rito had been on duty without breaks before, and that was surprising. Asley knew why it was cold in the house. It was because fire could not be used due to a lack of firewood. The stove in the mayor's house had not been used for a long time either. As he continued to ponder the problem, the boy noted that although the temperature was about 10 degrees, it had been very cold for many years. Pochi saw an unusual expression on his master's face and asked about it. Asli replied that he wanted to stay in this city for now. The hero asked Pochi to guard the city, while he himself was going to solve the problem of the cold. The demon noted that in such a short time his master had changed a lot. Embarrassed by this, Asli threw a blanket at the demon and menacingly sent him to guard the gate. He shouted after Pochi to tell the people to gather in the square. The companion promised to fulfill the request and ran away with the blanket. When Asli approached the well, they were already waiting for him. After greeting them, he admitted that he was late because he got a little lost. Rito immediately thanked the mage, because he had not slept so well for a long time. Asli asked him to convey these words personally to the demon, who was complaining about the cold. The warrior smiled and laughed, because Pochi had told him the same thing. The mage was lost in his thoughts, reasoning that they seemed to be very similar to him. Perhaps he himself was impersonating Pochi, since they had been together for over 800 years, although they themselves did not fully understand it. Finally, his comrades decided to ask why he had called them, because despite the fact that Asli was their benefactor, they had a lot of work ahead of them. Because in the morning, when the monsters are calm, you can think about a plan for a trip to get water. The magician thought about the age of the girls, who, despite their age, were also going to go. And then he told everyone that the trips to the river for water were over and asked everyone to come later to collect water from the well. Rito replied in confusion that he had never heard of water magic. Asli, smiling at his impatience, explained that such magic exists, but only where there is water, so water magic cannot be used here, but sorcery can be used. After casting the icicle spell, Asli directed it straight into the well. Still not understanding what he was trying to achieve, Rito noted that it would take a long time for such a huge ice to melt. But Asli was not finished yet and continued the spell. He cast Rain of Shining Swords. This spell destroyed the icicle, which surprised Mana greatly, because she remembered how the icicle pierced the chimera yesterday. Asli explained that he would do this again and again until the well was filled with water. Once the entire well was filled with fine ice, Rina's eyes sparkled. She was very excited about what was happening. Asli explained that this was not all, and used the last spell to melt all the ice. Finally finished, Asli looked wearily at the fruits of his labor. During the time it took him to fill the well, many people had already gathered around. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Asli replied that in this way the empty well had become full. As long as the ice would fall down regularly, it would naturally melt. Such a large process was only possible for one day, so Asli did not want to repeat it all again. Rito was determined, and agreed with the hero. There were shouts of joy and words of gratitude from all around. Suddenly, Rito hugged Asli tightly, whose eyes began to spin, and then he plunged into darkness. Opening his eyes, Asli did not understand what had happened. His new friends were sitting next to him, and Rito, falling to his knees, began to apologize, which frightened the hero. The guy didn't understand why the warrior was apologizing, so he said in fear that he was so happy about the water in the well that he hugged Asli very tightly around the neck. As soon as Rito said this, the mage felt pain, but it only lasted for a moment. While Rito was still apologizing, Mana apologized for the trouble her brother had caused. Asli waved it off and asked them not to apologize, as he did not like it. The hero asked if there were any problems with the well. Maybe the water had disappeared or something like that. Rito looked dumbfounded and replied that the well was already in full use and there were no problems. Asli was glad that the information he had gained from reading ancient literature had come in handy. Asli asked to tell him if the volume of water decreased, and then he would make more. The delighted warrior asked if this meant that he would stay for some time. The hero agreed, but added that they could perceive him as an egoist, but for now he could not leave this situation. Asli added that while Pochi was here, perhaps the city's residents would have significantly fewer responsibilities. Suddenly, thanks were heard. He saw his comrades crying with gratitude. Asli thought that the human spirit could be as fragile as a thin thing. Indulging in memories, he tried to understand when he had cried for the last time. He had wasted a lot of time, absorbing a lot of knowledge, but at the same time, he had lost a lot. The hero realized that he doesn't know how to thank and doesn't know how to apologize, not because he can't say it, but only because it makes him feel awkward. Asley had the thought that he had become unable to look directly at human gratitude, perhaps because of the fights with Pochi, but he realized that he still had feelings of anger. Maybe this journey would actually be a way for him to get back all the things he had lost. Refilling water supplies had become a frequent activity for Asley, so this time he cast a spell and filled the well for several days. As soon as he finished, Pochi's voice reached him. He brought wood from the forest, and the hero showed where it should be taken. The townspeople were already there to take the trees once the demon gave them to them. Asley asked Pochi to go to the forest again, but to pay attention to the remaining mana. The demon readily agreed. Everyone in Falltown was busy. While Asley was watching this, Rena came up to him to say hello. The mage asked if she was going to the field. The girl replied that she was just about to sow the seeds of a new fruit there. Rena noted that since they were all working together in the fields, it would be good to get a lot of fruit. After that, the girl said goodbye and left. As he watched her go, Asley counted that 6 days had passed since he arrived in Falltown. During this time, he would provide enough food. At the same time, the fatigue of the residents, which had reached its limit, began to subside. Food was obtained from captured animals and monsters, and fruits and herbs were collected in the mountains. Although there were fields in the central region, they dried up due to lack of water, so it was impossible to harvest. There were people who expressed distrust of the monster food. Asley and Rito were the first to taste it, and then Mana joined them. The meat seemed tasty and nutritious. Later, all the food was quickly devoured by other residents. When Asley lived in the cave, monster meat was a daily food. He suddenly remembered the mayor's words that, apparently, after the era of abundant resources, this culture was forgotten. Asley thought about Ryan's words. He said that the level of culture had not improved much, or it only seemed that way to him. Thinking it over again, the hero came to the conclusion that the culture was indeed lagging behind. Maybe it was only in Falltown, because, as Ryan said, nothing had changed. Could someone be hindering progress? Asley thought that perhaps he had imagined too much. The immediate problems had to be solved first. For example, the fact that the walls of Falltown had been destroyed. Ryan is the mayor of the city and also a warrior. He consciously became the main protector of the city. Asley, together with him, trained people who were part of the guard. It can make people who are desperate in life feel alive and give them a purpose in life. In other words, Asley thought to offer them work as a purpose for existence. He didn't know if this method would help the city's residents come to their senses and get the mechanism going. However, the outcome could help others give people meaning and strength to survive. Maybe this way, the life of this small town will start over. After stretching, Asley thought that he too had to go back to work. As he passed the destroyed houses, he thought that other problems were still piling up like mountains. Falltown is located on a flat land. It is a medium-sized city, which is surrounded by a city. The streets are divided into 4 districts: East, South, West, and Central, which is where the fields were. Each district has a gate for entry and exit. But due to many years of monster attacks, access to the Northern District from the outside has become difficult. To get from the Southern District to the Northern District, you have to go through the Eastern, Western, and Northern gates. And the other districts outside the Southern District were nests for monsters. The Southeast and Southwest gates, as well as the East, North, and West gates, were blocked with rocks and debris to prevent monsters from invading. As a result, the only area that could be inhabited was the South. The noise of monsters that reached the Southern District at night frightened the residents. Asley wanted to deal with this problem as quickly as possible, but there were not enough people. Since there was no danger in this situation, the hero decided to deal with it himself to improve his life. In recent days, he constantly came to dig up the ground in front of the Southern Gate with the help of spells. Ryan, who had been watching Asley, came over and praised him. He noted that an earthen wall had suddenly formed on the southwest side. The mage replied gratefully that it was all thanks to Riedo and Ryan, who took turns guarding the gate. The mayor noted that the boy was behaving very modestly. The chieftain asked if the hole they had dug needed to be filled with water, but Asley replied that he had first wanted to make an earthen barrier along the southeast side. Fortunately, they now had enough water, so he wanted to increase the level of security. Ryan laughed, noting that the guy had vision, and what he was about to suggest wasn't very smart. Asley scratched his head awkwardly, trying to deny it. The mage explained that once the earth barrier and the lake were completed, the invasion of monsters beyond the gate could be prevented. Asley had heard that in recent years, humans were rarely attacked by flying monsters in the sky. Therefore, although he could not be sure, he still decided to prioritize means to combat monsters on the ground. Ryan understood his plan, appreciating it. Asley added that he thought his plan had many flaws, so if the mayor had any questions, he would like them to be asked. He just smiled and said that Mr. Asley was really modest. While the mayor laughed, pleased with the hero's reaction, he tried to convince him that everything was not so. Seeing Ryan's smile, Asley felt that there was a power in his body. Is this the type of person who can become a mayor? Or is this the power that comes with becoming a mayor? While the hero was thinking, Ryan replied that if something was wrong, he would definitely speak up. The other day, Asley used the glasses to look at Mr. Ryan and Reina's characteristics. Naturally, he didn't tell Pochi about it, having already guessed his reaction. After looking at the stats, abilities, and titles of his new acquaintances, Asley was able to form a clearer opinion of them. Reina was as strong as he expected, but Ryan's strength surprised him. According to Rito and Reina, the mayor had been able to fight on his own before. What surprised him even more was that Ryan had killed most of the monsters on his own. The mayor's special skill, air dance, was a popular sword technique when Asley still lived with humans. Another name was sword dance, which was a particularly favorite skill on the battlefield. 2 days ago, when a 20-meter-old snake showed up, Ryan put a great part of this skill to use. He burst forward straight through the air, which caused the hero no small amount of surprise. As the mayor passed over the heads of his comrades, he aimed straight at the snake, looking very determined. And in an instant, he cut the body of a huge monster, a snake. Asley and Pochi were shocked, as they were already preparing for battle. It turned out that the reason the city had not yet completely perished was because of Ryan. If he had not been in Fall Town, he would have become a famous warrior. Asley was thinking that in this closed environment, it didn't matter whether you had skills or not. Suddenly, Ryan asked if he could ask a question that wasn't relevant to the situation. Asley agreed. Without ceremony, the mayor asked the hero's true age. He did not expect such a question and peered into Ryan's face. Taken aback by this, Asley asked to tell the reason why this particular question was asked, although he understood that answering a question with a question was rather stupid. The mayor did not expect such a counter-question, but decided to explain his suspicions. He said that the people in the city are very young, so his knowledge of magic is very superficial. However, Ryan traveled around the world as a child, and Asley's knowledge and the power of his magic are not the kind of things that teenage children can practice in. Even if the hero's parents were very talented, for some reason he felt that it was impossible, especially for such a young wizard. After all, it would take days to read books. And after all, the knowledge accumulated in a limited amount of time is limited. Asley thanked the mayor for such a detailed answer. Without denying it, he said that he expected that sooner or later someone would find out that he was a long liver. Although he is just a man who lives much longer than ordinary people, although he has lived only about 5,000 years. The mayor asked him if he had heard right about 5,000 years. Then he suggested that the magician must have drunk the legendary medicine Drops of Eternity. Asley was surprised by such knowledge, and added that everything happened unexpectedly. And despite the fact that the medicine was made by accident, the guy drank it right away. Ryan asked the hero if he ever regretted it. Asley calmly replied that he had no contact with the outside world back then, and thanks to Pochi, he didn't regret anything. The mayor sighed with relief and wanted to add something, but a joyful crowd of children ran past them. The kids could be heard discussing what they were going to eat today and how much they liked it. Ryan stopped the conversation and said that he hadn't even noticed that it was lunchtime. Asley agreed and remarked that it smelled really good. The boy followed the children and told the mayor that he was going to call Pochi to replace him. He just had to wait a little. Ryan advised the mage not to be so polite and to let the demon rest sometimes. Thanking him for the advice, Asley said that he would replace the mayor himself after dinner. The guy understood what Ryan wanted to say. If he didn't regret the past, he would probably start doing so in the future. Through his research, Asley received a lot of information that was new to him. But how long will this last? What is the limit of human development possible during life? Asley seemed to want to escape from this thought, and so he rushed forward even faster. Just because he lived a long time did not mean that he could not die. Asley thought that he was too naive to think that life and death could be decided by him. The joyful Pashi saw his master and told him that Rito had caught a big bull. But then the demon saw that Asley looked very exhausted and asked what had happened. In order not to tell about his conversation with Ryan, Asley replied that he was simply running on an empty stomach. Worried about the master, Pochi called him to dinner quickly and offered to replace the mayor. Asley replied that he would come soon and let his companion rest. The last words alarmed Pochi, and he turned around and angrily asked who the man was pretending to be his master. After all, the master would never say anything like that. And although Asley did not want to agree with such an opinion about him, it was true. Previously, although he and Pochi played and slept together, he never ordered the demon to rest. Trying to reach a truce, Asley replied that he would take the soup for a quick meal. Pochi kept his eyes on him and growled angrily, asking what kind of demon this was. Unable to calm down, the companion began to assume that the demon in front of him was using an illusion or something. But he didn't need to lie. Unable to bear it, Asley shouted that he didn't have time to play comedy with Pochi. He barked at the stupid companion to bring him some soup. The demon asked again whether he had misheard the master calling him stupid. Evil Asley confirmed this and added that this stupid dog should quickly go and bring him soup. Pochi screamed at this, and then he beamed happily, pleased that it was truly his master in front of him. Asley stared at his companion with a completely untranslatable expression on his face. He did not understand what had just happened. At this time, Pochi was lamenting how the guy had scared him. Adding that only a master would treat him like a stupid dog, the demon ran off to get some soup. Looking up at the sky, Asley wondered what was wrong with his method of upbringing. The whistle echoed throughout Fall Town. Reina and Asley were standing at the top of the gate. Rito was running towards them, waving his arms happily, and then he showed the circle sign. The girl replied that everything seemed to be in order. The hero was glad that now the guard could just look at the gate from that house to find out the situation. And although he wanted to make a signal horn, a whistle seemed to be enough. There shouldn't be any problems for a while. While Reina and Asley were discussing the product of the best craftsman in the city, Rito had already climbed up to their gate. From above, it was clear that the lake and earthworks were completed, and now everyone could finally calm down. Although these were the minimum conditions for defense, it was still much better than before. Rito joined in the praise and noted that, thanks to Asley, the fields were now growing well, and Reina noted that drinking water was also no longer a problem, thanks to Asley. He replied that he had only given a few pieces of advice, and the rest was achieved through the efforts of everyone. Turning towards the city and watching it from above, Asley said that this city was just beginning. Thinking about the city, the hero remembered that Reina said that they had food, but it was still being distributed. Asley would also like to make a barter system over time. Perhaps he could even make a trading system using money, although that was still a long way off. The northern region was still uninhabitable, so for now the population lived only in the southern region. But life will probably return there in time. Remembering something, Rito asked if it was time. Asley agreed, and Reina asked the warrior to take care of the rest. The gate was still guarded by Rito and Ryan, and Pochi sometimes switched with them. Reina was the mayor's secretary, but she had other duties as well. She probably always reacted according to the circumstances. Asley became a teacher and was just heading to class. As soon as he arrived, he was met by two girls. They continued to study the basics of the magic of the 4 elements. The children readily agreed. There were only 2 people in his special magic class. Only they could expect to become magic candidates, despite their young age. Asley didn't need talent to learn magic. The magic power in the body, commonly called MP, was closely related, and he was a living witness to that. Reina and Tifa had high MP. Asley asked the girls what the 4 basic elements were that he had been talking about the other day. Asley was the first to ask Reina if she could name everything. She readily named all 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and wind. Tifa was the next to answer. Asley asked her which element was the easiest to control. The girl guessed that the answer was water, and that was correct. Both students did well in their homework on the magic book Asley gave them, even though it was a beginner's guide. The preliminary preparations were going well. Tifa was a kind child who knew the pain of others. She had no parents, but thanks to Mana and Reina, she did not feel lonely. When Tifa decided to learn magic, Asley was surprised. As soon as they finished reviewing the previous lesson, they started a new one, where they had to analyze one of the 4 basic elements. After showing the children what the spell looked like, Asley said that he would teach them how to use the fire magic little flame in practice. The girls opened their mouths in joyful anticipation, and Rina asked if it was dangerous. The hero answered that it was dangerous, but he added that if you handle it correctly, it's not dangerous at all. After which he noted that he does not recommend using the spell if they want to call out to Pochi, as he did. Rina exclaimed indignantly that she did not understand whether the teacher wanted to calm her down or worry her. Tifa did not understand either. Asley hesitated and replied that he wanted to calm her down. Since the small flame is a simple magic, it is activated with a cane instead of a wand. In front of the girls lay 2 canes, borrowed from the locals. Asley suggested using them. When the girls returned to their seats, the teacher asked them to turn to the wall. They had to stand in such a way as not to bump into each other. Then Asley asked the students to imagine magic circles, as he had taught them. This technique was called pentagram in the air. After that, you had to gather magic power on the cane and draw a magic circle in the air, as if with a pen. Asley allowed the children to use both hands if the cane was too heavy for them. The girls carefully repeated Asley's instructions to themselves as they tried to perform the bark. Continuing to give instructions, the magician asked the students to point their canes at the center of the pentagram when the magic circle was drawn. At that moment, a small cloud of flame burst from each cane. The girls were happy with their success. Asley also praised them, noting that they had done a good job. At one time, it took the guy 2 weeks to activate such a spell, but the girls managed to do it in 1 day, which was remarkable. Seeing the success of his students, Asley couldn't help but think about his own experience. During his studies, a strange incident happened to him, which alarmed the professor of the University of Magic, a school where adults took a written exam if they had high magical power. Of course, getting into that school required a lot of money, and if you failed the promotion exam twice in 6 months, you still had to pay money. Promotion exams were held 8 times before graduation and took at least 4 years. Asley then failed the first exam 100% and left the university after various ridicule. Looking around at the troubles around him, Asley turned his attention to the craft of an alchemist, since it is closely related to magic, and first made an attempt, accidentally purifying the, quote, drops of eternity. But then he realized that the people around him were dead. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Rina's voice, who joyfully called him to tell him that she had also managed to create magic. Asley didn't know what he could do now, but perhaps it was good to watch the future of young people who confidently walk through life step by step. After finishing the lesson, the magician gave the students a parchment with a simple magic formula and asked them to memorize it for the next lesson. He also warned the girls not to use their recent magic anywhere except under supervision. Before telling them what he would do in case of disobedience, Asley paused dramatically, and he finished his thought by saying that he would not teach them anymore. The girls readily agreed to listen to him. Asley watched them go and thought that the magic of the fire attribute was very convenient, but at the same time dangerous. A small light of restoration began to appear in this city. It was supposed to prepare them for any danger, but the further it went, the more difficult it became. Nowadays, there are fewer mages because of strict policies. The University of Magic issued a license to mages. Without it, unofficial mages were given derogatory names. Ryan, who learned of Asley's situation, told him many things. In reality, there was no punishment for unofficial mages, but it cannot be denied that it will put the mage at a disadvantage if problems arise. Asley warned Rina and Tifa in advance, so when they grow up they can go to a magic university. The boy did not consider it a problem. Then he thought, sadly, that they have more talent than him. The hero went to return the canes from the resident who had lent them and to thank him. The resident kindly asked him to put them back in the barrel. As he walked back, Asley noticed that Mana was still in the warrior class at the time. He wanted to stay a little longer and watch. The girl was giving a lesson to a group of children, and when Asley approached, she was just asking if everyone had a weapon. If the children had not yet chosen, then they had to approach her. Then Asley greeted Mina from behind. The girl greeted him kindly and asked if his lesson was over. The guy agreed and noted that he had gotten off early today. Mana said that her students were just finishing up choosing weapons. Warrior classes are held on the edge of the square, within sight of the elderly and women. Of course, some parents did not want their children to attend such classes. but they were based on voluntary participation, without coercion. The girl looked at her students and noted that it was hard work for everyone. In order to protect the city, she wanted to teach them powerful techniques faster, so she wanted to practice continuously. Asley noted that this was very promising. Here the hero remembered that in the past, magicians and warriors were divided by character traits. It was even hypothesized that this could not be neglected. At that moment, a cry was heard that surprised Asley and Manu. The girl immediately approached the two students and scolded them for waving the sword. Leaning over the injured man, she quickly examined the bruise. Asley noted that Mana had created very friendly relations in the group. And although the girl was still young, she had already become an excellent teacher who thinks correctly about children. Suddenly remembering something, Mana looked at Asley and suggested that they arrange a mock fight with him. After all, it would be more useful for the children to see a demonstration than to hear it. The guy didn't refuse, but warned that he wasn't very good at it. But Mana noted that after watching Asley's movements, she had a different opinion. Then he added that perhaps his skill level was slightly above average. Without wasting any more time on conversations, Mana made a sharp lunge towards the magician. He managed to block her blow with his staff. The girl was delighted by his quick reaction, to which Asley noted that he had been with the staff for a long time. Having jumped away from the guy, Mana took another position and attacked Asley again. He managed to dodge but did not have time to attack. The girl got seriously carried away by the fight, and the next moment she was already trying to kick Asley. He barely managed to block her with his staff again. The hero only caught his breath, but Mana was already swinging her arm again to attack. Mana circled around herself, but Asley managed to fall to the ground. Then he saw an opportunity and pulled the girl by the leg with his staff. She was a little confused, but the next second she jumped into the air. From this position, she jumped towards the hero, and he managed to roll away at the last second and move some distance away from the girl. Before she could get her bearings, he rushed towards her. Carried away by the battle, the friends were already seriously preparing to clash their weapons, but suddenly Rito appeared between them and said that such a demonstrative battle was enough. Mana puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and asked why her brother stopped them. To this, Rito replied that his sister had clearly overdone it, and the audience had already become afraid. Behind the heroes, there were indeed tense parents of children and surprised students. Mana was about to start making excuses, but then the children rushed to Asley and the girl and started talking about how cool they were. The villagers who were also watching the battle also began to praise Mana, admiring her skills. The girl was terribly embarrassed and could not utter a word. Rito turned to Asley and praised him for training with his sister on equal terms, to which the boy replied that he was already at the limit of his capabilities. But then Rito pointed out that Mana wouldn't win in a real fight. After all, Asley also had magic and sorcery, as well as support spells. The girl replied with displeasure that she hadn't used any special skills yet either. The warrior did not calm down and continued to talk about how magicians are called monsters, and the rumors about the 6 heroes are completely unbelievable. Such words immediately lowered Mana's confidence, and her brother jokingly advised her to practice every day. As Asley watched their little squabble, he noted that he envied his friends, since he was an only child. But then he thought of Pochi. As Mana continued the lesson, Asley kept thinking that his relationship with the demon could pass for brotherly. After that, there was no change for a while. Since Asley arrived in the city, the only people who died were sick. The mage could make a simple cure based on what he knew, but he was not omnipotent and could not cope with the treatment of people whose condition worsened. At times, he felt helpless, but his emotions seemed to disappear, and there was no pain towards the death of others. The way Asley approached everything, one could tell that regret was one of the feelings he left behind. 3.5 months passed. Asley was finishing a lesson on elementary magic using the 4 basic elements. His students excitedly thanked their mentor. For the girls' good efforts, the hero promised to give them a small reward. Suddenly, a sound was heard that made everyone present tense. Asley told the students to stay put and went to check what was going on. Rito was already rushing towards him, excitedly reporting that a group of goblins had appeared in the square. Asley froze at the news, and his students huddled together in fear. Pochi went down into the cave first, and once he reported that everything was okay, Rina followed him down. The girl cast a spell, and the place where they had descended was illuminated by light. Asley leaned towards her and hesitated. Then he told her that it was not necessary to imitate the words of her teacher to perform magic. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Pochi added discontentedly that one master with clumsy words was quite enough. Asli asked discontentedly if his spells were really that clumsy. Pochi looked at him slyly and decided to correct himself, saying that one master with such sloppy words was enough. Pleased with his joke, the demon asked Asli, "How about this formulation?" The irritated hero thought that he did not need to improve. On the contrary, he should preach this style. Rina looked at Pochi and naively replied that she liked her teacher's words. That's why she asked him not to speak too badly about Asli. Both companions were surprised by such a statement. The hero was so happy with her comment that he planned to give the girl the highest score on the next test. Pochi walked ahead so that he could smell danger in advance. So far, he had not noticed any unpleasant smells nearby. Asli remembered how the goblins had appeared in the city square the other day. By the time the boy came running, Mana and the students from the warrior class had already killed them, but the mayor asked Asli to find out where the goblins came from. After that, the magician went to collect information, and according to eyewitnesses, there was a ruined church with a basement in the northeast, and there was a hole in it that you can't see until you go inside. After checking the hole, it turned out that it led to the Eastern District. After he reported this to the mayor, he continued his investigation. Their group consisted of Asli, Rina, and Pochi. It was in this composition that they descended into the hole. In a normal situation, Rina was his student, but in such a tense situation, he did not want to create such barriers in communication. Ahead, Pochi noticed a hole in the ceiling that could lead up. It was quite small, and Asli decided to cheer up Rina by asking her if her brother would climb up there. The girl laughed and noted that Rito was too big. Meanwhile, Pochi had already crawled through the hole in the ceiling and was heading out to explore it. The road they came from ended right next to this hole, so the monsters must have come from here. The demon returned to his companions rather quickly and reported that he had come out in a free place, which was the ruins of a house. There were no monsters nearby, but they were in the eastern area. If they were going to go further, they needed to be better prepared. Asli took out his glasses to view the characteristics. It had been a long time since he had last seen the information. In his titles, the boy noticed a strange inscription about the test of the 6 sages, but he did not understand what it meant. More precisely, he understood the meaning. If he accepts such a title, there will be an advantage in status. Rina asked what they will do. Asli suggested just watching. And if necessary, the guy suggested using Pochi as a living shield to escape. The demon, in turn, suggested using Asli as a shield. After that, they bumped heads, and the magician remarked with displeasure that Pochi should be a shield because he was thick-skinned. But he angrily replied that it was fur. Rina decided to interrupt their squabble and gently asked if they would go for the check. Asli and his companion immediately calmed down and noted how seriously the girl took the task. The teacher decided that it was his duty to the student to explain that he was joking and there was nothing to worry about. Pochi wanted to clarify whether his master was kind, but then decided that Asli was not capable of such a thing, for which he got a flick. After that, they climbed into a hole in the ceiling and came out through the floor of some house. They decided to go outside and look around. As soon as they were outside, a chimera stood before them. The 3 of them stared at the monster in shock. Asli calmly asked Pochi what it was, who readily confirmed that they were seeing a chimera right now. In addition, judging by the intense color of its skin and sharp fangs, the chimera had recently risen in rank and become an alpha chimera. Asli grabbed Pochi by the cheeks and began to scold him for not noticing an A-rank monster during his investigation. The demon tried to justify himself by saying that he still had the status of a fool's familiar. At this time, a frightened Rina watched the events with tears in her eyes. Instantly noticing the girl's mood, the magician tried to calm her down by saying that the chimera had not noticed them yet. But immediately after these words, the monster rushed towards them, which made Asli's words lose their relevance. Watching the chimera scream, Pochi noted that it had a rather rough scream. The master decided to add that it was very similar to Pochi's voice. While the comrades were arguing again, Rina was already panicking and trying to figure out what to do. Without wasting time, Asli grabbed his companions and rushed away from the monster, which crashed into the house and destroyed it. After that, the mage said in confusion that it would have been better to return to the basement, but it was too late. Pochi noted that a good idea should have been voiced earlier, but apparently this is the limit of a fool. The chimera was buried under the rubble of the house and did not move for the time being. As soon as the heroes managed to hide behind one of the parts of the house, Osley discontentedly ordered Pochi not to say anything about the fool. Otherwise, his status would be distorted. The demon said that this was irrelevant because Osley could parry the words of the interlocutor. Rena noted with a trembling voice that the entrance was blocked. The chimera rose sharply from under the rubble, looked around, and went in the other direction. Thus they gained some time. However, apart from this monster, there was no one else around. While Osley was thinking, Rena saw something behind her and, terribly frightened, called out to the teacher. Behind them, on the ground, lay the remains of small monsters. It looked like the chimera had eaten them all and left only bones. Osley suggested that perhaps this was the reason the goblins were running to the square. Reno couldn't contain her fear and grabbed her shoulders. The hero thought about it. Such information had not been confirmed in the past. Osley looked towards the chimera and wondered if it would be better for it to run outside. Maybe there was a reason why it didn't. It was impossible to check the perimeter around the city starting from the south. But if you think about it, the monsters might have been trapped for some reason. Now that Osley thought about it, he decided that something had to be done. He suggested calling it a restraining counterattack against Pochi, to which the demon became angry and indignant that the master wanted to kill him again. Osley stared menacingly at Pochi. He shouted even louder that what the hero was proposing was completely incomprehensible and that he needed to think with his head before proposing such a thing. The demon couldn't do such a thing alone anyway. Osley realized that there was nothing he could do. He cast a champion enhancement spell on Pochi. Rena thought that it might be a title effect enhancement magic. The demon was happy. He felt much better now. Having collected his thoughts, he went to the monster, but asked the master to cover him. Osley asked his companion to take care of himself, but said that he would need a little time. As Pochi ran towards the chimera, growing in size, Rena used auxiliary magic on him to increase his durability. Osley thanked the clever student, and she, smiling happily, although not without fatigue, was happy that she was able to help. Focusing, Osley began a spell that was designed to surpass the original magic of the 4 elements: water, earth, wind, and lightning. While the mage was busy with magic, Pochi had already begun to give up his position. Osley needed a little more time because he was creating a formula for mid-level attack magic. Finally, the spell was finished. The hero quickly shouted for Pochi to retreat. He used airstrike to do so. After that, Osley immediately cast Elemental Prism on the chimera. The monster, bleeding, flew a decent distance and crashed into a destroyed house. Pochi shrank again. Osley praised him for his good work. All 3 breathed a sigh of relief because they had succeeded. Suddenly, Pochi started whining. He was in pain. Osley started looking at the wound, and Rena asked in fear how the demon was feeling because he had just been bitten. When the girl saw blood, she was even more afraid for him. Without ceremony, Osley gave Pochi the command to serve, and he obediently and automatically carried it out. While the magician was happy with the good training of his pupil, the demon was indignant that he would complain about harassment. The magician asked his companion to sit in this pose for now. Osley found the wound in Pochi's fur, pointed it out to Rena, and told her to use restorative magic. The girl readily agreed. Rena cast a minor healing spell, and Pochi's chest wound quickly healed. The demon was glad that he no longer felt pain. He thanked the girl, and she happily looked at Osley and said that it was she who was able to cure Pochi. The hero indulged in memories. If you recall, it took him a month to master the minor treatment. But Rena needed only half a day. After all, the girl really will become an excellent magician. When they finished, Osley wanted to say something, but a noise came from the direction of the destroyed house. The heroes quickly turned their heads there. The chimera rose from under the house. Everyone was surprised that it was still alive. Pochi tried to grow bigger, but he couldn't. Then Osley decided to change the strategy and called it, "Despite the fact that there is absolutely no mana in this body." Pochi asked the master to fight seriously with displeasure. Osley looked at the demon with confusion and asked what it meant to fight seriously. He understood with resignation that this was an impossible request. Rena watched in horror as the chimera rushed towards them. The hero began to cast a spell, which he called a trick. Summoning the storeroom, Asley dropped to the ground and began to dig around inside the portal. He tried to find something, but he was unsuccessful. A nervous cry came from the side. The chimera was already approaching, but Asley still could not find what he was looking for. Pochi reminded that although the wounded chimera was slowed in speed, it was almost there. Finally, the magician smiled and took out what he was looking for. It was TNT. He asked his companions to run away and cover their ears. The chimera was literally one jump away from the target. Asley shouted loudly and threw the TNT with spells on the ends at the monster. There was a deafening explosion. All of Asley's launched bombs exploded at once. The hero covered his ears even more tightly. The creature's paw fell next to them, its organs were scattered everywhere, and from the place where the head used to be, a fountain of blood was pouring. The magician's companions looked up in shock, and while Asley laughed with a mad smile and said that justice always wins, his comrades looked at him with horror and skepticism. The hero's face was covered in blood. His friends were saying something to him, but he didn't understand a word. It all seemed to sound like an annoying noise. Realizing the problem, Asley cast a medium healing spell on himself. After that, his ears stopped ringing, and he could hear his comrades' words again. Pochi began to ask what had just happened. Asley replied that it was unpleasant when eardrums burst. Pochi added excitedly that the explosion was undoubtedly so loud that it could damage his hearing. After all, it was even louder than his master's snore. Pochi was so surprised that goosebumps ran down his paw, but Asley couldn't see it because of his fur. Rena also decided to find out what had just happened. The magician replied that he had just thrown a byproduct of his afro hairstyle research into the monster. At that time, he had been young and had given himself a hairstyle he had never seen before. This was before he had met Rena. The girl asked if this was bad magic, since the circle her teacher had drawn was black. Asley noted that Rena was very attentive if she noticed this. Having finished explaining, Asley suggested that they quickly gather the remaining materials from the Alpha Chimera and go and see the condition of the gate. Rena wanted to continue the conversation about the incomprehensible magic that Asley had created, but he stopped her. The magician repeated once again that they needed to go check the condition of the eastern gate. While Rena was sadly indignant that this was unfair, the heroes discussed the well they had seen earlier. Asley said that it would be worth washing off the blood. When the hero approached the gate, he noted that everything was in order on the outside, but the lifting mechanism did not work, which could cause problems in the future. Asley's companions called him. When he approached them, he saw that the road was littered with the rubble of houses. Rena told him that ahead was the path to the northern gate. It turned out that the eastern district was also isolated from the basement where they were passing. Most of the trapped monsters could not withstand hunger and began to eat each other. Pochi was surprised that the intelligent goblins could not open the eastern gate. Asley assumed that they could not do this because of the chimera, and it, in turn, hunted the goblins that ran around the house. The demon confirmed that this made sense, and Rena admired her teacher. Then Asley jokingly said that if they continued to praise him, he would start to get nervous. His companions stopped doing this, and Asley shouted at him with displeasure. The companions pretended not to notice, and suggested that they go back. Asley walked and thought that the demon knew how to talk to him properly. When the heroes returned, Ryan and the others were waiting for them in front of the church. It seemed that they had gathered after the sound of the dynamite explosion. Asley suggested using the Eastern District for the residents, after which the mayor and the residents began to act. Soon, the goal was achieved and the road to the Eastern District was opened. Ryan and Asley stood in the new area that was open to residents. The mayor looked at the scene before him and said that they had taken another step. The guy chuckled and confirmed, 2 years have passed since then. The problem regarding the monsters has been solved for now. The children gradually became stronger, and it became possible to organize the gate guard. Riedo and everyone else did their best to fulfill their duties. Asley's 2 students also excelled in their studies, Rena in recovery magic, and Tifa in support magic. They were growing quickly after all. The hero felt that he had also developed a little as a teacher. As the hero watched the villagers rebuild the city, he thought they were moving at a snail's pace. When he came to the village headman, he apologized for calling him. Asley said there was no problem. The hero turned to the mayor and added that he knew he had a serious conversation with him. The mayor handed him 2 scrolls and said he was going to give them to him. Asley was surprised and asked what it was. It turned out to be a letter of recommendation to the University of Magic. Asley asked in surprise if he understood the mayor correctly. Ryan replied that Asley was enough to practice magic, but he also wanted others to learn magic. He added that he had received Ryudo and Mana's consent because Rina also wanted to go and study. Asia noted that the girl certainly had a desire to see the vast world. Besides, she was constantly fighting. But he was surprised that they decided to do this now. Seeing that there were 2 scrolls, Asley added that Tifa was not ready yet. The mayor calmly replied that the 2nd scroll was for Asley. The boy was surprised. Ryan added that one cannot enter the current University of Magic and the University of Warriors without a letter of recommendation from the head of the city. Asley still didn't understand what the mayor was talking about. He thought that he was already studying at a magic university, but there was a big difference in talent between him and those around him. The mayor thought about it, but replied that the scroll was just a pretext to throw Asley out of town. This surprised Asley even more. Asley asked if he was interfering in any way. The mayor asked not to misunderstand him. He had simply chosen the wrong words. Although only the eastern and southern areas of the city had been restored at the moment, the city's functions were gradually being restored. For example, in the eastern area there was already a well, to which the conducting trench was almost connected. So if Asley decided to leave, they would definitely be fine. Ryan glared at the hero and asked him to stop seeing the townspeople as weaklings. He added that Asley had to have a goal, and it would be a good idea to share his knowledge and intentions with the world. Both universities were in Balon, a place where a lot of information was stored. The mayor figured that Asley should gather his thoughts and finally go to the Demon Lord. Ryan wished he could go there with Rina. It could be said that now was the right time, since they had the strength to rebuild the city. The mayor turned to Asley once more and asked if he could grant his and Rina's wishes. Asley became sad but continued to listen to the mayor. Ryan said that people gather in large groups, but this is not enough to live in the wider world. Sometimes people need adventures, and the mayor would like the residents of this city to find such courage and become strong people with a rich inner world. Ryan added that he would like Asley to become like that too. The guy thought about it because Ryan was right, his original goal was exactly that, but he himself did not dare to leave the city. He felt comfortable there. It seemed Asley was repeating the same scenario as the first time. He let out a slightly awkward breath, as if laughing at himself, and thought what a fool he was. Once he had come to this conclusion, he asked the mayor only one question: when should they set out? Ryan replied that the time for admission was approaching, so they should leave this evening. He thought that the latest they could leave was tomorrow. Asley was a little embarrassed because this was quite unexpected. Seeing the hero's hesitation, the mayor added that he was the only one who was so surprised. Rina had almost finished her preparations. This news was also unexpected. The mayor asked if he wanted to hear his companion's words. Asley wondered when Pochi had become so independent, but agreed to hear his words. Ryan shared that the demon suggested telling Asley everything at the last moment, as it would be more effective. It seems that the plan worked. Asley admitted frankly that he was surprised. The mayor laughed and replied that he was also surprised by such a plan. The guy suddenly added that the way the mayor imitated Pochi was very realistic. He laughed and replied that he had trained for half an hour for this. Night came and it was time to say goodbye. Everyone stood, seeing off Asley, Pochi, and Rina. Ryudo, laughing, noted that the departure of the magician and the warrior was taking place. Suddenly, Asley saw huge bruises under his friend's eyes. He grinned and asked if it was because his beloved little sister was leaving. Mana cheerfully noted that the warrior had cried before. Poking her older brother on the cheek, the girl asked if Asley could see the traces of tears on his cheeks. Rado nervously exclaimed that Mana had promised not to tell anyone. Tifa, standing nearby, grabbed her teacher by the cloak and sadly asked if he was really leaving. Asley sat down and told her that he had left homework for the girl where he had lived before and asked her to look at it later. If she did everything, she would have to study on her own. Holding back her tears, Tifa replied that she would try her best and do everything possible to not lose to Rina. When she turns 15, she would also come to the Magic University. The people seeing her off looked at this scene with a smile. Rito noticed that his sister had a strong follower. Rina blushed and said that Tifa would be an excellent mage, even better than her. Turning to Tifa, the girl said that she would go a little further along this path, but would wait for Tifa. Suddenly, her older brother looked at Rina's clothes and asked where she got them from. Smiling sweetly, the girl noted that Rina had made them for traveling. As the others were saying their goodbyes, Asley noted that Rina had matured in recent times. Pochi stated that he would also like to dress the master in something appropriate for the occasion, but Asley joked that he had already changed his underwear. This statement made everyone surprised. Pochi was not embarrassed by such a phrase and replied that the panties did not affect the appearance. And because of such incidents, the title of demon will not disappear anytime soon. Therefore, he asked his master to pay attention to his outer clothing. Noting that the demon is very noisy, Asley put on glasses and said that now he looks much better. Seeing this, the demon grabbed his master and asked him to step aside for a minute. The demon said that the glasses looked good on Asley, but there was one but. Does he understand correctly that Asley's glasses are the ones that show the characteristics of any creature? The guy calmed the demon down and told him that now the glasses can be worn constantly. He improved them yesterday. Pochi noted with displeasure that this had made him even more angry. But Asley happily reported that the glasses now had an automatic switching method. Asley suddenly felt that the words had become heavy, and he felt like a fool. Unable to bear such a long solitude, the people seeing them off asked what they were whispering about. Without trying to figure out the situation, Rieto simply said that he didn't like the time of parting, and that it was time for his friends to go. Mana grinned and asked if that meant that her older brother was about to cry again. Asley also decided that it was not worth dragging out the separation. Rina said goodbye to her family and friends once again, and they in turn wished her luck and asked her to come home from time to time. Smiling, all three set off to meet new adventures. When the heroes entered the big city, they immediately noticed that the atmosphere here was completely different. None of the residents knew about the situation in Fall Town. As they traveled, they decided to keep a calendar of battles. It had been a week since they had left Fall Town, January 1st, 1991. They had been traveling north from the Eastern Gate for some time. The road they were on led away from Fall Town and reminded them of a path from the past. If it hadn't been for the overgrown weeds, they might not have noticed it. Their path continued north. A few days later, they reached the city of Iberial. After that, Asley finished his notes and closed the notebook. Everyone they asked about Fall Town said that such a city existed about 10 years ago. Pochi then ironically asked if they were hiding the truth from them. Asley let out a tired sigh. They might not be able to use their letters of recommendation. That was a serious problem. Rina looked depressed. She thought it was cruel. Asley thought that this was what he had feared from the beginning. Suddenly an idea came to mind. Perhaps the Magic University had other information about Fall Town. The heroes decided that it was worth checking other cities, but they were worried about the question, what would happen to the letter of recommendation? After all, formally they are students of a non-existent city, and this could cause problems. Asley thought for a moment and replied that he didn't want to waste Ryan's goodwill. Perhaps it would be better to try to get into the university another way. Rina was wondering what to do next. This worried Pochi too. After all, his master, despite everything, was cowardly, servile, and stupid. All this complicated the task. Asley's guides noticed that they didn't have much time. Asley thought they were fools, especially after their jokes. Remembering how Pochi always spoke about him, Asley felt the urge to respond with something sarcastic. But despite this, his title as a mage remained with him. However, it would be foolish to discuss such things here. Titles are an ancient problem that is difficult to discuss lightly. Asley was still trying to figure out why this was happening. At that moment, Rina asked him what he was thinking about. He answered jokingly that it was all nonsense, and then suddenly it dawned on him. Asley exclaimed that he was not a fool. Pochi only laughed, and noted that the reaction was delayed. The demon continued to tease him, and added that this was why everyone thought Asley was a fool. This angered the boy, but he tried to remember what they had talked about. Pochi reminded them with displeasure that they were talking about letters of recommendation. If they didn't get into the university, then nothing would change for the master. But the demon felt sorry for Rin. Asley said that they had increased their level significantly in the last 2 years. Perhaps they should join the Adventurers Guild. The demon logically objected that they did not have time for that. Then Asley reminded them that the contract with the guild was signed by the city leader. Without going into explanations, he headed towards the guild. Rena didn't understand anything, but ran after the teacher. The demon immediately caught on to his plan. Approaching the guild building, Asley asked Pochi to wait outside. At that moment, the guild's mistress came out to them and said that there was nothing to worry about. Although normal animals were not allowed in, a small familiar was no problem. Asley remembered how even familiars were previously forbidden from entering buildings. But now that there were fewer mages, people recognized that familiars were as intelligent as humans. They went inside and Pochi was surprised to see that he was allowed in. He then asked if demons could become adventurers. The owner laughed and said that demons couldn't register. Pochi was upset. The girl got down to business and asked if they wanted new experiences. All the details could be found on the counter nearby. Asley thanked her. It was noisy inside. The heroes approached the counter. The man standing there noted that Asley looked unusual for a mage and offered to write down the names on the registration form. The form contained the signature he needed. It was the one Asley was looking for. Rena asked him what he was going to do with it. Asley asked the student to pass on the letters of recommendation. He quickly recited the spell, copied the required signature, and transferred it to the letters. Rena watched in amazement. She noted that the magic was amazing. Then Asley edited the letter with another spell. Rena asked if it was really magic. Asley replied that a graduate of a magic university should be able to do it, although he added some special formulas to the spell. Rena didn't understand what he meant and asked again. Asley tried to explain. This spell was originally created as magic. Then he decided that it would be better to fill out the form first. As soon as they handed over the forms, the man offered to explain how the guild worked. Asley noticed at that moment that Pochi, who was talking to the visitors, felt quite comfortable. Then they agreed to listen to the explanation. A guild is an organization that issues quests to adventurers. Guild buildings come in different shapes and sizes. Some resemble a tavern, like this one. The manager takes payment from the client and assigns the quest to an adventurer of the appropriate rank, from S to F. After completing a task, the adventurer receives a fee, 10% of which is taken by the guild. There is also an annual registration fee. These are 2 mandatory taxes. The man continued to talk about ranks. The higher the rank, the more difficult the tasks. Beginners start with rank F. Only the 6 wise men and 6 brave men had rank S. Tasks are posted on the bulletin board. To take a task, you need to tear the paper off the board. The adventurer's level is determined by the magic crystal near the counter. The man finished his explanation. The heroes thanked him for his detailed story. Rena wondered if her teacher had understood everything the first time. She found it difficult. Asley reassured her that if something was unclear, she could always ask again. Pochi approached them. They were standing at the F-rank assignment board, deciding where to start. Rena looked closely at the tasks and was surprised. Everything seemed quite simple to her. Asley smiled and praised her. Even goblins were rare in this city. He asked if this was the first time she had seen orders for a slug and a killer bee. Rena nodded. The area around Fall Town was inhabited by C-rank monsters. B-rank zombies were encountered, and weaker monsters were rare. The strongest in that area was the Chimera. To defeat it, you needed a group of heroes of level 60 to 70. Without Pochi's help, they wouldn't have been able to cope. And also the study of magic and even an unsuccessful artifact, dynamite, helped out. Asley thought, he still had a lot of things to do. He thought that if he had trained for a few more thousand years. But then Pochi interrupted his thoughts, asking if the master was thinking about something strange. To avoid the topic, Asley joked about Pochi's prickly fur. Inspired, the demon said that if he died, he would turn into a scarf. Asley hoped that his statement would cause anger rather than enthusiasm. While they were bickering, Rena looked at the assignments carefully. She liked one and took it. Asley looked. He needed to kill 3 ghouls. He noted that Rena would probably cope. But why ghouls? After all, slugs and killer bees are easier to defeat. The girl hesitated. Confused, she explained that she had heard that ghouls were similar to the zombies she had fought before. That way, she would be able to get used to the new type of monster. Asley was surprised by her logic. He said he wanted her to encounter different monsters, but time was short. They had to get to Balon before the entrance exams. He was again amazed at how quickly 15-year-old Rena was learning. Agreeing with her choice, Asli also took on the task of destroying the goblins. After showing the selected tasks to the man at the counter, he noted that the monsters in this area were quite calm. Pochi went with Rena. After that, the heroes decided to stay at the inn. Asli dealt with the goblins without any difficulty, even without using magic. He received confirmation of successful completion, 5 out of 5. Although the quest warned of the possibility of a stronger monster appearing, this did not happen. Looking around, Asli realized that this area was perfect for training newbies. Continuing to keep a calendar of battles, Asli made a new entry, January 7th, 91, afternoon, Iberial City along the Northern Road. A goblin-level monster can be defeated without magic. It was inconvenient to write while walking, and he decided to continue at the hotel. There he remembered that he had just been calculating his travel expenses. The heroes had 23,700 gold left. Each received 100 for the task, making a total of 23,900. A hotel for 3 cost 300, which meant 23,600 remained. Entry to the university required 10,000 per person. After calculating everything, Asli decided that they had the opportunity to spend about 3,000. But it would be better to increase the rank as soon as possible and take more tasks. Pleased with the situation, Asli decided to take on one more task before evening came. On the way to the guild, he heard strange screams and deviated a little from the route. Soon the boy saw a young man surrounded by many monsters. Asli froze in surprise. The monster that the unfamiliar boy encountered was an E-ranked caped dragon. One had to be wary of its sharp claws, as well as its fiery breath. Even a beginner could defeat such a monster one-on-one if he was attentive enough. However, the stranger was alone against 6 of these monsters. The child's abilities were E or D rank, so it could be noted that the fight would be difficult for him. Suddenly, someone called out to Asli. While the boy was fighting, he saw the hero and asked him to help him a little. Because of the boy's persistence, Asli was very surprised and considered it unusual. While the stranger was fighting, he said that his teacher believed that you need to speak everything directly, otherwise you will not be understood. Asli wondered if this was exactly what the boy's teacher had in mind. While he was briefly distracted, one of the monsters opened its mouth, from which flames were about to burst forth. The boy screamed in fear and ran away. Asli noted that he was quite good at keeping an eye on the situation and was clever at avoiding the flames. Resigned to his task, Asli said that he would take care of the 2 monsters to conserve energy. Asli suddenly thought that even though he had named the exact amount, perhaps it was not worth fooling around with even a small risk for this young adventurer. But while Asli was thinking, the boy flew past the monsters with his weapon in an air dance. He easily cut down those that Asli did not take on, and then happily announced that he had increased his level. The hero was surprised by his mastery of the sword at such a level. Having completed his task, the boy approached Asli and asked his name. The boy's name was E.G. When they finished exchanging pleasantries, the magician replied that the use of aerial dance at this child's age was quite astounding. The impression of the stranger was the same as that of Rena, and perhaps that was why he was able to use special skills. This spoke of the high level of training of his teacher. Delighted by such praise, the child admitted that his teacher was one of the 6 brave men, whose name was Dragon. Asli thought. He had heard something about this brave man when Rito was mentioned. He fought skillfully, and his use of weapons was appropriate to the situation. This brave warrior had the nickname Gentle Tiger. Asli tried to remember the names of the other sages. While the magician was thinking, the boy told him that he and his teacher were staying nearby, in the city of Iberial, in an inn. Asli was delighted and replied that he and his group were staying there too and suggested that they go together. When they reached the inn, Asli's friends were already waiting for him. As soon as Pochi noticed his master, he proudly asked him how he managed to return quickly after completing the task. He boasted that this was the difference between a hero and a demon. Asli looked at him hurt and noted that he had started the meeting with such cruel words. But then he asked if Rena was okay. Pochi rushed to his master and asked in frustration if something else was more important than him. Asli coldly stated that Pochi was not as important as Rena. Then the demon replied that the girl was perfectly fine. Egg, who had been standing nearby all this time, wondered if what was happening was normal. At that moment, the boy noticed Rena and looked at her with embarrassment. Rina felt the gaze and quietly said that someone was looking at her. Egg immediately turned away, but Ozzy had already understood his thoughts. Pochi asked who this guy was. Stuttering with embarrassment, he tried to introduce himself, and when he succeeded, he asked the girl if her name was Rina. Then he blushed, bowed, and shouted that he was glad to meet her. Rina, almost fainting from embarrassment, also said that she was pleased to meet him. At this point, Pochi also decided to draw attention to himself and introduce himself as the master's familiar. But his greeting did not interest the newcomer, because he was describing how beautiful Rina's hair was, a reddish-brown shade, similar to the excrement of a red dragon. Pochi tried to introduce himself again, but Egg continued to shower the girl with compliments. He said that her beautiful white skin looked as if it had been cured by high magic from a toxic swamp. Pochi rushed to his master with displeasure and asked when he managed to cast invisibility magic on him. Ozzy noted that he hadn't done it, but it was a good idea. Then Pochi jumped back sharply and asked who was in front of him. Remembering a similar situation that had already happened, Ozzy asked him not to do it again. Here the hero finally noticed Rina's awkwardness from compliments and suggested that she needed to be saved from them. At that moment, someone called out to E.G. A tall man in armor stood behind the boy. He asked him what he was doing there. Ozzy wondered who this old man was, but suddenly Egg greeted him loudly, calling him teacher. And while the boy was telling how he fought monsters, Ozzy was surprised by who was in front of him. Realizing that his companions had no idea who it was, the hero explained that it was Dragon, one of the 6 brave men. True, he looked more like a bear than a tiger. Thinking about it, Ozzy suggested that perhaps when they gave him the nickname, they thought bear was too rude. Having finished listening to his student's story, Dragon turned to Ozzy and introduced himself. Noting how polite he was, the hero introduced himself and his companions. One of the 6 brave men was surprised that a mage capable of using a familiar stood before him. Here he looked menacingly at Ozzy and asked when he graduated from the Magic University. The hero frantically thought about whether it was really impossible to summon a familiar without graduating from the university. After all, it was quite simple. Distracted from his thoughts, he explained that he was just going to enter the university. This caused Dragon's surprise. Even the 6 sages could do this only after several years. Ozzy was taken aback by this and thought that he did not want so much attention. At this point, the teacher turned his attention to E.G. At this time, the hero was thinking that perhaps fame would help him increase the recognition of his title, but Ozzy's thoughts were interrupted by Dragon's unexpected instruction. He explained to his student that when communicating with a woman, it is better to bring your face about 2 degrees closer. It is also desirable that the position of the feet is not on the heel. In addition, you need to open your eyes by 1 millimeter and raise the corners of your mouth by 2. When Egg repeated everything that the teacher showed him, he praised him and told him to focus on this. While the guy was beaming with joy and thanking Dragon, the 3 heroes watched this picture and were shocked by how subtly it was said. Remembering the existence of other people, Dragon explained that he usually lived in Baelon and suggested meeting there, after which he said goodbye and took his student up the stairs to the room. While they were still in sight, Ozzy quickly used the glasses of reading characteristics on the departing ones. Egg turned out to be an excellent student, and his teacher had a huge amount of specialized skills. And although he looked about 30 years old, the hero felt that he could be the embodiment of talent. A demon called out to him from the side. He noticed that he was lost in thought and asked what was wrong. Not wanting to reveal his true feelings, he replied that Dragon seemed very big to him. Pochi asked in surprise if that was why he decided to expand his knowledge. Deciding not to think about it anymore, Pochi suggested going on the mission again. Everyone agreed. Ozzy was again keeping track of his demon battling calendar. It was December 19th, 6 a.m. They had left Iberia and passed through many towns and villages. Now their path lay along the northern high mountain range, a road also called the Giant's Causeway. Suddenly, Rina called her teacher and pointed ahead. The city of Baelon lay before them. They only had a short distance to go, and then they would arrive at the city a day earlier than planned. Pochi stated that this month consisted of continuous suffering, and Rina agreed with him. The demon blamed his master for this. Ozzy stared at them in surprise. Angry at such words, the hero noticed that Pochi was constantly making up some mistakes and stories about him, but he himself did not remember them. The demon, in response, decided to remind them once again. He recalled how 3 weeks ago, Asli wanted to explore a dungeon he had accidentally found. At first, there was no sound, but then they found themselves trapped with a horde of B-rank monsters. Pochi then told how they had come across some crying mushrooms 2 weeks ago. The hero then admitted that he had never seen one before and cooked them, letting everyone eat them. After that, the entire group burst into loud cries. A week later, in the city of Roman, where they were staying, they took several pacification quests from the guild. When the quests were completed, it turned out that the number of monsters was less by 1. Not wanting to stop at listing his master's failures, Pochi continued. He recalled how Asli had recently started a small flame on some wood, trying to start a fire, but had accidentally sent it straight into the demon's face. The hero had responded with annoyance, stating that he didn't remember any of it. Unhappy with what was happening, Asli asked, since when Pochi had memory erasing magic. The demon jokingly said that he used it while his master was sleeping, but noticing the confusion, explained that it was just a joke, and Asli simply had a bad memory. The hero mentally admitted that perhaps he was a little absent-minded. Pochi was displeased and indignant at the peaceful expression on his master's face. Surprised by this statement, Asli stared at the demon. The demon exclaimed with annoyance that he knew perfectly well. Now his master had an expression on his face. How can I tell the difference? Then Asli's face changed to, "How did you read it?" And then he began to grin maliciously, surprising his companion. Unable to bear it, Pochi indignantly asked if his master was playing with him. Asli calmly stated that it was interesting on the road. The demon snorted in displeasure and declared that it was time for them to go. Asli, however, mentally noted that his companion's mood would soon improve again. They had known each other for many years, and perhaps he himself had adopted a little of Pochi's character. Watching the interaction between his familiar and his student, the hero reflected that he had gotten angry at first, but then immediately apologized. He believed that he tried to avoid offending others as much as possible. Either way, Pochi, in his opinion, was more suited to supporting a wide range of interests and knowledge. Asking his friends to wait, Asli finished writing something in his notebook. The last line he said out loud spoke of people who, if they wanted to forget the past, actually did it quite easily. He stopped there. Rina decided to ask what her master was constantly writing about. Delighted, he decided to tell her. Asli, beaming with delight and pride, showed his student his notebook, which he called Biography of the Sage Asli. But at that moment, Rina had already run after Pochi, who had gone far ahead. Such indifference to his achievement upset Asli. Pochi praised Rina, but she did not understand why. Deciding not to explain, he called his master. Meanwhile, Asli stood, raising the book above his head and flashing madness. Late at night, the travelers finally reached their destination. In the end, it turned out that Asli's companions were right. They had no strength left, and everyone decided to go to the hotel to rest. The entrance exam would be over by midday, and then they would have time to walk around the city. Everyone immediately agreed to this plan. In the dream, someone called Asli. His eyes were closed, but someone was still calling him. The voice said that the hero could continue sleeping, but it was important to continue listening. The voice from the dream did not leave him alone and called him. Pochi sighed with displeasure that his master couldn't wake up even in his sleep. Then a silhouette appeared nearby. While the demon was happy about something and talking, Asli kept trying to sleep and dreamed that everyone would shut up. The man in the cloak was glad that Asli had finally woken up. The hero did not understand what was happening. He asked the cloaked figure with displeasure if it was polite to disturb tired people. The man apologized but explained that it was because of an urgent matter. When the visitor asked if Asli was surprised, he replied that the situation was unusual, and then asked who this grandfather was. The hero invited the guest to sit on the pillow that Pochi had brought. The cloaked figure apologized. Asli tried to peer into the face of the newcomer, but he was unable to do so. The figure confirmed that the magician would not be able to see him. Then Asli tried to use his glasses to read the characteristics. All the information was hidden, only the title, Grandfather, was visible. The hero's artifact seemed curious to the guest. The man in the cloak noticed that the boy was well aware that magic worked in dreams. Asli decided to explain that 2,000 years ago, he was studying dreams. That is why he knows that he can activate the spell with his own magic. The hero also added that he conducted these studies to counteract the demons of nightmares, and also knows that dreams are capable of embodying certain images. Here he showed what he meant, and with his power and thoughts, created a table with drinks on it. The guest was pleasantly surprised. Asli decided to repeat his question and asked if this grandfather was some kind of nightmare demon, although he did not look like one. Suddenly, the stranger asked what would happen if he answered that he was a messenger of God. Pochi turned to the master and said that the man who had come was even stranger than Asli. The guy thought with displeasure that his familiar was very rude, but what the demon said made the hero think. Asli returned his attention to the cup with the drink and offered the guest a drink. He came to his senses, and all three drank from their cups. Looking again at the man in the cloak, the hero noted that perhaps this was a business visit then. Apparently, this man came because the Demon King's resurrection was approaching. Someone defeated him a few decades before Asli was born, but the rebirth cycle seems to be about 5,000 years. And after that, a holy warrior should appear. The guest answered sharply that there was no holy warrior yet. This caused surprise on the hero's face. The visitor must be joking, because the Demon King cannot be defeated until a person who has received the blessing appears. With the appearance of the Demon King, 3 people with blessings were also born. They were called the Holy Warriors. One of the 3 was a warrior, another a mage, and the last one a brave man. Blessing is a title given to a holy warrior. Due to the high level of abilities and resistances, the demonstration of interactions demonstrated by the man seemed to be the embodiment of power. As Asli recalled the story, the stranger replied that there were reasons for this. The hero asked the man in the cloak to wait a bit. He thought that the guy had a question, but Asli suddenly asked why the guest was telling him about it. Wouldn't it be better to tell the head of the country, or the director of the magic university, or at least the director of the military university about the problem? The stranger replied that since no one believed in his appearance in dreams, he had to erase their memories of himself. Asli tensed. He had a bad feeling. Pochi's reaction, he didn't like the conversation either. He grinned at the man in the cloak, and Asli noted the bravery of his companion because he behaved like that towards the messenger of God. Over the past decades, the number of people who prayed to the master of the newcomer has decreased dramatically. This is because the object of prayer has changed. Now people pray to people, not to God. Asli began to understand the reason. The prayers of people are food for the gods. The stranger agreed. Now the power of God has decreased, and he cannot even give a blessing, the hero thought. Here he slammed the table and realized people wagged their tails in front of the heads of state. The guest confirmed this and said that this was the very reason why no one believed his story. Asli thought sadly that the country was now in decline, but then decided to ask himself why the man who came was telling all this. The man in the cloak answered that he simply wanted to talk to the person who was closest to the deity. At this phrase, Pochi giggled incredulously. Then the familiar burst into hysterics from laughter. He began to roll on the floor and asked to stop joking like that. Asli answered discontentedly that he had lived long enough to become a deity, but he still had doubts. Then the guest suggested that he look at himself through the glasses and see for himself. The hero tried to understand when this could have happened. When Asli looked at his characteristics, at first he did not notice anything, except the changed rank to D. But then the guest suggested that he look more closely at his titles. There was listed Candidate for Immortality. Asli noted with displeasure that it was wrong to call an immortal a god. The stranger noted that he had only said that the hero was close to a deity, but had not said that he was one. Still not understanding the motives of the man who had come, Asli asked him a direct question about what he wanted from him. The man in the cloak readily answered that very little was required of the boy to make every effort to study his abilities, and also to prepare for the revival of the Demon King. Noting that that was all, the stranger began to dissolve into thin air. He said in the end that Asli could be useful, the main thing was to study everything well. The hero tried to shout that they were not finished yet, but the silhouette had already disappeared. The guy said discontentedly that the guest said what he wanted and immediately disappeared. Then Pochi called out to him. When the hero looked in his direction, the demon asked to pour him more of the drink that was in the cup. Asley asked discontentedly who was in front of him and opened his eyes. He was lying on his bed with Pochi. It was already daytime. As expected, for 300 gold a night, they had a good bed. Asley began to think about what to do next. The hero and his companion were thinking about whether to tell Rina about this dream. In the end, they decided to leave this conversation for later and just enjoy their school life. The Demon King was in a period of accumulating strength, and this time could be used for the preparatory period. They say that a person with high magical power can sense this time. While the guy's thoughts were spinning in his head, they left the room and met his student. He asked the girl if she slept well. Rina answered positively, and they set off. Asley kept thinking about the Demon King. The period of accumulation of strength was from 1 to 2 years, and it was during this period of time that he planned to talk to Ryan about the dream. The heroes stood in front of the magic school. They were preparing to begin a new stage of their lives. When they entered, they immediately approached the counter with a girl and said that they had come to take the entrance exam. Asley handed over the documents and briefly reported that 2 people from Iberial had come. The girl at the counter said that they needed a little time to confirm. Then she checked the documents with magical power. When she confirmed that everything was in order with the statements brought, Rina was surprised. The girl coldly replied that if she was surprised by such a magic circle, then what would she do next? Because it was even more complicated there. Rina was taken aback by this statement and apologized. Without wasting time, the document examiner handed them to the heroes and asked them to take the papers with them. Asley realized that the girl was surprised for a completely different reason, but he did not focus on this. The exam should take place in the classroom ahead. It will need to be taken one-on-one with the magic teacher. Asley was surprised, because he thought it was a written exam. But the girl quickly explained that the purpose of such an exam was to not give applicants time to think, because their university was looking for talented magicians who could answer right away. Asley briefly agreed. Then the girl stood up and was going to walk them to class. As soon as she stood up, she saw Pochi. Looking at him, she asked if he was the hero's pet. Asley shook his head and replied that he was his familiar. He also added that he had received permission from the staff at the entrance to the university. The girl's surprise was hidden in something else. She noted that a familiar before a student's admission was rare. But then she pulled herself together, apologized, and went towards the classroom. Having reached the necessary office, she pointed out where the exam was being held. One of the friends had to go to the classroom. First there would be theoretical questions, and then practical ones. Then she called Rina first. She was surprised and, frightened, went towards the office. Asley put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that everything was fine. He asked her to relax, because the exam would be easy. This calmed her down a little, and she exhaled. Then Rina knocked on the office door, asked if she could come in, and disappeared behind the door. Meanwhile, the hero heard a quiet laugh from the girl next to him. She looked at Asley and noted that although he was in a good mood, the entrance exam to this university would not be easy. Asley knew this, but said that he was not worried, because Rina would definitely pass. The secretary noted that if the boy had the ability to have a familiar, she believed he would have no problem. Asley thought in his mind that he was worried, but only because he could give a normal answer. Thinking about how best to behave during the exam, the guy decided that he would just talk on the topic and then see. The girl suggested that he sit down on a bench not far from them, because it would take time to pass the exam. The girl remembered and said that entering the exam with a familiar is allowed, since it is considered one of the abilities of a magician. Asley was surprised by this, since he did not expect it. Some time passed in awkward silence, but at some point the guy couldn't stand it any longer and asked the secretary if she would also stand next to him the whole time, or if it would be better if she sat down. She laughed and thanked him for the offer, but replied that it was her job. It took a long time, but finally the door opened. Rina came out of there, barely able to stand on her feet. She was tired, but she smiled through her tears and said that she had passed. The secretary congratulated her and noted that it was amazing to be accepted at such a young age. Rina thanked her, and at that moment, Asley thought about it. He asked if the result was announced immediately at the exit. The secretary replied that there were many applications for admission, and although some did not come, the teacher always announced the result on the spot. Then she invited Asley to come to the classroom. Rina wished the teacher good luck, and the girl asked him to try. Inspired, Pochi and his master knocked on the door of the office and entered. In the center of the empty room, a young girl in a raincoat sat on a chair. The heroes were surprised by this arrangement. Pochi began pointing forward and shouting that there was a girl in front of them, and Asley noted with displeasure that he also saw it. The girl sitting in front of them finally raised her head and noted with surprise that this was already the second person with a familiar this year. The girl in the robe stood up from her seat and walked over to Asley to take the documents. He noted that she was even shorter than Rinna. The examiner called him by name after reading the documents. She saw that the guy was from the same place as the girl who was just there. She asked if Asley was the girl's teacher, to which the hero replied that it was not about teaching. Then the examiner confirmed that Rinna had an outstanding talent, and if the person in front of her passed the exam, she would understand this fact. Then the examiner introduced herself. Her name was Irene. She asked him to answer only what Asley knew, and suggested starting with something simple. She asked him to name the 4 elements. While the boy was arguing that the question was really easy, Pochi answered for him, quickly listing fire, water, wind, and earth. This lack of ceremony made Asley displeased. He did not understand why his familiar was answering for him. In his defense, Pochi said that the previous woman had said that he could answer, although Asley remembered that this was not the case. The hero remembered that Pochi could be present at the exam as part of his power. Suddenly, the examiner drew attention to herself and asked the demon if he knew the answers to the questions. He, without hiding his superiority, replied that he possessed more knowledge than his master. This angered the hero, and he considered the demon a shameless fellow. Irene's eyes sparkled, and she said that she didn't mind it. The next question was whether it was possible to change the magic form and activate the spell or not, and she had to give reasons. Asley noted that she actually started checking Pochi's answers. The difficulty of the questions, in the hero's opinion, immediately increased, but the demon showed no concern and said that it was simple. The reason was the distortion of the formula. Pochi continued and answered that such a formula should never be used, but this does not mean that the spell cannot be activated. The girl asked the third question. It was necessary to list 3 types of magic that ignore formulas. Pochi immediately answered that it is possible to mention official magic that removes the restrictions used by magical power. The first is the highest healing, the second is the highest recovery, and the last is a contract with brainwashing the familiar. This answer surprised not only Irene, but also Asley. The hero sadly wondered why he had neglected this brainwashing formula at the time, although it was probably unknown to him. At this time, Irene asked in surprise whether such a contract was really possible. She looked at Pochi angrily and asked again if it was possible to deprive a familiar of its will using a contract. The demon, still boasting about his knowledge, replied that his master could do it, and since he had experienced it himself, there could be no mistake. Asley remembered that he remembered such a joke that had rewritten the contract with Pochi. By his standards, it was recent, somewhere around 100 or 200 years ago. Asley asked his companion why he was saying that. Couldn't he have answered normally? But Pochi only smiled more and shared that he sometimes wanted to brag about his master. Then they looked towards Irene. The girl exclaimed loudly how to actually get a contract to brainwash a familiar. It turned out that she had studied a lot of information about the contract with the familiar, but in the end it was finally proven that it was impossible to brainwash a familiar. Pochi looked at Asley and said that it was his turn. Irene's face showed mixed feelings. In his mind, the boy thought that he understood her, because he had also encountered many similar obstacles. Then he decided to explain the formula of the contract with the familiar. It is possible to brainwash someone by placing them in a magic circle with a special magic formula. That's all he could tell her. The girl wasn't satisfied with this answer, and she asked what kind of nonsense it was. She started to complain that such a method made no sense, but then she thought about it and pulled herself up. Then her eyes lit up, and she suggested that it might be possible. Asley patiently explained that it was precisely the ignoring of the formula that made this possible. Or rather, it was possible if the ignoring method was replaced with a special function. Irene thought about it, wondering who was testing whom. And then he advised the girl to finish this spell on the enemy. Pochi wanted to put in his 2 words, and noted that the master used such a spell on him. They started bickering again. Asley explained that Pochi used to wet himself in his sleep, and that this was how the boy wanted to solve the problem. But the demon didn't agree, because his master was holding his stomach from laughter when he said this. A memory of Pochi being so pushy popped into Asley's mind. As soon as he remembered it, he started giggling. Meanwhile, the girl was deep in her thoughts. Noticing this, Asley decided to follow her example, believing that there should be no problems. The brainwashing contract of familiars is a matter that was researched 5,000 years ago. Monsters and beasts with a fierce nature became powerful familiars, and the people who owned such familiars became influential in those days. The most ambitious mages tried to forcibly form a contract with a high-ranking monster, such as a dragon, but a normal contract was unable to hold such power, and most often, such mages were eaten. The brainwashing contract was designed to ignore the formula with the necessary replacement of a special function in the magic circle. The stubborn Manga categorically did not do this, and as a result, there was a danger of spontaneous explosion. There was no magician who would do this voluntarily, and he did not want to repeat their fate either. But using a special method, Asley succeeded in this research, and then repaired Pochi. However, he quickly got bored with it, because if the demon does not object, then it is not fun. The hero soon realized that with his familiar, he could not control his emotions. After everything happened, the memories of the brainwashing contract remained mediocre, and Pochi, of course, scolded him. At that moment, the boy heard Irene scream, asking if she remembered his name correctly. While Asley was thinking that he had heard the girl's name somewhere before, she introduced herself as one of the 6 sages and said that her name was Invincible Irene. Because Asley had conducted such a risky study, she assumed that he had passed the exam. The guy was shocked and finally realized who was in front of him. The girl was the one who activated the periodic circulation of magic power inside the body. She managed to stop the body from developing, but at the same time, her magic power was constantly growing. Now Asley understood why the girl was so small. He looked at her and thought about the constant growth of magical power. He had something similar, but to do the same as Irene, he had to change his thinking and have courage. The girl looked at the hero and asked if he had any questions. He answered affirmatively. He asked if there would be a practical exam. Realizing that it would be unfair to just skip it, Irene decided to test Asley, since she had already spoken about Rinna, and it was logical to test her teacher's abilities as well. The heroes then proceeded to a simple practical exam, which Asley had read about in several volumes of admissions books published by the magical university itself. Irene praised him and noted that the girl before him had done the task just as well. Then the girl noted that the exam had already been passed, but given the situation, she wanted to give him a more difficult task. Of course, since Asley had handled all the tasks perfectly, he could have refused, but Irene gave him a choice. The girl warned that previous subjects had failed to solve the difficult task. Asley wondered who else could have had an excellent result besides Rinna. Since the hero did not want to attract attention, he was about to refuse. But Pachet did not let him get a word in, and replied that they, of course, agreed to this condition, after which he immediately said that he was yielding the matter to his master. Pleased with the agreement, Irene began her final task. She cast a remote-controlled flame spell that hung in the middle of the room, and told Asley to try to remove the flames from the classroom. Pochi began to think. There was no water in the classroom, and the flames seemed quite strong. They had no choice but to neutralize this spell with more powerful magic. He agreed, but Irene added that they couldn't destroy the classroom, or her salary would be cut. 2 people gave up at this point, but she wondered what Asley would come up with and whether he wanted to give up, because even if he did, he had already passed. The hero calmly replied that he did not plan to give up, it was just that there were so many options that he did not know which one to choose. Irene did not understand and asked again. Asley thought that it was important not to attract unnecessary attention, so his actions were limited. Then he made his choice, and tried to use the remote control spell and control Parasite. With this spell, he took control of the fireball from Irene and released it from the classroom, sending it into the hallway. The girl analyzed his actions in surprise. Meanwhile, Asley explained that this was the fastest and safest way. Now that the magical flame was not in the classroom, it had to be extinguished. There was silence for a while. The girl asked what he had done just now. Asley explained that he had absorbed the fire's magical power using the magic power compression manipulation. He thought it was a suitable method. However, this method is not magic, but the first action was done with it, so it should be fine. While Irene looked at him with displeasure, Pochi noted that his master was too careful and would have just peed on that fireball if he were him. Asli noted that his companion sometimes suffered from dog-like thinking. Meanwhile, Irene asked if she could ask the hero a question. She remembered that Asli had spoken of several options for solving her problem and would like to hear about others. Asli began to explain. Although it was crude, he could increase the amount of saliva and extinguish the flames. He could also finely chop the fire with wind magic and blow it out, and create a partial vacuum. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Irene, whose eyes were shining, and the boy fell silent for a moment. She only asked him to quickly continue. Asli made a displeased expression and replied that what followed was a secret. The girl had not expected this and said with displeasure that it was unfair. Asli didn't understand what exactly was unfair, because why would he teach a little girl his magic? He replied that he was sure she had time to solve the problem after she entered, and now there was no need to steal knowledge. Irene, displeased, shouted that he was very impudent and said that it was she who decided whether a guy entered or not. Asli's thoughts were spinning around the idea that he wouldn't lose much if he didn't enter this university, but suddenly Pochi intervened. He said that if the master did not pass the exam now, then Irene would not know many answers to all her questions. This made both of them fall silent. Overcoming her embarrassment, she answered that she agreed with this. Suddenly, the girl screamed that after admission she would undress the hero. A strange picture appeared in Asli's fantasies. The guy replied that it was a tempting offer, but unfortunately he had to refuse. Irene was shocked by his impudence. She screamed that she hadn't meant it. Then the forest demon appeared again and asked what she had meant. The girl's face turned red. She screamed that Asli had ratted out, and then threw him and the demon out the door. When they came out, there was no one on the bench. He and Pochi looked at each other and said that they had passed. Rina immediately ran up to them and asked how everything went. The girl was excited and eagerly awaited an answer. Asli replied that everything was fine. She cried out joyfully that her teacher had done it, but then added that it couldn't have been otherwise. Seeing Rina's joy, the demon boasted that half of the exam had been passed thanks to his efforts. The girl praised Pochi as well. Then he decided to leave and said that the extra time was needed because of the master. Asli pulled him up, because he was speaking cruelly again. Asli scratched his head and thought about the knowledge of magic absorption that he had unconsciously received. Meanwhile, the demon and Rina were happy that everyone had entered. Almost immediately, the secretary approached them and said that she welcomed talented magicians. It turned out that the girl's name was Teresa. Rina shared that she said that her teacher would cope, and the girl confirmed this. She then added that familiars could sometimes be used in class, and then introduced herself again to Asli. She said that she had taken over the duties of teaching the first years this year. Asli and Rina smelled a sweet scent coming from the girl, probably perfume. Either way, she smelled amazing. Realizing that Teresa was now their class teacher, all three said they were counting on her. The girl replied that she would explain how to get into the university, and then took them to the admissions office. Asli looked at the ceiling and was glad that he had finally entered the university. The exam was very easy for him. He felt delight, and although his first experience was a long time ago, today and now, in this place, his second school life began. The main market was very busy. As soon as they got there, Asli suddenly felt sick from such a crowd. Rina, on the contrary, was inspired and suggested that they walk in another direction. Pochi noticed that the master's clothes were too conspicuous, and the people around them were already avoiding them. Asli calmly replied that he didn't care. Besides, he thought that the demon accepted Rina's offer to go for a walk, only to change Asli's clothes. Pochi did not deny this and agreed with the hero's words. Rina and the demon cheerfully rushed forward and asked the guy to give them a choice of clothes. They spent the whole day not just walking around the main market, but visiting different shops to pick out shoes, the right clothes, and much more for the hero. When they sent him to the fitting room and he came out, satisfaction lit up the faces of the companions. It was unanimously decided that the choice had been made. Asli thought that his clothes were too bright, but his friends did not think so. Pochi even generously complimented him and said that clothes make a man. The mage especially did not like his maroon robe and wanted to get rid of it, but his companions unanimously decided that it suited the great mage perfectly. Asli thought that his demon was up to no good. When they were already going to pay for what they had bought, the The girl from the store gave Rena the bill. When she saw it, shock flashed across the girl's face for a moment, but she quickly got over it and gave her the money. Ozzy, behind her back, asked if everything was okay. Rena scratched her head awkwardly and said that everything was fine, they had just gone a little over budget. The girl noted that she had just gotten a little carried away. Ozzy looked at her understandingly. The saleswoman thanked them for their purchase and asked them to come again. Then Pochi suggested going to the hotel, but the hero had a small matter to attend to, so he asked his companions to return home together. The new clothes embarrassed the magician too much. Soon he approached the university. In the reception area, they explained to them in general terms the 3 most important points of admission. First, the entrance ceremony was held on April 1st. Second, one had to wear Western-style clothing appropriate for a mage to the entrance ceremony. And third, the entrance fee had to be paid at the reception desk before the ceremony. Since he and Irene had passed the exam perfectly, they were exempted from the entrance fee. Even Teresa was surprised. Irene noted during their last meeting that Ozzy had passed the exam better than anyone else. This surprised the hero very much back then, because free education was an honor for those who got a perfect result. But this time there were several such people. As soon as Rena heard this, she even cried with joy, and Pochi laughed contentedly, pointing at them with his paw. Ozzy wondered, was the difference really just one variable? Before leaving, Irene said that she would be waiting for him impatiently. The hero was surprised that Irene simply left, leaving Teresa to take care of the rest. Then he noticed that his hands were shaking, and wondered if it was because of Irene's words. He took Rena and Pochi's hands, all 3 of them were shaking. At that moment, the demon burst into tears of joy, and Ozzy wondered if he really was his familiar. In the end, the clothes purchased for the hero cost 10,000 gold. But since Rena really wanted to give him this outfit and put a lot of meaning into it, the guy chose to ignore such a large sum. Nevertheless, the cloak was chosen by a demon, and the words that clothes make a man clearly hurt the hero, although it could not be ruled out that it was a compliment. The hero was exempted from the entrance fee, but that did not mean that he did not have to pay the monthly fee for the university. If Ozzy was not mistaken, it was 1,500 gold. A month without food cost 500 gold, which was more acceptable. After the formalities in March, they would be accommodated in the dormitory of the Magic University, and until then, they had to live in the inn. In any case, the heroes had no choice but to earn money in the guild. After visiting the last shop, Ozzy will begin to enroll as an apprentice. As soon as Ozzy entered, he saw a short, bearded man. There were many different bottles and weapons in the room. There was a slight magic in the air, and since Ozzy had been researching magical tools for many years, he could just look at the items on display and know that they were excellent. He would expect nothing less from a shop owned by one of the 6 sages, the great flame mage Gaston. The hero came closer to the man and asked where he could look for a staff. The man silently pointed to the wall where the staffs of different shapes. Ozzy looked at them and noticed that the weapons were made of wood, steel, and a special metal. His eyes ran wild. Suddenly, a voice came from near the hero asking if he was going to use the staff. When Ozzy turned towards the seller, he was not there, but soon he was near the boy. The seller asked not to be angry with him because he did not plan to scare Ozzy, and the guy stuttered that everything was fine. Then the seller asked if the hero had any preferences in choosing a staff. Ozzy replied that he was looking for the staff not for himself, but for a girl who was about 2 heads shorter than him. The seller made an incomprehensible sound and thought about the fact that the weapon was intended for the girl. The man asked if he understood correctly that the girl had entered a magic university. The hero proudly confirmed this and said that he was going to give her a gift for her admission. The seller began rummaging through things. The bearded man took out a suitable staff. Ozzy thought it was quite simple, but easy to use, and the round pentagram emblem made it beautiful. The seller shared that the name of the staff was Star Wand. It was suitable for quick magic, and was made of a strong wood called platinum, which made it convenient to use as a weapon. The hero was surprised. The guy didn't understand what fast magic meant and asked again. The bearded man was surprised that although the buyer was a magician himself, he didn't know what fast magic was. Ozzy asked for an explanation. Quick magic, or quick attack magic, allowed the magic command function to be built into the staff in advance. The star rod that the hero held already had 2 magic commands built into it. Of course, the better the material, the more commands that could be built into it. Ozzy began to think that this was a rather complicated thing. He had studied magic and alchemy, but he was not an expert in the field of weapons. Then the boy asked how to use this staff. The seller asked him to draw a magic circle with his finger on the emblem. Once the limit is exhausted, it will disappear. And when you want to activate the magic circle, you will need to put the appropriate amount of magic power into the staff. The hero cheered up. It seemed convenient to him, and even he wanted one for himself. The seller asked what was stopping him. Asley admitted that the staff in his hands was expensive. The seller laughed and replied that the buyer's wallet did not look empty. The hero noted with fear that the price tag stated 13,000 gold. Then the seller asked how much money Asley had. After answering, the man said that he had a star rod for a man, and then the paired set would cost 12,000 gold. Asley couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't believe that the staves could be sold so cheaply, because the price tag was 9,800. The seller winked and said that of course it was possible. It was just a service for a client who could become a regular. After that, he asked if the hero would take 2 staves. Satisfied, Asley left the store, having made a double purchase. The guy really liked the shop. They even tied a ribbon on his staff for Rinna. Satisfied, walking towards home, he planned to become a regular customer of this shop. Suddenly, a thought came to the hero's head. Would Rinna be happy with such a gift? After all, initially, magicians did not need a staff, but they use it to draw a magic circle in the air. The effect manifests itself as a means of concentrating magical power, and Asley's research confirmed this. In practice, drawing with a staff is faster than with a finger. Also, more magical power can be channeled through the staff. People are more effective in using magic with a staff or any other tool than without them. Irina, for example, used a cane 2 years ago, but it was still an ordinary cane, handmade by an old man from her village, not intended for magicians. That is why Asley came up with such an unexpected gift. He wanted to give it to the excellent mage, the first student Rina, so that she could become more independent. The hero sped up. He wanted to get home as soon as possible. As soon as he returned, he immediately gave Rinna a gift and congratulated her on entering the magic university. The girl didn't understand what had happened at first, and then she started crying. Asley couldn't understand what had happened to her. While he was trying to calm Rinna down, Pochi came and said that his master had made the girl cry. Asley was angry that the annoying familiar had ruined the whole atmosphere. But suddenly Pochi said that he would leave the room for now and asked the master to call him when he calmed Rinna down. The hero was left alone with his student again. The situation seemed exciting to him. He did not know what to do. While the locals were walking and enjoying the evening outside, Rinna was sitting and crying in the room, huddled into a ball. In another attempt to calm the girl down, Asley bragged to her that they would have identical staffs. Rinna removed one hand from her eyes. She stopped crying for a second, and then her sobs became louder and stronger. Not knowing what else to do, Asley decided to wait a little. He patted the girl on the head, but suddenly she grabbed his hand and brought it to her face. Asley thought that the girl probably wanted to do something, so he waited humbly. After some time, Rinna calmed down. The hero smiled. The girl kept holding her teacher's hand and did not let go. The boy involuntarily noticed that this reminded him of good feelings and hidden magic. However, a thought occurred to Asley. Shouldn't someone who strives for wisdom consider the situation he finds himself in to be bad? His thoughts were racing. He was thinking that although he had known Rinna for a long time, she was still a girl. Everything was getting very bad. Asley was almost losing consciousness. His heartbeat was increasing, and his pulse was accelerating even more because of his nerves. At that moment, he only hoped for Pochi's salvation. He looked at the door carefully and gave non-verbal SOS signs. He almost screamed and begged for help, but then he heard Rinna laugh. Through laughter and tears, she asked what was wrong with Asley's voice and smiled at him. The hero apologized and replied that it was all because of surprise, tension, and unfamiliar experience. Rinna smiled and said that although it was a rather strange answer, it was very similar to what her teacher might have given. Asley was taken aback by this statement. He asked again if this really was like him. The girl noted that she had long seen how Asley often thought before saying something, in order to politely explain everything. The guy agreed. Giggling even more, Rinna replied that it was. Releasing the teacher's hand, the girl took the staff. She couldn't stop admiring it. It turned out to be very beautiful to her, and a gentle smile touched her face. The staff was white, but still had a silvery sheen. The girl noticed that it looked like a snowflake reflected in the light. Asley told her that the wood was called platinum, and the shopkeeper at the store where he bought the staff gave him a big discount on the set. The girl puffed out her cheeks and asked if even if that was the case, wouldn't it have been better to keep quiet? Asley replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that, but the girl insisted that it was rude to say the price. Rena looked pouty and a little dissatisfied. Asley was embarrassed by this. Suddenly, he leaned towards the girl and asked if he could deflate her cheeks, which were pouty. She agreed, closed her eyes, and waited for him to do it. The hero gently touched her cheek and froze. The girl slightly opened her eyes. Afterwards, they both laughed, although they remained a little embarrassed. Rena admitted that she tried her best to keep her cheeks puffed out. When it was all over, they called Pochi, who glared and opened the door to the room. It was obvious that the familiar was simply dying of laughter. Coming closer, he could hardly restrain himself from going in completely. He really wanted to hear it all to the end. Asley thought with displeasure that he should buy this dog earplugs. The hero checked the characteristics of himself and his companions once again. The status of the assigned title had changed. Asley and his friends sat in the room and counted all their savings at the moment. In the end, they came up with 3,200 gold. That was why they were planning to move from the inn to a cheaper one today, where the rent would be 200 coins per night. Pochi also counted as one person, but even after moving, they would need 600 gold per night. In other words, they had very little time left before the money ran out. Then Asley decisively declared that they needed to find a part-time job. Hearing this, Pochi suggested going to the Adventurers Guild. Rena noted that it was a waste of time. Watching the girl, the hero noted that she was becoming brighter every day. After entering the university yesterday, she became even more confident. And when she became attached to her companions, she became more sociable. Although perhaps all this was in her from the very beginning. Asley thought that Rita and Mana were also bright people, and that their younger sister was probably like them. At that moment, Pochi asked if his master was listening. Asley confirmed, and then added that their conversation was about how to rip Pochi's tail out and make a steak out of it. The familiar was horrified by the thought. But suddenly the demon added that it would be so delicious that the master's cheeks would fall off. Rina assumed that it might be painful, but the demon reassured her, saying that if she slipped him a painkiller called morphine, everything would be fine. However, he asked her not to overdo it with the dosage, otherwise he could die. The girl laughed. Pochi didn't understand what was going on and asked her. Rina explained that Asley would never do that to his familiar, because everything they said was because there was complete trust in their relationship. The girl admitted that she even envied their relationship. Despite their conversations, they always laughed at their own jokes. Suddenly, Pochi blushed sharply and rushed to the master. He began to tease the demon with this, but the familiar denied everything. This raised Rina's mood. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that they needed to get money. To sum it up, Asley said that they are currently ranked D. The pay for one quest will be about 300 gold. They can take 3 quests at once, which means they can get 900 gold at a time. So with 2 people, they can earn 1,800 gold. Pochi crawled out from under the blanket and remarked that it sounded pretty easy. Asley agreed, but added that it wasn't very effective, so he wanted to hunt high-ranking monsters. Rina was surprised. If you don't take the task, you won't get paid. Asley agreed, but added that this is not the only reward of the highest rank. It dawned on the girl. After all, they can collect trophies from the killed monsters. The hero suggested looking up information about high-ranking monsters in the guild on the bulletin board, and as soon as they saw the habitat, immediately go hunting. The demon was worried that this could be dangerous, because they barely dealt with the Alpha Chimera. Having calmed his comrades, Asley said that if he did not have a new staff, he would not have thought about it. The story about fast magic surprised Pochi and Rina. While developing a plan to hunt the monster, Asley suggested filling the girl's staff with both restorative and supportive magic. She readily replied that she had planned to do the same. The hero looked at the girl with warmth, realizing that she was truly a wonderful student. Pochi was interested in this idea. Determined, they went to the Adventurers Guild. Having spotted their destination, they headed to the hilly area to the west. They had to walk along the road for some time before arriving. Their target was the Ballad Dragon. It was originally called the Baylad dragon because of its habitat, but the name has now been changed. The monster itself was green and had 4 wings, which it used to circle in the sky. Asli remembered that it was a type of winged dragon of rank A that lived 5,000 years ago. He heard that when it flew in the sky, no one came out of their homes. Pochi called out to the master and suggested that the monster's B rank wasn't that bad, but if it was an A, it would be tough. Asli reminded them that they had killed the Alpha Chimera after all. It had been 2 whole years since then, and they had become stronger, so everything would definitely be fine. Pochi did not share his optimism. Suddenly, Rina suggested that if the mission turned out to be impossible, they should escape. The demon immediately agreed with her, while the hero was shocked by such a proposal. The familiar wanted to joke, and said that there would be no room for the master during the escape. Asli calmly replied that he would hold on to Pochi's tail, so everything was fine. The demon jumped back and shouted that he knew it. They still wanted to make a stake out of his tail. Asli scared him, saying that for such words Pochi would be eaten by a dragon. Soon they reached the right place. The visibility there was good, but despite this, the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Rina agreed with this. A pack of bloody jackals appeared not far from them. The girl asked where they were running. Asli thought that these monsters had a habit of running to their feeding place, and so he asked the demon if he felt anything. Pochi asked the master to stop, but he yelled at him for being weird. Then the demon used his sense of smell and actually smelled something. It was the smell of blood. The hero asked to bring them to him. Pochi was surprised, but rushed in that direction. There was another pack where they had run to, and just when Asli decided that a fight was inevitable, the jackal suddenly turned around near them. They headed towards the scent the demon had smelled. Was there really something ahead? The friends sped up and headed in that direction. Before them lay the corpse of a ballad dragon. Its body was being greedily eaten by jackals. The monster had been cut from shoulder to chest. The wound was fatal. Asli noted that despite this, the dragon did not look rotten, which meant it had died recently. This meant that they could still collect trophies from this monster, but the task was made more difficult by the jackals that were greedily devouring the dragon. Suddenly, Rena suggested driving away the bloody jackals. At first, Asli didn't understand what was going on, but then the girl pointed towards the monster's body. Below, near the dragon, there was an egg. It was unclear whether it was there before the cut, or whether it had appeared on the surface due to the weight of the bloody jackals. In any case, there was no need to hurry, otherwise the egg could fall and break. Rena replied that she understood and began to cast a spell. She called upon the spell of the 4 winds and commanded Asli to run towards the dragon while the jackals hung in the air, thanks to her magic. Asli approached the dragon's body and wondered if he could get the egg with one hand. Rena was already having a hard time holding the jackals in the air, and she asked the hero to hurry. He looked at Pochi with displeasure and noted that he was doing nothing. Finally, Asli managed to get the egg and thought to himself that he would find the demon a job. He asked Rena to be patient a little longer and then began to read the spell. After that, a rain of glittering swords fell from above, and then he shouted the command, "Take to Pochi," who sat quietly next to him and scratched behind his ear. Suddenly, hearing the command and looking at his master, the familiar rushed forward to collect the trophies from the dragon. Meanwhile, Asli saw the girl's condition and decided to help her. He took her staff and also recited the spell to keep the jackals away. After that, Rena began to feel better. She was sure that the teacher took care of the magical power in this spell, sent to her staff. The girl was embarrassed and thanked Asli. The hero noted to himself that the girl did not show her face. He hoped that yesterday would not be a problem, because now he needed to concentrate. Magic Shift was one of the spells that the guy invented. It had the effect of changing the magical power source. Rina was extremely poor at using energy when performing support for the release of magic. About 500 units of her mana were spent very quickly. Therefore, Asli was glad that he had managed to help her. Very soon, Pochi returned with all the trophies he had collected. After that, the bloody jackals could be released. As soon as they fell back onto the dragon's body, they began gnawing at its flesh again. They ate as if nothing had happened. Their appetite had clearly won out. Asli refused to call it their work. By nature, blood jackals were monsters that did not harm humans. Of course, there were exceptions when the animals were hungry. Rina smiled and remarked that she was glad to avoid an unnecessary battle. Asli looked at her and thought that the girl had chosen harmless magic. Having finished this task, The heroes sat down and stared at the egg they had found. They were deciding what they would do with it. The guy suggested that since Rina had noticed the egg, it was up to her to decide whether it would live or die. That would be the natural order. Besides, they could sell it well or roast it. He thought in his mind that the girl's answer would be obvious. He jokingly suggested that the egg could also be hatched. A delighted Rina asked if she could do it. While Pochi was carefree catching butterflies, Asley was surprised by the girl's determination. He saw her eyes light up and couldn't help but notice her strong enthusiasm. Asley thought that everyone would like to try to hatch a monster egg. The hero believed that the first person he saw after hatching would become the creature's parent. The familiar would be a relatively high taming rate, since there would already be an affection effect, but they are often stolen, so Asley was worried. In this case, the hatching of the egg would be the result of Rina's kindness. Unexpectedly for everyone, Asley concluded that the girl should not worry, because they have Pochi, who is also very warm. The demon said with displeasure that it was the first time he heard this, but after thinking about it, he decided to focus on this task. And his friends, in turn, should earn good money together. Asley looked at his demon with skepticism. He clearly just wanted to shirk work. However, the hero wondered who killed the dragon. Was it completely human hands? If so, then it was defeated by someone with a very high level and strong skills. The wounds on the body were similar. And all this, despite the fact that a monster of rank A can only be defeated by the joint efforts of a group of about level 60. However, if there was only one person, then his level should be about 100th. And based on the fact that no one took the egg and trophies, one could conclude that the dragon was killed for the sake of bragging about his strength. Asley thought about the swordsmen of the 6 brave men once more. Among them, there were those he knew nothing about. He too could defeat a monster after good training, especially a flying one, which was relatively easy to keep at a distance in battle. Knowing this, the outcome of the battle would be certain. If the title of the bad guys suddenly disappeared, he could afford to try. Here the hero pulled himself away from these thoughts. There was no point in talking about assumptions. It was necessary to do what they could do right now. The familiar called him. Distracted from his bad thoughts, Asley happily declared that the world was big, and it was time for them to go back and earn money. Everyone agreed with him. Asley wanted to carry the egg himself, but Rina, despite the fact that it was heavy, wanted to do it herself. Having said that everything was fine, the girl enthusiastically carried the egg and glowed with happiness. The heroes came to the shop to sell their trophies, the horns of the ballad dragon, as well as its fangs and teeth. The seller estimated that the heroes were able to defeat the 4-winged dragon. Asley replied that he was just lucky, which was technically not a lie. In the end, the seller offered him 38,000 for everything. Asley stood there with a straight face and told the man that he could buy the entire product for 40,000 and still make a profit. The salesman narrowed his eyes slyly and noted that the guy clearly knew his stuff. The hero replied that he had simply done a lot of research. Seeing that the seller was in no hurry to make a decision, Asley began to leave and said that he would try to sell it in another store. But then the man offered him 41,000 gold. The hero was surprised that the seller named a price higher than he himself offered. He explained that it was an apology. If he had taken it for 40,000, he would have stopped considering himself a traitor. In return, he asked to come to him with goods next time. As Asley expected, if not to sell the goods, then in the best shop at the best price, nothing had changed since the last time he bargained. The sun was still high, so there was still some gold to be made. When he finally finished, it was already quite late. Even if you do simple quests 3 at a time, time still runs out. Despite this, there was a queue for a high-rank monster pacification quest in the guild today. The quest was far away, and the compatibility was poor, so they didn't take it. Asley thought that it was difficult to do anything about this situation, but suddenly noticed that he was very cold. He was about to speed up, but suddenly a girl called out to him. She saw Asley from afar and headed towards him. Irene and Teresa stood in front of the mage. They were surprised that he was outside at such a time and alone. The hero replied that he earned a little money in the guild, and his friends had already returned to the hotel. Irene asked what rank the hero was. He replied that it was D for now. The girl was surprised. She thought that the guy could be about C or B level. Teresa, on the contrary, was surprised if the rank was too high for his age. Asley mentally thought that he was actually over 5,000 years old. Irene noted that the hero was quite strong and offered him to join her white faction after enrollment. Asley thought about it. Teresa saw that the hero did not understand what was being said and explained that there were two factions. She and Irene belonged to the white one, and there is also the black faction of Gaston. Asley was surprised. After all, they were teachers. Did this really apply to students too? Irene asked with displeasure if he didn't know the purpose of the Magic University and the quote connection of white and black. The hero thought that he was hearing these names for the first time and didn't remember anything similar. Teresa noted that the factions exist to prepare for the Demon King's invasion. They were created inside and outside the Magic University and the Warrior University to improve and not forget magic and skills, and not to lose to each other in strength. Every year, a friendly match is held. Asley summed it up. They created competition so that no one would be left weak. Irene praised him for his insight, but noted that there were more than just friendly matches on the university campus. The guy thought about it and honestly asked if joining a faction was a mandatory requirement. He didn't want to get involved in the confrontation between them, but apparently it was impossible. One of the girls confirmed his guess and said that on the day of the entrance ceremony, he would have to choose, but not to worry. If he chose the white faction, Irene would give him a warm welcome. At this point, the secretary asked the girls to refrain from enticing students before admission. In her defense, Irene noted that if she had not known the hero, she would not have invited him, because it is easier to follow someone you know. Teresa drooped a little and asked to leave this conversation between them. Asley understood that recruiting before admission could cause problems, so he was not against keeping quiet. He promised to think about the invitation, and only after that did the girls leave. Irene promised that they would see each other soon, and Teresa apologized for the behavior of the second girl. Asley simply wished them good night. Their conversation dragged on. It was late at night. The hero wanted to return before he caught a cold, and almost got the direction of his hotel wrong. When he returned, his friends were sitting on the bed, fully dressed. It was obvious that they had tried to wait for him until the very end, but had accidentally fallen asleep. Asley carefully wrapped them up and thought that they might not have waited for him. After all, there was nothing in that. After that, the hero headed to his room. He hung his cloak on a hook, stood in the middle of the room, and took the staff in his hands. Now, Asley was ready to begin the spell. The hero cast a spell on the storeroom. Perhaps this special magic was something only he could use. Inside this dark space was a room 10 meters long and wide. Inside the space, the location did not exist, and if you put your hand into it, you could get the thing you needed. When this magic is activated, information about the things placed there automatically enters the brain. Thus, you choose what you need, provided that the object has already been placed there. Although it took time to find the dynamite, such situations do happen. As Asley said, there was nothing inside the pantry. It was just a storage place. However, you should not treat it as an ordinary storage room. You must send this magic very carefully. If you fall into the space, there is a chance that you will not be able to return. This body is specially created so that there is no way to check what is inside. In theory, it would be possible if there was someone who used exactly the same magic as Asley. In any case, it didn't look promising, so Asley only activated this spell in an emergency, or after confirming that the environment was completely safe. Now, the hero was sure that visitors would not break in late at night. When he and Pochi lived in the dungeon, he stored all the research data and various junk from there in his storage room. He didn't feel nostalgic because so much was still happening. The gold they earned during the day was a decent amount of money, and it was all thanks to the Ballad Dragon. From this amount, he subtracted living expenses for himself, Rena, and Pochi, and also left some money in reserve. The hero put the rest in the pantry. It was safer than carrying it around. The guy planned to hunt monsters until they got to the university dorm. They decided to take regular quests to kill monsters in the guild. After collecting a trophy from a high-ranking monster, they were filled with anxiety every day that they might. At first, they tried to act as a trio so that it would be safe. But after a while, Rena suggested doing things differently. That day, as usual, they sat down to eat. But Rena finished very quickly and said that she would return first. Late at night, there was a better chance of getting a quest in the city alone. He decided to go himself without asking others, and then told his familiar about it. The hero thought that there was no need to worry about the building in the city, and this was good news. But he was still worried about the girl, so he followed her and noticed something. His student's magical prowess had improved markedly. Even when they worked together during the day, he could catch a glimpse of her prowess. But he was still genuinely surprised. She used support and recovery regeneration magic, and also used the advantage of fast magic to attack with fire and wind magic. In other words, she could control 3 magics at the same time. Although Asley taught her the basics of fast magic, she came up with this method herself. Rena also developed a tactic. She would set up a magic room when there was time, and if time ran out, she would take the monster there to kill it. In emergency situations, the girl used classical forms of martial arts that she learned from Rido and Mana. Asley had less opportunity to teach Rena recently, and it was difficult to do so during missions or actual battles. But even then, Rena would watch Asley's magical commands carefully in battle, and then create her own method of fighting. Asley was sure that the girl was a truly capable mage. Still, no, perhaps Rena could have become a warrior mage, but in any case, everything depended on the girl herself. Asley was looking forward to her future. He decided to monitor her personal assignments every day until they moved to the dorm. March has arrived. The heroes were finally able to move into their rooms at the Magic Academy. Asley and Pochi entered their room. It was quite spacious, but for the total cost of training of 500 gold per month, it did not look rich. In any case, it was not a problem. Asley was ready to use the household items he had grabbed from the dungeon, and if they were not enough, then later he and Rena could go shopping. Pochi looked sadly out the window and thought about how inconvenient it was to not be able to walk back and forth between the male and female dorms. Asley pointed out that if she explained the circumstances, she could try to get permission. Of course, it was a little difficult to do that she would have to be accompanied by a teacher, but there was nothing else she could do. Besides, Asley could always use the magic of telepathic communication. The last time he used it, the girl was very surprised. When Asley first spoke to her, he found Rena's reaction very interesting, but almost immediately she understood how to use this magic, and now she reacts naturally. Besides, Asley was more worried about the nighttime forays because after 7 p.m., anyone who broke the rules was punished with work at the teacher's discretion. Of course, there shouldn't be a problem if they applied in advance, but permission was still given out after a few days, which meant there weren't many applicants. It was annoying. But Asley didn't care much because everything was fine until they discovered it. He was no longer doing this to earn gold. Night had fallen and the hero stood in front of the Adventurers Guild. Entering, he greeted them. Inside, he was met by guild workers who had noticed that Asley was late today. They were passing around various delicacies and beer to the tables located in the back. Asley was planning to get rank C this month, so he had already met everyone in the guild and was sometimes invited to drink. Rena was also popular because she was cute, young, and strong, and had a 3-spell combo. One of the men approached Asley and said that he had received several new orders that evening. His name was Duncan. The hero looked closely at the board until he noticed Irene standing nearby. As soon as he realized who it was, he tried to hide. But the girl immediately asked him what he was doing and called him by name. He turned to her, but since his head was covered with a cloak, he said that she was mistaken, and his name was Frank. Irene replied that he did not need to hide because she had done the same several times. She asked the hero if he had any money problems since he had come here. He quickly replied that there was no problem, since they had saved up some money during their stay in the city. After that, the girl fell silent, and Asley waited for some kind of verdict. A thought popped into his head that perhaps it would be better to leave. But when he decided to do so, Irene proudly declared that she, rank S, had decided to help him. The guy immediately refused. This made the girl blush very much. Even the guild workers who were standing aside pitied her. Asley had already torn off the paper with the task and gave it to Duncan. He asked the hero to try hard today. The guy thanked him warmly. After this, the man blossomed and, putting his hand to his chin, giggled, happy that his help was appreciated. Then he said that he would place an order now. Duncan looked like an older sister. Although he was an older brother, he was the secret of the guild. Although the man seemed a little strange, he was still talented and could handle any difficult work in the guild without delay. Many adventurers trusted him. In addition, since he came for a long time, the number of requests also increased sharply, so everyone around said. While Asley was thinking about this, Duncan had already returned and asked the hero to be careful. Suddenly a scream was heard from the side. It was Irene who angrily asked what task Asley had taken now. Asley was upset that he had not managed to leave in time. Realizing that the hero seemed reluctant to share such information with the girl, Duncan told her that he couldn't tell even a girl from the 6 sages because it was forbidden. And then he wished Ozzy a safe journey. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the guy thanked the guild secretary and tried to hide as quickly as possible. Irene tried to stop him with displeasure. She shouted that she would go with him too, but the hero refused again, and then slammed the door right in front of the girl's nose. She stood there and puffed with anger. Suddenly, another scream was heard. It was Irene who said that if she said she would go with Ozzy, then she would. From that moment on, Irene waited for the hero at the guild every night. She constantly and willfully monitored his work, which greatly irritated Ozzy. Ozzy comes to the shop to sell the fangs, teeth, and horns of the ballad dragon. The shop owner agrees to buy everything for 38,000. Ozzy and the shop owner are haggling over the price. He offers to buy it for 40,000, and he will come out on top. The seller noted that he understands this and asked if this is his specialty. But the hero noted that he has done a lot of research. Ozzy, unable to bear it, is about to leave, but the seller stops him and offers a higher price. Ozzy's loot for 40,000 and in return invites him to come back again. The satisfied hero goes on to earn more. Late in the evening, Ozzy walks down the street and reflects on the past day. Even if you do simple tasks 3 at a time, it takes a lot of time, and despite this, there was a queue for a high-ranking pacification task in the guild. The hero meets Irene and Teresa. They ask what he is doing at this time and where his allies are. Ozzy replies that he is earning money in the guild, and his friends return to the inn. The girls ask about the hero's rank and are surprised when he says he is a D rank. She says he should be a C or B rank. The tall girl is surprised that he is at such a level at his age. Ozzy says in his mind that he is already over 5,000 years old. The girl advises him to join the white faction after enrolling. Teresa explains that there is a black and white faction, and that she and Irene are in the white faction. Irene is surprised that Ozzy is unaware of the purpose of the Magic University and the quote, connection between black and white. This is the first time the hero has heard these names. The girls explain that factions exist to hold friendly matches to prepare for the real battle with the Demon King's army and create competition to avoid being left weak. Ozzy asks if he has to join one of the factions. Irene replies that he will be welcome in the white faction. But the hero does not want to join any of the factions, but understands that he will have no choice. Teresa asks Irene not to recruit anyone to her faction before enrolling. Only then can she choose which faction to join. Ozzy promises that this will remain between them, and he will think about inviting girls. Ozzy says goodbye and thinks about how he needs to go back before he catches a cold. He has been talking to the girls for a long time, and it is already late at night. And then he realizes that he was going in the wrong direction and needs to go to another hotel. The hero arrives at the hotel, where Rina and Pochi are waiting for him. They are happy to see him back. Ozzy says that they could have gone to bed instead of waiting for him. The young magician opens a hidden storage room. It is just a storage place, a dark space 10 meters long and wide. He says that it took a long time to get the dynamite out of there one day. The hero explains the structure of the magic pantry. Ozzy explains that such a pantry should only be opened in a safe place, and that if you get inside yourself, you will not be able to get out. In addition, it is quite difficult to control this magic. Ozzy decides that he has earned enough money for the day thanks to the ballad dragon. The young man puts part of the money he earned in the storeroom and leaves the rest for himself, Rina and Poche to live on, and then he goes to bed. Rina and Ozzy decided to take on missions to kill high-ranking monsters before entering university. They usually work together, but now they have separated. They are afraid that trouble may arise because of their activities. The girl leaves alone. The hero admits that it is easier to get the task in the evening if you are alone. But Ozzy admits to Posh that he was worried about Rana and followed her. The hero says that he noticed how much Rina's magic skills have improved. He taught her a lot, such as recovery and fast magic, but he also noticed that she uses spells that she came up with herself. In addition, the hero noticed that the girl had developed her own combat tactics, using not only magic, but also martial arts. The magician admits that Rina is very capable. According to Ozzy, Rina can become a warrior mage. But he still worries about her and decides to watch the girl closely. And he also admits that Rina's future depends only on her. In March, Ozzy and Poch move into a room in the dorm. The room they got is rather modest, but the heroes are happy. Poch reasons that it is inconvenient to live in different dorms and not be able to freely move from one to another. They can refer to special circumstances, but they will still need to be accompanied by a teacher. The heroes discuss that Asley and Rinna have a telepathic connection, and that in order to communicate, they need permission to visit each other's dorms. They also worry that leaving the dorm after 7 p.m. is prohibited. In the evening, despite the ban, the young magician runs away from the hostel. He says that he still needs to earn money. The hero comes to the tavern, where he is greeted by many acquaintances. Some lament that he is late, others invite him to have a drink with them. Asley refuses all offers. He also notes that Rinna is quite popular. The tavern owner, Duncan, says that he has received several orders for Asley for the evening. Looking at the board with orders pinned to it, the hero notices Irene and tries to hide from her. Irene notices him. Asley tries to convince her that she was mistaken, but she insists that she was not mistaken, that the magician does not need to hide, and that she herself, when she was a student, ran away from the dorm. In addition, she asks if Asley needs money. The hero answers that he is fine. Asley chooses the task and thanks Duncan for his help. Irene wants to help Asley complete the task as an S-rank holder. The hero refuses her help. Duncan assigns a task to Asley. Meanwhile, the hero ponders who the tavern owner is. In addition, Asley hears talk about Duncan not being so simple, and that with his appearance, the number of tasks has increased. Irene tries to find out what task Asley received, but Duncan refuses to answer her despite the fact that she is one of the 6 wise men. Asley says goodbye, and Duncan wishes him luck and asks him to be careful. The girl wants to go with the hero, but he runs away from her, slamming the door in her face. Irene is angry, and the tavern patrons who are watching this scene laugh at her. From that day on, Irene began coming to Duncan's tavern every evening. In addition, she began to go with him on all his missions. The latter did not please the hero at all. Asley, Rinna, and Pochi came to the entrance ceremony of the Magic University. The hall was full of first-year students and their parents. Asley meets an old acquaintance, Dragon. The warrior says he is glad to see a hero, and Asley wonders how Dragon ended up at the university for the ceremony. Dragon answers for him. She says that she has invited Dragon as an honorary guest to give a congratulatory speech to the first years. Dragon congratulates Asley, and he and Irene go to the stage. The hero is unhappy with the attention that has fallen on him, since Dragon is one of the 6 brave men, and Irene is one of the 6 wise men, and Rinna has also attracted attention with her pleasant appearance. Meanwhile, Pochi is chatting sweetly with some girl. Asley notices that Rinna is tense because this is her first ceremony of this kind. The boys and girls sit separately, but the boys still continue to discuss the girl's appearance. The ceremony begins. The students stand up and sing the university anthem, the first verse of which Asley doesn't like at all. Then everyone sits back down. The university director, Tangerhon, is invited onto the stage. The young men discuss the appearance of the director, who looks like an ordinary old man, but is actually an experienced warrior and magician. The director is a master of fire, earth, and air. Asley agrees that he has everything to be the director of the university. Next, Dragon is invited onto the stage as a special guest. Then the newcomers are introduced to the teaching staff. And finally, a representative of the senior years of the university is invited to congratulate them. Foreign, the Black Emperor, speaks on behalf of the current students. The students sitting next to Asley are surprised that he doesn't know who this is. The hero points out that Foreign is very popular. The boys listen to Foreign's speech and discuss his attire and abilities. They say that he is one of the strongest in the Black faction and a possible candidate for the Sage. And Asley wonders if Foreign is dressed in all black because he is in the Black faction, or because he has a black soul. The representative of the first-year students, or Nell, is invited to the stage. And Asley at this moment notices that Dragon is looking at him, and he wonders what he did to attract Dragon's attention. After the ceremony, the students go to class. Poch is unhappy that both Asley and Rinna refuse to be the first-year representatives. Both heroes are among those who scored the highest on the exam. The young mage replies that Rinna refused to be a representative because she lacks courage. She is a strong mage, but her education is not good enough. She can only read and write. He believes that, despite her talent, the girl will have a hard time during her training. Osley watches Rina and says that she will continue to grow and develop in this school, that he does not wish her any other fate. Pache worries that his master will lose his heart. Osley enters the auditorium. Teresa asks everyone to sit at the tables with nameplates on them. Osley finds his nameplate, inserts it into the stand, and Pochi runs up to him. The familiar is very excited and happy that he can go to classes with Osley and Rina. Pochi is beside himself with joy that there is a sign with his name next to Osley's place. He talks so much that the hero asks him to shut up. Osley notices that Rina is also laughing. Pochi says that it is great that he can sit in the same classroom with his student. He says that some things are repeated. New students are introduced to the rules of study and conduct at the university. They are also given a contract to join the white-black connection. Osley reads the contract and understands that by signing it, he will be obligated to follow the rules and ideology of the chosen faction, but they are not written anywhere in the contract. He understands that whoever signs such a contract will have to die if he is ordered to. The hero sees that his friend is also confused by the contents of the contract. She does not know what to do. Osley is very surprised that no one except the two of them has any doubts about the contract. Teresa asks to throw the completed contracts into a white or black box. The hero understands that his fate will be decided when he throws the signed contract into one of the boxes. But Osley decides to make changes to the contract unnoticed. Rina's contract. Rina is surprised by what is happening and screams. Teresa notices this and asks if everything is okay. The magician replaces all the symbols in the points that represent the student with the symbols of the faction. Rina explains to Teresa that she dropped her pen and screamed in surprise. Osley explains that the magic of changing the letter only works if the one making the changes is stronger than the one who made the contract. He remembers that he came up with this spell when he signed the familiar contract with Pochi. He says that he would never sign anything without knowing what it is for. Pochi worries that Rina will get in trouble for falsifying the contract. Osley says that he is worried too, but something had to be done. He stands in line to throw his contract into the box. Osley throws her contract into the white box and thinks about how she will need to take the contracts using magic, and also about how everything becomes more complicated when she has to take care of Rina as well. Rina chooses the black faction, much to Osley's surprise, but she says she would like to fight her teacher in a friendly match. Teresa watches as the students place their contracts in one box or another. The guy representing the freshman is outraged by Rina's comment, and another freshman says that a friendly match shouldn't be underestimated. Osley recalls that after the exam, he was told that each faction would only have one champion from the first years. Meanwhile, the first years had already split up and started to quarrel. One of the students insults Osley, calling him a small fish, and he is outraged at how they can say such a thing to a person who was the best in the class. The student who spoke on behalf of the first years does not believe that Osley got a perfect score. Osley replies that he simply refused to speak on behalf of the first years. Pochi boasts that her master uses a level 100 familiar. Pochi's statement surprises everyone present. Rina is confused, and Osley is pleased that, thanks to Pochi's statement, the students have turned all their attention to him. Teresa calls for everyone to calm down. All the students immediately calm down. Osley believes that the fact that everyone has quieted down so quickly is the effect of the signed contract. The teacher asks Rina and Osley to take their seats. They head to their seats. Osley apologizes to Teresa for what happened. She asks everyone to remain silent again so she can continue her explanation. Osley sits in his place thinking about something. Pochi is also thoughtful. Osley was sent to Irene's office. She shows the amended contract. The teacher is very indignant. Osley is surprised that the contracts have already been examined and his forgery discovered so quickly. Irene laments that he is still a problematic person. But since he joined the white faction, she does not object to his actions and promises to keep everything a secret. The girl says that now Osley owes her a debt and she will have to pay it back if he wants her to keep quiet. In response, the hero says that he thought she would say that, but he promises to answer one of her questions. The girl stands up and it turns out that in the chair, she seemed taller than she actually was. Osley notices that she is even shorter than the chair and that it does not fit. Irene is hurt and indignant. The magician understands that in the future, he must watch his words. Irene began to go on all missions with Asley. Now he spends a lot of time with her. This does not please him, but he adopts her experience. At home, Asley tells the familiar that the problem with the contracts has been resolved. In Pochi, he asks not to shout about it so loudly. At the university, Asley notices Rina talking to other girls as she passes them. Pochi draws his attention to the fact that there is something wrong with his seat in the classroom. The hero finds a magic circle in its place and notices that it is different from the ones he found here before. This is not the first time someone tries to harm him. Pochi asks what to do now. Asley thinks that Pochi looks happy, but at the same time says that he is starting to get tired of cleaning all these magic circles. Asley decides to find the one who made this magic circle. The young magician uses tracking magic, saying that the one who did this needs to be smoked out. A flash appears near one of the students. He can't get rid of it and gets indignant. Asley says that it will disappear soon, and the student screams indignantly and points at Asley. Asley says he used tracking magic. The second student says he knows it's Takali V, a magic used to track down the creator of a magic circle. And Asley suggests trading chairs with the person the flash pointed to. Asley says he doesn't have the courage to sit on the chair with the student's magic circle. The student leaves with an indignant look. Asley says he hopes this will be the end of it. Asley and Pochi have their 5,000th How I Screwed Up discussion and discuss what happened. They recall what happened on the first day at the entrance ceremony. The magician, sitting on a bench next to the cat, dreams that it would be nice to just study and not be distracted by trifles. Pochi is glad that the bullying did not affect Rina. Asley writes down the incident in his diary. He thinks it's important to write it down. Pochi laughs at the title of the diary. At this moment, a dragon flies in with a message from Rina. The dragon's name is Balada. Asley thanks the messenger. The magician asks Balada to be careful on the way back. The dragon flies away, and Asley and Pochi watch him go, discussing how cute he is. The baby dragon hatched from the ballad dragon's egg the day before the entrance ceremony, and Rina was imprinted as the parent, with Asley meeting him a few hours later. Asley woke up from Rina's request, transmitted telepathically. He ran to her as fast as he could, and she asked him to become a daddy for the dragon. The magician became the second parent for the baby. The first two objects that the hatched dragon sees become its parents. Rena says that she wants Pochi to choose a name for the newborn dragon and become its godfather. Pochi says that the first name that came to his mind was Ballad. Asley says that it is trivial, but Rena likes the name. Now Asley is glad that the dragon hatched before the entrance ceremony. It turned out that the dragon belongs to rank A, and may belong to the type of limited invisibility. But the heroes are still worried that Balada may be harmed. She is still trusting and easy to steal. The dragon can only be seen by his parents and godfather, as Asley installed an invisibility circle in Rina's room. Balada flew into this circle and became invisible to everyone else. The heroes unfold the letter and realize that it is more of a report. Rina wanted to share information with Asley. Pochi wonders why she did not tell everything when they met or telepathically. In the letter, Rina said that she had made friends with 2 girls. Asley recalls seeing her in class with 2 friends. He hopes that they don't think badly of him. Teresa reports that the students have a practical lesson today. She also says that Irene has kindly agreed to conduct a practical lesson for the first-year students. All the students are excited that the class will be taught by one of the 6 sages. Irene dismisses Teresa, who leaves saying that she leaves the students in Irene's care. Irene tells the students that she will be their instructor for today's class. Irene says she remembers little of the students from their exams and talks to them as if they were in the army. She demands that the students give her a reason to remember them from this year. The teacher says that the first task will be a flame and remote control spell. Asley guesses what spell Irene is using and is surprised by it. The task is to neutralize the flames, but it is forbidden to go outside and destroy the building. Irene asks the students who thinks they can handle it, and asks them to raise their hand. Irene asks who wants to do her task. She repeats that the flames must be extinguished, but it is forbidden to destroy the building or go outside. Those who wish raise their hands. Rina also volunteers to try, as does Ornell. Irene asks for their names. Asley wonders why she doesn't know the name of the freshman representative, and suggests that she pretended not to remember the name on purpose. The girl answered first, so she gets to try first, but Asley thinks it's a difficult task for her. He suggests that first-year students can only solve this problem one way. Rina tries an earth control spell. Asley thinks that using earth movement to put out the flames might be a good idea. But something goes wrong. The spell doesn't work, but Rina winks at Asley, showing that she was counting on it. Irene says that this spell won't work in class. Asley thinks about how Rina is growing up every day. Asley discusses the difficulty of controlling the magic circle from a distance, while the teacher allows Ornell to try to neutralize the flame. And Asley is glad that Ornell also came up with a solution to the task. Ornell casts a minimal acceleration spell. He manages to put out the flames, and many more people come to try their hand. Irene praises Ornell for completing the task. Asley is the last one who has not tried to neutralize the flames, and Irene calls him by name, which does not go unnoticed. Asley is unhappy that Irene singled him out by calling him by name. The hero is unhappy that the students did not disperse, although those who finished could leave. Asley understands that such treatment is revenge for his misdeeds. Irene is happy with her little revenge. The teacher says that there was a task in the entrance exam that no one except Asley solved. Even Rina and Ornell couldn't cope with it. Irene asks Ornell if he could come up with another solution to the problem other than the one he used. He admits that he can't think of anything else. Irene says it's too bad Ornell has nothing to offer. The teacher asks Rina the same question, and Asley ponders Irene's teaching methods. He doesn't like the way she treats the students. Irene says there's no need to show, just describe. Rina suggests she could use regeneration on herself and jump into the flames. Irene says that's a good idea, and Asley is proud of her student. Irene says that the ability to come up with ideas like Rina suggested can save lives on the battlefield, and gives Asley a special task. She asks him to use a method that is completely different from those the other students have used. Asley thinks that Irene is a very strange teacher. He calls Pochi and asks for some time to think. Asley and Pochi step aside. They discuss which method to use. Irene thinks it would be boring if the mage simply used regeneration on the familiar, as Pochi suggested. Pochi is surprised that his master is using a magic circle that the familiar is not familiar with. He asks the mage what kind of circle it is. Asley does not answer, simply moves on to the next circle. Pochi thinks Asley will use compound magic, Irene asks, displeased. How much longer? Asley says he's almost done. Irene is unhappy that she has to wait so long. And Asley and Pochi are moving from one circle to another. The students are also confused. Pochi is worried that he still can't understand anything, asks to tell him what these magic circles are. And the teacher hurries Asley. The magician answers Pochi that these circles don't do anything. The other students are also unhappy and think Asley is just stalling. They say they have other things to do. Irene asks if he is finished. The hero activates his magic circles. They affect Irene. The other students are surprised and do not understand what is happening. The students examine the circles and try to figure out what they mean. It turns out that all of Asley's magic circles are just scribbles and mean nothing. Irene is unhappy. The magician calls Pochi and leaves. Rina looks after the magician with concern. Irene promises to remember this. Asley is pleased with his victory. Asley explains to Pochi that Irene was on the verge of magical exhaustion, but none of the students noticed, since she is one of the sages after all. He is pleased with his prank. Rina and Asley discuss what happened in the classroom, while the others are still in the practice room. Rina reasons that maintaining the fire took a lot of energy from Irene, and she didn't notice until recently that the circles were draining her energy as well. Rina was able to understand how her teacher acted. Asley is very pleased with her. But Rina says that such an act still does not deserve praise, although it was spectacular. Pochi is unhappy with the way the master called him, and they start to quarrel. Asley shouts that this is not the place or time for a showdown. Rina laughs at the two. Several students enter the room and announce that Irene has given them permission to fight Asley in the practice room. They challenge Asley to a duel. Asley comes to the practice hall, where everyone is already waiting for him. Irene expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that he took so long to come. And Asley thinks that it is not he who is creating problems on the very first day. Irene admires the technique Asley used. She says she didn't expect him to use something like that, and he is surprised at how quickly she recovered her strength. Irene uses transfer magic, and her student ponders what other abilities she has. He admires her talents and thinks that she has other special abilities. Asley says he did not consent to the duel, but the teacher counters that she promised the other students that the duel would take place. She also told them that they could do whatever they wanted if they won, but would never bully Asley again if they lost to him. Irene says that the three who want to fight Asley are the best, after him and Rina. She thinks that this is good because if the best in the class change their attitude towards him, then the rest will treat him better too. Irene says she knows about Asley's situation but insists on a duel, and he has to agree. He says he doesn't want to fight at all, but her promise sounds tempting. Pachi asks if his master can handle the opponents by himself. The mage replies that it will be more impressive if he defeats the opponents alone. Asley touches the familiar's nose and notices an interesting shell around Pochi. Rina guesses that the strange shell is a barrier to protect the spectators. Irene says that the fighters can begin as soon as both sides are ready. Asley's opponents ask him who he wants to fight first. Asley replies that he will fight all three at once. He says that they will finish faster that way. The opponents complain about being underestimated. The girl attacks Asley, and he thinks that his provocation worked. The fighters begin the battle. Asley watches all three opponents. Idea draws a magic circle. Ornell stands aside, as if considering where to begin. One of Asley's opponents uses a magic circle to speed up his staff. Asley thinks it's an interesting move. The idea makes a disgruntled noise. Asley burns the circle of the enemy girl, which she only managed to draw. The second enemy attacks Asley with his staff. The three opponents continue the fight and use a variety of techniques against each other. Rina watches the progress of the duel with fear. Ornell still does not participate in the fight. Asley deflects all of the opponent's attacks, which enrages them even more. Idea does not understand how he was able to deflect her spell. The girl and her companion begin to attack with greater zeal. The hero seriously wounds the girl, and she leaves the fight. Irene interferes with the course of the duel. Pochi is asked to take the wounded woman away, and Irene claims that the move Asley used was not taught in class. The second opponent wonders how Asley is able to fend off their attacks. Another enemy is knocked out by a move invented by the hero himself. Irene says she has never seen these spells used like that. Asley explains to the reader how his spells work. Irene is very unhappy, and Asley does not understand what exactly Irene is unhappy with. And he thinks that he has never used such a combination of spells in front of her. Ornell remains in the enemy line, and he doesn't know what to do. He still stands to the side, as at the beginning of the fight, and doesn't move at all. Something happened to Ornell. He doesn't respond when spoken to. Asley comes to him, calls him by name, but he doesn't react at all. Asley can't understand what happened to him. Asley says that Ornell is unconscious. Irene and everyone else are surprised. Pochi giggles, covering his face with his paw. Asley is carrying Ornell on his back, accompanied by Pochi and Irene. At the same time, Pochi comments on how Asley is carrying Ornell, to which the mage says that it would be better if the familiar helped him. Asley is unhappy that he has to drag Ornell alone, and Irene demands to know what kind of flame he used. The mage replies that it was a special flame. The teacher demands to at least show the spell formula, but the magician refuses, saying that she could remember it. Asley thinks that he should have avoided the increased attention to himself, but nothing can be fixed now. Asley decides to become a mysterious man to get one step closer to becoming a sage. Irene notices his expression and says that when he makes that face, he is thinking about something strange. The heroes reach the medical center. There they are met by the elderly magician. Billy, he jokes that Irene has finally knocked out one of her students, to which Irene replies that she will do it no sooner than she buries Billy. Irene introduces the mages to each other, explaining that Billy is the best restoration magic specialist in the country. Asley explains that Ornell lost consciousness during a practice battle. The restoration mage says that practical combat should not be held in class yet. He asks Irene what is going on. Asley explains that it was more of a personal matter, and the teacher gave permission. Billy asks to put Ornell on the couch. Billy's attention is drawn to the familiar. He asks if it is a wolf or a dog. Asley explains that he forbade the familiar to enter because this is a medical center. Billy allows Pochi to enter the infirmary too. Irene says that Billy loves animals very much. And Billy admires Pochi's appearance. Jors says that he is handsome, The restoration mage praises Pochi's upbringing, and Asley is surprised by this, since he did not train the familiar, and the familiar boasts that he is indeed very well-mannered. Billy invites Pochi to come visit when he is free and promises to cook a treat for him. Asley is hesitant, but decides to ask and turns to Billy. Asley asks Billy to teach him restoration magic, he agrees. Irene is against it, since Asley belongs to the white faction and Billy to the black. Irene is very indignant, and Billy is surprised that this is the first freshman who personally asked for it in class. Irene takes Asley by the hand and says that she will not give him up, and Asley is surprised when he managed to become her property. Irene asks Asley fight with him. Asley is indignant, and Pochi says that the mage has no plans other than to go to the guild and take a couple of quests. Pochi returns to the infirmary to ask for a treat, while Irene drags Asley to the student council room despite his resistance. In the room, Foreign is sitting at the table. Asley and Foreign are surprised and look at each other. Asley greets and introduces himself. Foreign lists Asley's accomplishments, and the latter is surprised by the student council leader's knowledge. Asley is surprised that Foreign even knows that he killed the ballad dragon. Foreign asks if there is a way for the hero to defeat such a monster. Irene thinks that it could be done without a familiar. She thinks that if the familiar's powers are used correctly, it is possible to defeat the ballad dragon. The student council leader continues to talk about the familiar, and Asley doesn't like that he talks about Pochi as if it were a thing. When asked why he was brought here, Irene asks Asley to join the student union. Asley refuses. Foreign asks Asley not to leave, and to listen to him. The hero says that he will not change his mind, no matter what the head of the council says. But Foreign says that perhaps he has something, and takes out some paper from the desk drawer. The head of the council shows Rina's contract. He says that if the forgery is discovered, Rina could be expelled from the university. Foreign asks what they should do now. Foreign says that Rina's contract does not show any falsification, unlike Asley's. Teresa and Irene discuss how the contract was changed. The head of the council admires how Asley changed the contract. Foreign says that he spent 2 days to figure out what was wrong with the contract. And the hero realizes that Foreign has a completely black heart. The student council members explain that there needs to be a balance between white and black magic on the council. Foreign says that after the senior class graduated, the balance was disrupted. Irene says that they will say that he is a talented but troubled freshman, so they want to keep an eye on him. Besides, he is the best in his class. Asley agrees to join the council if he is given Rina's contract. Foreign hands over Rina's contract, saying that he is glad that such a promising member as Asley is now part of the council. In the corridor, the magician's familiar is waiting for him. Pochi is lying on his stomach. He has clearly eaten too much and is having difficulty breathing. Pochi is sick, he can't get up. Asley strokes him. The familiar purrs in response. Asley and Pochi discuss what happened, and together they approach a door. Asley says that he is unlucky. Pochi replies that the mage is not unlucky, he is just pathetic. Ballad jumps out to meet the heroes. She is very upset and asks for forgiveness. The dragon says that she missed the time when she needed to return to the circle of invisibility, and barely managed to hide in Asley's room. Asley calms the upset dragon. He promises that he will help Ballada return to Rina's room. Ballad grows quickly. The heroes remember that she began to fly the next day after hatching, and that the main care was entrusted to Rina. The dragon can already understand human speech, and quickly accepted that her real parents are dead. The hero reveals that the night before the entrance ceremony, he helped Rina enter into a familiar contract and installed a limited invisibility circle in her room. The mage asks Ballada to wait so he can draw a magic circle of invisibility in his room as well. Asley wonders how the little dragon got into their room. Pochi replies that he definitely locked it before leaving. Ballad explains that she can use interference magic to get where she needs to go, and Asley draws a magic circle of limited invisibility in her room. The heroes check the effect of the circle. The Ballad flew into the circle, but Asley, like Rina, still sees it. Then he asks the dragoness to look in the mirror, but she is not reflected in the mirror. The dragon says goodbye and flies away. Asley says that Ballada can't be sad for long. Pochi is touched by how cute the dragon is, and Asley says that he will take some food and go to the guild. The hero has received a new task and is walking along a deserted night street. Then he turns off it towards a vacant lot. a silhouette is visible in the darkness. Asley finds the monster and completes the task given to him. He reaches the next level. The magician studies his notes. Irene looks over his shoulder. Asley is outraged that she doesn't even help him, so why would she know what's next? The girl is outraged that Asley can kill any monster in one go, and asks what's next. On the way, Asley tells him that he recently met an ogre fighter. Irene replies that it is a B-rank monster. The heroes discuss that there are many monsters in the area, and they are gathering in groups. Irene wonders if there has been any research in this area. She asks Asley if he has made any observations. The mage replies that there is nothing concrete. Irene doesn't believe him. But then she changes the subject. She asks if Asley will get the next rank soon. He answers that the result will come this evening. The heroes discuss the differences between ranks and how much the rewards for completing tasks will increase. Asley dreams that if his rank increases, he won't have to work so much. Irene wants to gain Asley's trust. She wonders how he manages to juggle guild assignments and university studies, plus work on the student council. The magician thinks that it would have been great to have been born earlier, when it was fashionable to graduate from university early, but then he would not have met his loved ones and friends. The mage thinks that he still occasionally contacts Rhine. Asri hopes that his studies and work on the student council will help him unravel the mysteries of his past. The mage recalls the events that happened before enrollment, and considers the requirements for participating in the festival in the capital. He believes that participating in the festival may be useful for achieving their goals. The hero remembers that he turned to Teresa and Irene for information, but they could not help him, and comes to the conclusion that this information is hidden even from the sages. Asley continues to walk. He ponders what the messenger of God told him and what he should do next. He thinks that he heard or read somewhere that there is a connection between the Demon King and their dungeon. The mage thinks that he still has a lot of things to do. Irene notices the ogre and says that he needs to be dealt with. The ogre is defeated. The heroes return to the tavern, where Duncan reports that Asley has passed the exam. Now he has a stable income, but he can visit the guild less often. At the tavern, the innkeeper calls Asley over hose, saying that there is a conversation. Duncan says that he has a nomination job for Asley. The nomination task is to find the labyrinth. The group sent to search did not return, so a new one is assembled. Asley believes that since he is entrusted with this task, he has earned Duncan's trust. Duncan reports that the fee is 15,000 gold. The mage decides that a difficult task would be useful. He agrees to try. At the student council, Asley meets a very attractive girl, who starts a conversation with him. Asley is a little confused by such attention. The girl flirts with the mage. She asks if there's anyone Asley likes, and says that the white faction representatives on the council are so boring. During the conversation, Danae keeps touching Asley. The magician asks why she does this. The girl does not answer, but continues to openly flirt. Irene enters the room. She sees that Darea is almost sitting on her knees in Asley, and Asley does not know how to push the girl away. Irene throws Darea out the door. Irene is outraged by Darea's behavior and scolds Asley for his inaction. She says that he must like girls like that since he didn't resist. The question of age comes up between the characters. Irene says that Darea is 2 years older than Asley, thinking that he is 16. Asley asks her age. He says that she often acts like someone who is much older, and that she easily communicates with Billy. Asley is starting her nomination task this evening. The heroes discuss the labyrinth, and Irene says that she cannot go with Asley. She must attend the Council of 12. She also tells Asley to be careful. The hero says that if he dies, he will appear as a ghost at Irene's head. Asley says goodbye to Rinna and asks her not to quarrel with Pochi. He says that he will not be around for some time. Asley asks Rinna to try to be diligent as well, and wishes her luck in her practical classes. He thinks about Irene being upset about something during their farewell. Pochi is fast asleep, but it's time for the heroes to go out. Asley will be his loud cry. Pochi suddenly wakes up and jumps up. Asley says that the familiar is simply the king of snorers. Pochi grumbles resentfully at his master for rudely waking him up. Asley tickles his familiar and grumbles that his title of fool is because of Pochi. He believes that the title haunts him because Pochi thinks of him that way. The heroes sit and talk about how people always try to shift responsibility onto others, and that one must do everything opposite to what is written in the sage's diary in order to become a sage. The mage and his familiar arrive at the meeting place. There is no one there yet, and the heroes wait near the city gates for the others to appear. The heroes stand there, not knowing what to do with themselves. Pochi grumbles that they are too early. The mage and the familiar yawn at the same time, and argue about who infected the other with a yawn. Pochi hears the clanking of metal and smells blood and oil. The heroes are approached by their labyrinth search companions, all of whom are A rank. These are 2 guys and a girl. Their names are Brutus, Blaze, and Betty. They come up to each other exchanging jokes and barbs. Brutus introduces himself and his friends. Asli introduces his familiar. Asli, these 3 seem to be experienced and strong warriors. Asli thinks that he is not experienced enough to be among the 6 wise men. Brutus asks how they are going to go. Blaze distributes who follows whom. The mage is asked to go in the middle. Asli understands that he is immediately included in the battle formation. The mage understands that he is still being assessed and watched. Asli thinks that this will be a good experience, as he has no experience fighting in a group yet. Asli lights a magical light. The warriors admit that it is useful to have a mage in the group. Bandits stand in the way of the 5 travelers, whom the warriors initially mistook for monsters. Asli worries that he did not notice the bandits early enough. The warriors prepare to fight. The fighters divide the opponents between themselves. Blaze takes the 3 middle ones, Brutus takes the 2 on the right, and Betty takes the 1 on the left. Blaze asks Asli to provide support if necessary. The battle begins. The warriors attack the bandits, and Asli supports them with magic. Asli watches the fight, and Pochi notices 5 more bandits behind him. The familiar enters the fight and asks Asli to support him with magic. The mage notices that there is an archer among the bandits, which could be a problem. He attacks the archer and his companions. Realizing that they could not defeat the united group of warriors, the bandits ran away. Brutus asks who they were. Blaze says that, most likely, it is the Laughing Foxes, a gang that operates in these parts. Brutus says that Betty's opponent was very strong. The girl confirms his words, but says that with the support of Asli's magic, she had a chance to win. Pochi boasts that his 5 opponents were also strong. Brutus is pleased with how the mage helped in the fight, but the heroes decide to move forward with more caution. Brutus asks the mage if he can help the wounded if necessary. Blaze is also pleased with Asli as a candidate proposed by the guild. Brutus talks about how each battle has its own flow. Asli listens attentively and thinks about how he can learn a lot on that trip. The heroes plan to come to the labyrinth at night. They decide to maintain formation but increase the distance from each other. In addition, it is decided to move quickly, since the group has little time. The party continues their journey across the field. Asli once again lit the magic ball to illuminate the way. Asli feels very tired. He thinks that the confrontation with the people took a lot of strength. Pochi sees that something happened to Asli. Pochi is worried about his master's condition. Asli says he is tired and nauseous. The familiar tells Blaze that the mage is completely exhausted. Brutus apologizes for slowing down to their usual pace. He suggests they rest in the shade of the trees that are visible in the distance. Betty offers Asli a place to lean on. Asli refuses Betty's help, saying that he can reach the trees on his own. Pochi teases him along the way. Pochi volunteers to stand guard. But the warriors tell him and the mage that they can rest. Asli wonders how Pochi still has so much energy. Asli tries to conserve water, of which he has little, and reflects on the fact that the closer to the capital, the more monsters and robbers. He thinks that he underestimated this campaign and overestimated his strength. Brutus offers the mage his flask and says that things will get easier from here on out. Asli thanks him. The warrior says that the road to the capital goes further and they need the one that branches off from it. Blaze says that the path is still dangerous. Then he replaces Brutus at his post. Blaze asks if it is possible to light the way a little ahead of the group with magic. Asli replies that the orb illuminates a limited space, but it would be possible to light 2 such orbs. It is decided that Asli will focus on lighting the road, and the warriors will take over the surveillance of the situation. Pochi jokes that Asli has screwed up again, and Betty says that he will get used to it and learn. Betty says that she was like Asli in the past. Blaze asks everyone to be ready, to leave in 5 minutes. The squad then moves under 2 glowing balls, one of which illuminates the path ahead. But the warriors and the mage still maintain battle formation. The squad approaches the labyrinth. At the entrance to it stand two terrifying-looking statues. The heroes decide to begin its exploration the next day, and for now to sleep in turns. Blaze talks to Pochi about whether familiars can survive without sleep. Pochi says that sleep or not does not affect his body. Asley listens to the conversation and draws a magic circle. Blaze asks what it is. The mage replies that it is not really a magic circle. He is just trying to understand the Academy's research. This is the magic of transition in space, which many magicians have long dreamed of creating, and Irene is working on it. In her office, Asley saw that she had made quite a lot of progress in her research. This spell requires a combination of sorcery and magic, which is very difficult. Irene also understands that in practice it will be impossible to use ordinary spells. Asley explains that you first need to transform it into magic using the 4 basic elements, and then use the circle to restore it. The magician says that for this you need to use illusion magic and fire magic, and for this you need to use compound magic circles. And the body will materialize from the flame. Asley says that this is all just a theory, and that he only recently came to this conclusion. He says that he could try, but Pochi interrupts him and says that he disagrees. The mage is indignant that he didn't even finish speaking. Poch responds that he already knows that nothing good will come of this. Blaze laughs at the squabble between the mage and the familiar. In the morning, Asley is the last to wake up. Blaze has already managed to go on reconnaissance inside the labyrinth. Pochi and the others wish Asley a good morning. The squad moves on. Brutz laughs that they plan to use the mage to his full potential, so he needs to keep his chin up. To which Blaze says that this applies to Brutz himself too, and he needs to keep his chin up too. Blaze leads everyone to a labyrinth that needs to be explored, and from which no one has ever returned. Asley thinks about how the commander should keep an eye on everyone, but at the same time, the others keep an eye on each other. Warriors shout the slogan, "If death is on my side, I will not fear for my life." Asley and Pochi happen with surprise. The mage and familiar repeat the slogan after the warriors. Blaze, Brutes, and Betty look at them with approval, and the squad enters the labyrinth. At the entrance to the labyrinth, Asley stops and thinks. He thinks that this is another step towards his goal. The magician doubts and does not take a step forward, does not enter the labyrinth, Pochi calls him. The familiar urges the magician and pushes him into the labyrinth. Pochi and Asley enter the labyrinth. Asley grumbles, and Pochi runs away, saying that the mage will be the very last one. Perhaps this is how the mage and his familiar were supposed to make their move. An hour has passed since the squad descended into the labyrinth, and has already fought several monsters. Brutes asks Asley who was in the previous squad. The magician replies that there were 3 warriors and 2 magicians in the squad, all rank B. The warriors encounter only low-ranking monsters, and discuss what happened to the previous group. There is only one road from the entrance, but there are no traces of the previous group on it. The squad came to a dead end, at the end of which they found a grate with a keyhole, and a treasure behind it. The warriors and the magician are wondering what to do now. Blaze tries to break the bars with the help of the mage, but he fails. Blaze only nicks his sword. Pochi seems to understand why they can't break the bars. Pochi and Asley conclude that it is dorinium steel, a very strong ancient metal. Betty says that the grate is then worth more than the treasure behind it. Asley suggests digging a tunnel under the grate. The magician suggests Brutsu dig. He is indignant. But Betty says that he is better suited for this job than anyone else. Pochi and Osri argue, and the others make fun of them, saying that they look like an old couple, even though they are very young. Pochi is surprised by this comparison. Pochi cries. Blaze urges everyone to start digging. The squad gets to work. Brutz is breathing heavily. He dug the tunnel in 2 hours, but he is very tired. Everyone praises him, and he asks Betty to carry him on her back. Betty refuses to carry Brutz. Blaze allows Brutz to rest while the others retrieve the treasure. Pochi says that they are friendly to each other. Brutz is very tired, but Blaze does not allow him to rest for long, saying that he will have to leave the grate in place and that he must return. Brutz jokes that it would be nice to sleep first. Blaze says they need to go back. Brutz jokes that, of course, how could he forget? The squad senses a movement of air. The exit must be very close. The way back seems faster and easier to everyone. Pochi says that it is understandable, because they did not meet any more monsters. Brutz stops them right at the exit. The exit from the labyrinth is surrounded by bandits. These are the same bandits who attacked them on the way to the labyrinth. The squad is thinking about how to get out of the labyrinth surrounded by bandits. After all, the squad is inferior in numbers, but the magician thinks he knows the way. Asley suggests that Pochi act as bait while the others escape. Pochi is outraged by this suggestion. Blaze says that they will fight to the death, if not to win, then to weaken the opponents and make the path easier for the next group. Blaze asks the mage if he has any ideas. Asley is seriously suggesting that Pochi act as bait. Blaze asks what their plan is. The magician explains that the warriors must buy time so that he can draw a magic circle, and Pochi, with the help of Toe's magic, will enter the battle to help them. Asley says that the warriors will have to protect him so that he can draw the magic circles. The squad takes a defensive position and enters the battle. Blaze says that they trust Asley and that he can act calmly, and the mage thinks that the enemy outnumbers them, and they need to hurry. The warriors enter the battle. Asley is pleased they are buying him time. He sees that the fighters are not just holding the line, they have driven the bandits from their position. Brutz, Blaze, Betty, and Pochi fight the bandits. Betty saves Brutz from being hit by a blade. She kills the bandit who wanted to attack Brutz from behind. He thanks her. The leader of the bandits says that the main thing for them is to capture the magician, that they are losing, but still outnumber the squad. Brutz cuts through 2 bandits at once. Blaze and Betty fight their opponents no less fiercely. The fight continues. Betty is wounded in the leg by an arrow. Bruce fights with his last strength. Asley sees that Pochi is seriously wounded. Asley activates the magic circles. Betty and Brutz watch in surprise at their effect. The bandits are defeated. The leader tries to get to his feet, but Asley warns that it could be dangerous for him. Blaze asks how long the magic lasts. The squad recognizes the leader of the bandits. It is Mouse, the leader of the Laughing Foxes. They saw him on the poster. Blaze interrogates Mouse about the previous group. The bandit says that Blaze already knows what happened to them. Pochi is unconscious, Betty is sitting next to him, and Blaze is about to execute the bandit leader. When something happens, a beautiful girl appears next to Mouse. She is armed and helps Mouse escape. The team is left standing in confusion. Bruce and Pochi need help with their wounds. Asley decides that he needs to help his familiar first. He approaches him. Pochi tries to speak, but the mage asks him not to waste his energy on it. Pochi's internal organs are damaged. The mage uses a holy life barrier to heal him. Betty, who is sitting nearby, feels warmth. The mage explains that he is using the powers of the earth to heal Pochi. Asley treats Brutz's leg. Blaze says that since Brutz is fine, he is on guard duty. Brutz is indignant. Pochi has fully recovered and is noisily happy about it. The mage explains to Brutz that the familiar needed help more, which is why he healed him first. Brutz agrees that Pochi was in more pain. The party returns safely to the city. They hand over the loot to Duncan and say goodbye. The mercenaries go their own way, and the mage and familiar theirs. 4 days have passed since the squad returned from the labyrinth. Asley returned to his studies at the university. But he is bored in his studies. Blaze, Brutz, and Betty serve in the city's stronghold. Pochi's dreams. Telepathically, he sees Pochi trying to treat him to used oil in his dreams. Noticing that Asley is not listening, Teresa asks him a question. Asley answers the question easily. Teresa interrupts, saying that he has answered enough. She continues her lecture on the Dark Elves. She explains that only Gaston, one of the sages, knows how to use sorcery. For the rest of the lecture, the mage reflects on his current situation, but notices that Rena had the good sense not to tell him what kind of magic Asley uses. Teresa says that Irene has summoned the mage to her. The latter asks if the mage has time tonight. Asley replies that he is busy this evening. Asley and Pochi enter the room and introduce themselves. Pochi copies Asley's behavior, intonations, and mannerisms. Irene, Billy, and another person are sitting at the table. The third person present turns out to be Gaston, one of the 6 sages, a great flame mage. Billy says that this is his favorite place, Gaston's. Billy, Gaston, and Asley are talking, but the latter feels that the atmosphere in the room is heavy. The hero begins to tell that he bought his staff in one of Gaston's shops. Asley tells of a staff he bought at one of Gaston's shops, on the recommendation of a salesman. Gaston thinks Asley has a gift for gab, and Irene counters that he is faking his friendliness. The hero does not understand why he was invited, and this worries him. He remembers that Billy and Gaston are in the black faction, while he and Irene belong to the white. Asley learns that Gaston, Billy, and Irene all went to college together, and that Irene has not aged because she has found a way to stay young. Gaston grumbles that Irene is not going to die young, and Irene says that she is not going to die at all. The girl says that she plans to synthesize the dew of eternity. Billy calms down the arguing Irene and Gaston. Everyone looks at Asley, and he feels uncomfortable. The heroes change the subject. Gaston wants to ask Asley about ogres. Irene explains that they are talking about the ogre they saw together on a guild mission. Gaston asks Asley about the ogres. He asks if it is true that the ogres acted together. The hero says that this is just his guess. Gaston says that he does not mind guessing. Asley says that most ogres act alone, but when a leader appears among them, they can unite into groups. Asley says that he thinks such a leader may have appeared. It turns out that Billy encountered a pair of ogres near the city while Asley was in the labyrinth. They were a fighter ogre and an imperial ogre, but they were working together. The hero thinks that since ogre squads are appearing in the area, it means that the city may be attacked. Asley learns that a punitive operation is planned and that the city of Balan will be guarded by a warrior university. The sages also plan to use the devotion doll to find the ogres, meaning they are the Demon King's servants. Irene says they plan to set out once they have gathered enough people. The senior mages want Asley to participate. Irene says he is familiar with ogre behavior, he is a member of the student council, he has a level 100 familiar, and he is a B-rank adventurer. That is enough. Asley's indignation that he did not give his consent, he is told that they do not have the luxury of time to wait for him to agree. At this point, the conversation ends. Asley returns to his dorm room and ponders his meeting with 3 of the 6 sages. He is very tired, but he continues to ponder, thinking about how he is being put under too much pressure. The mage and the familiar argue over Pochi's behavior at the meeting. Pochi only chewed and said nothing at the meeting. Asley is outraged by this. He is going to sleep, but still wonders why the ogres suddenly became active. Asley ponders how the situation will develop further, whether the 6 wise men and the brave men will cooperate, and what this all means for him. He also remembers Foreign, and believes that he will be the next wise man. The hero lies awake, and remembers the story of the battle with the Demon King from the past. He thinks that it is good that the members of the S-rank guild can defeat S-rank monsters. The mage falls asleep thinking that the 3 sages already have a plan. Pochi understands without words what his master is thinking, explaining that they have been living together for a very long time. The familiar recalls that his master once even conducted a study on this topic. Asley recalls researching what partners can understand about each other without words. These are preferences, ideas, and habits. Up to 0.003% can be understood simply by observing. Finally, the magician falls asleep. Pochi straightens his blanket and wishes him good night, and falls asleep next to him. Blaze, Brutz, and Betty see an advert for an ogre hunting party. The advert states that Asley has been appointed as the strategist. The warriors are debating whether to join the squad since the reward is small, but they would be interested in participating. They also want to work with Asley again. There is a hubbub in the classroom. His classmates demand an explanation from Asley as to why he is participating in the ogre hunt alongside the representatives of the sages. They demand that Asley stop pretending not to hear and answer them. Rinna sees that Asley is not bothered by the noise around him. He sits with his eyes closed, as if he is meditating. Rinna is worried about him, but inside, the magician is furious that his name was included in the ad. He thinks he agreed to participate, but not to have his name included in the ad. Irene appears and begins the next lesson. She asks everyone to take their seats. Asley thinks that he is saved. Ornell demands an explanation from Irene about why Asley was appointed as the strategist of the punitive detachment. The teacher is outraged that the students dare to doubt the decisions of the sages. Irene says that the students should watch their words, that they should understand the difference between Asley and themselves. The hero himself thinks that she is too strict with the teenagers who mainly make up the course. The teacher scolds Asley for not responding to the other students. He replies that he was just thinking about what to reply. The girl says that he should have prepared in advance, and Asley counters that he did not know that his name would be included in the announcement. The teacher says that it is obvious that the familiar will also be on the battlefield. Irene uses a magic circle that is unfamiliar to Asley, but looks like his storeroom. A sparrow appears in the room. The mage and his familiar are surprised, and Irene asks what's wrong with the sparrow being her familiar. Asley ponders how the magic circle for summoning a familiar works. He reasons that this is probably why other mages don't have familiars around them. And Pochi demands to roast a bird. Asley meets Foreign, who is also on the punitive expedition. Foreign says he should have known Asley was in the adventurer system, but he thinks that's to be expected from Asley. Foreign says that today's students are the future of the university. Asley grumbles that the head of the council always smiles so strangely. Asley also discovers that he is not the only freshman on the expedition. Blaze, Brutes, and Betty are happy to meet Asley. They say that they haven't seen him for a long time and that a lot has happened to him. The magician replies that he himself didn't expect much. Brute says that's what they thought. Irene approaches the fighters. Brutz asks who the little girl is. Blaze apologizes for him and says they are looking forward to working with her. Asley introduces the warriors. Irene expresses her doubts about Brutz, but the mage is ready to vouch for them. The teacher invites them, asking if it is true that they are all A rank. After their affirmative answer, she asks the warriors and the mage to go with her, since there are not enough squad leaders with the required rank. Blaze, Brutz, and Betty, among others, are appointed as squad leaders. Besides them, squad leaders include Irene, Foreign, Red Sword, Gaston. The warriors meet Gaston and Red Sword. Blaze explains to Asley that Red Sword's nickname refers to the blood of slain monsters. Gaston notices that Foreign has an arrogant air and introduces himself to him. Foreign is full of pleasantries. Then he asks Asley to explain the route. The squad leaders discuss the situation and the information Billy has obtained using the devotion doll. They then assign tasks to the squads. The commanders notice that their squads have a lot of students. Irene says that they have little experience in real combat. Foreign says that it seems that his squad has a lot of students too. The first 3 squads go into battle first, with the others providing support. The first squad leaders are Irene, Blaze, and Brutes. Betty commands one of the squads, providing cover. Brutes doubts that the students will be able to defeat the Imperial Ogres. But Gaston believes that with the help of Gaston and Billy, they can do it. Asley thinks that the main target should be the king. The squad sets out, but has not yet seen the ogres. Irene moves in the vanguard of the wax. Irene inspires her fighters. She rides on a horse before the wars and makes a speech. The warriors shout joyfully. Irene sees the enemy. Asley is surprised that Erin has come forward early, and Gaston says that this is her way of fighting. She commands the warriors to attack. Blaze and Brutz's troops also join the battle. Foreign promises to support Irene from behind. Irene says that magical support is required from them. The squad stopped when they saw the ogres. Foreign says that there is nothing to be afraid of, they must continue the fight. He dismounts from his horse. Every 10th of the ogres is an Imperial Ogre. Foreign thinks that the battle with the ogres has begun, but their king and queen are not yet in sight. Erin uses Veter magic. Ogres enter battle mercilessly. They spare neither their own nor their opponents, tearing, chopping, and killing indiscriminately. Irene says the magic seems to be reducing the ogres' numbers, but it doesn't seem to be scaring them at all. But she thinks it will at least slow them down. Billy starts to act too. Brutz's warriors join the battle. He himself is one of the first to reach the ogres and fights them. He rushes to help the wounded warrior. Brutz and Blaze catch the attention of the sages with their courage and fighting skills. The two were able to regroup and did not even receive a single scratch. Brutz and Blaze lead their troops into the attack. Pochi shouts at them to do their best. The warriors fight shoulder to shoulder. The two warriors stand back to back and begin to fight. The ogres advance on them. Brutz asks Blaze not to die, to which he replies that he does not need to be asked to do so. Asley hears strange cries. Gaston says that they have finally moved the back rows. The battle between humans and ogres continues. Ogre forces appear. Gaston orders Billy and Betty to go with their troops. He also asks Foreign to be on guard and not to spread his forces too thin. Irene orders to regroup and help the wounded. and also demands to make room for the passage of the 7th squad. Blaze and the squad continue to fight and even move forward. Ogre King appears, shouting and encouraging his warriors. Ogre King is huge and very strong. He enters the battle and the people stop. He cuts the warriors of the squad in twos, which terrifies those nearby. People jump back in fear. People run in terror from the Ogre King. Betty finds herself face to face with him. She stands there, confused, looking at him. Someone calls her name. The girl is left alone with the king of the ogres. She enters into battle with him, but retreats. Irene orders them to close ranks, with Blaze, Brutes, Betty, and Red Sword in the first. Red Sword says that they can't handle it alone. The 4 warriors agree on how to act together. They must begin the battle on the signal. They plan to hold off the huge ogre together. The warriors attack the ogre. Irene shouts at Billy to support them. Billy casts restoration magic on them. Under the cover of such a shield, they run towards the ogre. Blaze, Brutz, and Betty manage to exchange jokes during the fight. Betty worries that her arms will be too pumped up. Billy continues to support them with magic. Irene reports that the Ogre Queen is also joining the fight, accompanied by Imperial ogres. The teacher uses magic, causing a bright glow to appear. The ogres are advancing. Gaston says that they should join the fight too, to support Billy. Pochi wishes them luck. Foreign is ordered to cover Billy's squad, while Gaston, Asley, and Pochi ride forward. The vanguard is ordered to hold off 3 more attacks from the Ogre King. The commanders confirm the orders. Ogre Queen walks towards Gaston and Asley alone. Gaston says that she didn't die because of her level. Pochi shouts that it's the Ogre Queen. Gaston uses the 8 corners barrier. Pochi says he is stronger than his master. Asley can only use the 6 corners barrier. The sage tells Asley to join the fight as well. Cracks appear in Gaston's barrier. Asley won't take action. Gaston gives him the order to engage in combat. Asley and Pochi engage in combat using magic. Gaston grumbles that Asley is doing nothing to end the fight already. Asley thinks that even if it's just a joke, he doesn't like it. He uses health-reducing magic. Now the hero uses acceleration magic, surprising Gaston. The latter asks if they have time for this. Pochi replies that this is just the beginning. The queen is rapidly losing strength. Asley explains that the spell initially takes away 10 points per second, but with acceleration, it takes away 100 per second. Gaston orders Asley and Pochi to finish off the enemy. The familiar finishes off the queen. Asley is surprised that Gaston was able to control his familiar. Then the mages see that Irene needs help. Gaston says that he will go to help her. Billy supports the fighting warriors of the party, and Blaze, Betty, Brutz, and Red Sword continue to repel the attacks of the ogres. Blaze grumbles that they were told to hold off the enemy 3 times, and they have already repelled the attacks 10 times. The warriors see a flash. Blaze says that it will not bring anything good. Irene orders everyone to retreat, except for A ranks. The fight continues. Blaze, Brutz, Betty, Red Sword attack the enemy. Irene tells everyone to close their eyes. She blinds the enemy. Gaston gallops into battle, pulling Asley along with him, who complains that he is only a B rank. Gaston replies that it makes no difference. Brutz is one of the first to attack. Blaze, supported by the mages, fights the ogres. Tay Tuan Has. The battle is fierce. The ogres scream in rage. Betty and Red Sword also continue to attack the opponents. The mages support the warriors. Billy and Irene work together. They attack the Ogre King. He falls to his knees. Irene shouts that the Ogre King has already regained his sight. Gaston uses the barrier of 8 corners again, but says that it will not hold the king back, and it is Irene's turn to act again. Asley uses the barrier of 6 corners and a rain of glittering swords. Gaston is surprised that a young man of his age can use the barrier of 6 corners, but he demands that Asley show everything he can do. Billy and Asley watch Asley. His barrier has stopped the Ogre King. The warriors see this and rush to secure their success before the barrier collapses. The Ogre King is already very weak. The commanders realize that their forces are also at their limit. Gaston notices that Asley is not participating in the battle, but is drawing a complex magic circle. The old mage cannot understand what this circle is and what Asley is planning. Pochi asks what Asley is going to do, finds out, and starts a spat with the master. He is unhappy that they will use the acid from his stomach. Asley says that no one will pay attention to Pochi. Asley replies that he will use the acid anyway. Gaston asks the hero and his familiar to hurry up and join the fight. Asley tells Pochi to perform an airstrike. Pochi grumbles that it will ruin his claws. Gaston and Irene hold the monster back so Asley can use his magic. They say they won't last long. The warriors are also holding on with all their might. Asley tries not to rush, he needs to concentrate. Irene shouts for Asley to activate the spell already. He does so, everyone is surprised by what happened. The warriors do not understand what happened. Irene and Billy try to figure out what kind of magic this is. The dragon, released by magic, attacks the Ogre King. Brute screams that he will crush everyone. Pochi screams that everything is fine, because it is his stomach acid. And Asley will be surprised that just recently, his familiar was unhappy with the fact that his acid was used in magic. Both the sages and the warriors are amazed by the effects of Asley's magic. Betty says that one should not underestimate Pochi's gastric juice. The sage is surprised that Asley is knowledgeable in alchemy, and Brute says that he would not have to climb the labyrinths if he could do that. Irene is annoyed and Asley thinks it's time to change the subject. Gaston praises Asley and says that it was probably a very valuable acid, and laughs at Asley and Pochi. Suddenly the Pochi starts to growl. Everyone is confused and asks what happened. Asley understands that everyone is exhausted and tired, and therefore did not notice the danger that the familiar has now noticed. Near the battle site, the squad discovers a very large magic circle. Not a magic circle, but a magic circle. Everyone looks at it in surprise. None of the people can move due to the influence of the magic circle. The guy understands that the circle could not have formed just like that, when suddenly an unknown person in a cloak appears. The stranger notes that the guy has the appropriate powers of observation. He also says that the guy's pet will soon give up and fall like the others. The boy shares his magic with the pet and activates the magic shield. He also inquires about the unknown person's purpose. The guy looks at the unknown person's information and notices a suspicious title. After that, he asks his pet to take everyone out, and in the meantime, he is going to deal with the unknown person. The stranger says that the Ogre King disappointed him, ruined the plan. The guy asks if the king was the stranger's familiar, but he asks to stop empty chatter. The guy starts to attack, but the enemy dodges and strikes back himself. Asley heals and uses magic to distract the enemy, while the pet deftly picks up the guy and carries him away. The pet says that he wants to sleep. The guy says that now is not the time, after which he gives the pet instructions on what to do. The guy uses magic to bring him to close combat. Suddenly the boys are attacked, but the pet asks to be treated later. Asley confidently attacks the enemy, hitting the target straight on. The guy wins, and immediately traps the enemy in a barrier. Finally finishing with the enemy, Asley heals Pochi and thanks him for his help. The guys discuss the words of the unknown man, and the guy says that he can understand him, because the same thing happened to him. Suddenly the enemy woke up, which gave the guy a bad feeling. The guy doesn't understand why the magic circle didn't disappear after the enemy lost consciousness. Asley understands that this is an installation-type magic, to which the enemy asks if the guy can change it. Suddenly, ARVG awakens the zombie king of the ogres, which seriously scares the guys. The guys are trying to calm down and come up with something. The zombie raises the unknown, destroying the barrier. After which, the guy orders the zombies to kill everyone. Suddenly, the zombie eats its summoner, which surprises Asley and Pochi and simply assumes that the monster lacked understanding. The guy thinks what to do and asks his pet to keep his distance from the zombies. The guy is about to release magic and asks Pochi not to touch it. The guy uses magic to draw MP out of the zombie, causing it to weaken noticeably. The zombie isn't going to give up and raises a spear to throw it at the guy. Asley understands that they could die, but they have no time to dodge. The guy opens his eyes and realizes that they are alive, but the zombie has no spear. He wonders why and notices something strange on his body. It turns out to be a storage room that the guy forgot to close, and luckily it saved them by absorbing the spear. The guys come up with a plan, after which they begin to attack the zombies. At the end, the guy uses the barrier, and the zombie disappears completely. The guy clears the area a bit, after which the guys return the residents to their places. Asley comes up with something to say to the others when they wake up. In the end, the guy puts the pet to sleep to make everything look real. Soon, everyone woke up. Suddenly, Asley was asked what super acid was made of, and the guy answered. After this, the guy is asked if he drank the acid, to which the pet answers positively. Now the old man understands why the boy's magic is unknown to him. The boy asks how he understood, to which he is told that the Spinaco were exterminated more than 1,000 years ago. The girl demands that Asley tell them everything. The guy starts listing the ingredients. The girl asks what he's talking about, to which he says that these are ingredients for the cake. The guy says that you need to add some liquid and the potion will be ready. The guy's recipe really surprises the girl. People continue on their way. The pet asks the guy if it is possible to add a title, to which he says that this is a bleak prospect. Asley trains the pet to move into the magic circle, and vice versa. After the move, the guy begins to practice teleporting the pet. The guy starts asking the pet questions, but he gets scared, thinking that he is in another world. As a result, the training ended, and the guy got one step closer to his goal. A girl comes to pick up the guy and they go to class. On the way, Asley asks how the girl is doing. Rina tells Asley about the group of selected candidates. The guy notices that the girl has put on makeup, which makes the girl think that it doesn't suit her. Asley says that she looks very cute with makeup, causing the girl to blush slightly. Rina sits down in her seat, and the guy tells the pet that girls are scary, after which he notices a magic circle. It turns out it was a trap from the best students, but they are very busy and can't deal with the guy now. The group of kids leaves, after which the teacher comes in and begins the lesson. Irene questions the guy, and then says that she has the information he asked for. The girl tells the guy all the information about the investigation, after which he thanks her. Irene says that unfortunately the investigation can no longer continue. The guy thinks that this is enough. The guy asks if there is anyone above the position of the sages and brave men, and the girl tells about the white faction, the black faction, and the ash man. The girl also says that the opinion of the ash one is very important, and everyone should listen to it. Asley thinks for a moment, and realizes that Lloyd, Ishtar, and Gray have all the information. The girl says that for the guy calling them by name, he could have been executed already. The guy also says that he has developed the magic of movement. The girl starts to get angry, because she didn't need the result, but the research report. She asks how much time the guy spent, and the answer makes her even more angry. In the end, the girl demands to tell him everything, and, despite the fact that the guy is very hungry, takes him to the laboratory. While the guy is studying something, Danae starts to stick to him. Foreign stops the girl, threatening that she will be punished. The guy mentions a friendly match, and says he wants to know the ratings of the participants. Asley tells about one of the participants, Ornell. Noticing a weak reaction, he decides to look up information about Foreign. The guy regrets that he looked at this information, but comparing himself with Foreign, he notices that he is not losing to him. Asley realizes that he shouldn't have taken on so much work. He also talks about the other participants in the match. The last participant is Rina, but the guy has not yet appreciated her abilities. Forrest concludes that the girl has received Asley's approval. The next day, an announcement is posted about the decisive battle, in which Rina must fight against the other 3 participants. The girl was very surprised when she saw the ad. Asley and Pochi were about to leave when Rina suddenly stopped them. The girl was full of self-confidence. 3 members show up and notice the announcement, which also shocks them. The guy notices the fighting spirit of the participants and is looking forward to the fight. The match began and Rina came out with a sword in her hands. The situation becomes interesting, and the guy remembers how he told the girl that unusual ideas can be the right solution. Irene appears and casts half of the protective barrier. The remaining half is conjured by Forrest. Pochi asks why there were no qualifying competitions, to which the guy replies that most people recommended him. The fight begins, and the opponent immediately attacks Rina with a thunder strike. The girl attacks Rina, but she uses a magic circle. Rina ends up using the acceleration effect, catching her opponent off guard, and wins the match. The guy notices that the girl used fast magic, which means that the thin sword in her hands is actually a staff. Asley notices that the staff is handmade and thinks that the girl most likely carved it herself. Rina is called a magical swordsman, and the public is surprised that she is holding a staff instead of a sword. Asley believes that his concerns about Rina are in vain. The match begins, and Rina wins again due to the remaining speed effect. The opponent demands a rematch because he considers the match unfair. Irene gets angry and attacks the guy, saying that he lost because of his stubborn and weak character. Finally, the last opponent comes out. It will soon be decided who will become the master's apprentice. The opponent has an advantage because he comes from a wealthy family and owns a fire dragon staff. The staff is made from the horn of a red dragon and has its limit. The guy thinks about what Ornell will do. The guy notes that both rivals are seriously opposed to each other. Osley realizes that Rinna's magic will soon end. The fight begins. Ornell uses several spells at once, while the girl only uses acceleration. The guy uses a spell and starts attacking, but the girl takes the hit. Unexpectedly, he hits Rinna, which angers Pochi. The girl applies the treatment. Meanwhile, Osley allows Pochi to avenge Rinna. Ornell asks if the girl is going to fight back, to which she uses the wind to attack. The girl tries to strike, but her opponent deftly dodges. Suddenly he strikes, causing Rinna to almost fall. The guy attacks the girl, knocking her down, but she doesn't give up and uses healing again. Ornell suggests that the girl give up, as she will soon reach her limit, but Rinna refuses. Pochi starts to panic because he doesn't want Rinna to lose. The girl starts casting a spell, and the guy notices that he has seen this magic circle somewhere before. Suddenly, a dragon appears from the magic circle. It turns out that this is Rinna's familiar, but Osley notes that the familiar has grown a lot since the last time they met. Pochi is happy, because now Rinna can win. Ornell, in shock, asks if this is possible. The guy starts attacking the dragon. Osley is surprised by the boy's fighting power, and decides to look up information about the dragon. The guy looks at the information and notices that the familiar has become advanced. The guy envies the girl, because her familiar is more obedient than Pochi. The girl decisively asks Ornell a question about Osley. The crowd was shocked for a second and looked back at Osley. The guy realized that the girl had probably accumulated stress because Ornell had bullied Osley. The dragon greets his friends, while Ornell is not going to give in and uses a shield. The girl begins to take revenge and uses acceleration on the dragon, after which it attacks. Ornell barely holds back the attack using the explosion. Rinna doesn't hesitate and attacks again, hitting the guy. The boy was about to attack, but suddenly the dragon almost grabbed him. The match ends with Rinna's victory. The crowd rejoices. Osley notes that Rinna's familiar is very strong and wonders how Pochi will fight him in a month. But Pochi is sure that the guy will do something. The company gathers at a bar for drinks. He discusses the match and notes that Rinna tried her best. The guy's friend remarks that Rinna will grow up to be a beauty, but Pochi distracts the guy by discussing a plan against Balada. The guy asks his friends if they will go and cheer for him, to which they are surprised because they thought that Rinna would participate. In the evening, Osley and his friends slipped away somewhere. Now the guy asks his friend to tell him why. The guy doesn't understand where his friend is leading him, and lists all the possible options. A friend takes a guy to the red light district, to which the guy is very surprised and embarrassed, saying that he is still a virgin. The friend promises that he will arrange everything. The guy is happy that he will be able to study the structure of living human skin, but this is not what the friend had in mind. The guy is a little downcast and admits that he wanted to give it to his ideal girl the first time, but she never showed up. A friend asks Osley to tell him more about his tastes. The guy thinks for a moment and then lists his demands. A friend says that a guy can unexpectedly find such a girl very close by. Osley doesn't understand which girl is being talked about. By that time, the guys had arrived at the scene. Osley is surprised when he calls the neighborhood Hanamati, to which his friend says that this name is already outdated and leads him further. The guy notes that even though the city is colorful, people still work there. Finally, the guys come to the right establishment and go inside. Osley is a little nervous, to which his friend says that there will be a serious conversation first. The guys stay in the room, and the friend says that Osley could have been denied entry due to his age, but he negotiated for him. A friend also notes that women are courted rather than bought. The door opens, and a beautiful lady with curvaceous forms and two little assistants enters the room. The guy introduces his friend and asks to take care of him. The girl and assistants introduce themselves to the guy. Osley notices that the girls look small. The girl notes that soon they will grow to the right age and will be able to accept clients, which surprises the guy. The girl giggles at the guy's surprise and says that he is kind. The friend gets straight to the point and explains in more detail about the quarter. He also says that most of the women were sold to this house by their relatives, and some simply had nowhere else to go. Osley asks what is the best thing to do to get out of the house, to which the girl replies that the only way out is ransom. The girl sends the girls for sake, and she tells the guy that for these two the amount is twice as much. The girl also adds that she doesn't know whether the owner will allow her to buy these girls, but her friend says that it's not a problem. Osley asks for a little time to think about everything, to which his friend apologizes and says that he is counting on him. Just then, the girls bring sake, and a friend suggests that they continue enjoying it for now. Pochi calls the master a pervert and asks for the master of those days to be returned. The guy asks him to listen, and tells Pochi to retell what he said. The guy explains that he wants to save the children, and Pochi offers his own options for saving them. Rina suddenly appears, and the guys congratulate her on winning the match. But the girl decides to join the guys over a cup of tea and asks what they were talking about. Pochi explains that the boy wants to save the children and create a life filled with a future for them. The girl smiles and says that it reminds her of what the guy did for Fall Town. Asley asks the girl's opinion. The girl expresses her opinion. The guy takes off his glasses and thinks what to do, to which Rina says to do something. The girl thinks that it is good that the guy does what he wants. She also says that the guy has never made a mistake in anything. The guy is a little embarrassed, saying that the girl is right, but Pochi breaks the atmosphere, saying that Asley was wrong all the time in the past. Rina thinks that if Asley can help, he should try, but the guy is not satisfied with the plan to take the children and run away. A guy approaches Irene with a question on how to make money quickly. The guy says a specific amount, which shocks the girl. In the end, the guy tells her why he needs such an amount. The girl notices that the guy not only violated the curfew, but also goes to such a place. The guy tries to justify himself, but the girl objects to his plan. The girl explains that problems may arise if they demand reform. Irene says that if the guy's plan is always going smoothly, it's like helping one or two people. The guy realizes that the girl is right and that he was too frivolous. The guy notes that the children will have a bad future, and the girl says that two ideas came to her mind. The first idea is Asley's extensive knowledge of magic and explains the meaning of the idea in more detail. The girl does not recommend the second idea, since it involves collecting rare materials in a dangerous area. Irene tells the guy to stop his careless ideas and just perform well at the match to find a sponsor. The guy thanks the girl for her help and leaves. Asley is really grateful to Irene because she offered him good options. The guy thinks everything through carefully. Irene reads the auction application the guy gave her with irritation. Asley says that he wants to sell this formula, and he needs the girl's signature of approval. The girl wonders why exactly the magic of movement and not any other invention. The guy replies that he decided to provide the country with this magic in advance. The girl notes that one cannot be anonymous, as the auction will not approve of this. In this case, the guy offers the girl to make a deal. The guy offers the girl to buy his movement magic. The boys fight against monsters. After work, they decide to eat at the guild. Asley decides that he still needs to talk to his friends, to which his friend says that he has already spoken to them. The guy asks his friend not to overdo it, to which he says not to worry. People are discussing and praising Irene. Asley notices that, despite losing, Idea still communicates with Rina. He also notices that Rina is worried. The guy wants to talk to the girls but doesn't dare, and Rina notices this. Suddenly the girl herself comes up to him and says hello. The girl tells the guy the news about Irene and the magic of movement, to which the guy feigns surprise. The girl puffs out her cheeks, slightly offended that the guy knew about this news in advance. Pochi notices and reaches out his paws to Rina's cheeks. The guy notes that Irene has become more famous thanks to the magic of movement. Irene tells the guy that she transferred half of the amount to his account, and to transfer the rest after receiving the reward. The guy understands that the girl tried very hard and was under a lot of pressure, but then he appeared and helped. Irene asks how the guy plans to free the hired people from the food district, to which he says that he is organizing a new enterprise. The girl says that she will join him if she becomes interested. The guy meets a friend and they go into the forest to fight monsters. The guy notices that Brutz's style is changing and maybe his friend will raise his rank. Asley asks what his friends are doing, to which his friend says that everyone is busy. Brutz mentions the match between Asley and Rina, calling the guy carefree. In the end, the guys decide to deal with a few more monsters and head back. The guys come to a friendly match. The guy notes that this match is a festive event for the university. Meanwhile, Pochi asks to buy more sausages. Rina tells where there are other tasty things, but the guy asks if everything will be okay if he eats a lot before the match. The girl gets embarrassed and says that these are gifts for the familiar. Pochi is jealous of Balada, and the guy says that he will buy Pochi anything, because he is the best master. There are quite a lot of spectators. The guy notes that Irene and Billy are in the role of judges this time. Meanwhile, Pochi asks for help. Pochi complains of a stomachache, to which Asley says that he ate too much. The guy notes that there are a few minutes left before the start, and says that Rina is also angry, after which he looks around and notices a smile on the girl's face. Pochi calmed down and went to bed, leaving the guy to panic. They ask representatives of the white and black factions to come out, but Rina comes out alone. Rina's friends notice that she is nervous. Idea learns that Rina studied magic with Asli. The girls tell Idea rumors about Asli. The public does not understand what Asli is doing, and he is again asked to leave, or he is disqualified. The executive committee goes to check the situation and finds out that everything is fine. Finally, Asli and Pochi come out. Rina notices that Pochi has a flat stomach, which means everything is fine. Farhan thanks everyone for their patience and for attending the match. He briefly introduces Rina and Asli. The university director hopes that the guys will do everything in their power to fulfill the true purpose of black and white communication. The teacher versus student match begins. Asli says that it will be strange if the teacher starts and lets the girl start. The girl uses acceleration and increased strength and then attacks. The guy takes the hit and then deftly dodges. Asli notices the girl's movements. Meanwhile, Pochi wishes Rina luck. The guy's friends note that Pochi is not going to fight. Brutes also notes that Rina is strong in close combat. Charlie thinks the guy is a complete idiot at magic. He thinks Asli is funny. Gostin tells Charlie to enjoy the match. Meanwhile, the guys continue the fight and act very quickly. Asli notes that the girl can still use support magic, but it is still at the stage of practical use. The guy thinks that it is difficult to resist the enemy's magic. But last night, he and Pochi decided that Asli would extinguish the magic. The girl attacks again, and the guy barely dodges. The girl attacks again, and this time hits the guy. Asli says that Rina has finished her studies and congratulates her. The girl is pleased and begins to cast a magic circle. Pochi says that he will fight with all his might. The girl is sure that she will not lose. Rina arrives at Ballad with a sword in her hands. Pochi notices that the dragon has grown again, while Asli notices the sword and decides to check the information. He realizes that the dragon has started using magic and asks Pochi to detain Rina. Pochi jumps on the girl, not letting her move. The dragon asks to take care of him and the girl and begins to attack. The dragon starts walking towards the guy, who asks him not to come closer. The guy turns away and the dragon crashes into the barrier, damaging it. Asli uses a chain and begins to tie up Ballad. Unfortunately, the spell doesn't work. The guy hopes that the barrier will be repaired in time and starts tying the dragon up with a chain again. The guy asks if Ballad knows that magic still works for some time after activation, and then asks the dragon's opinion about the magic used. The guy uses a control spell and completely binds the dragon. Dragon falls and admits defeat. Finally, Pochi gets off Rina, and the girl is very surprised. The crowd rejoices. Asli has won. Everyone starts congratulating Asli and saying that it was a great match. Rina also congratulates the guy, to which he says that Rina also tried. The girl starts to cry, saying that she was able to give all her strength, and the guy tries to calm her down. Ballada also cries, asking to remove his chains, and Pochi says that he will take care of it. The guy tells the girl that everyone is congratulating them, and the girl smiles. After the match, the guy sat down on a bench to rest. Asli unexpectedly found out that Rina taught the dragon magic, which was quite funny. The guy notices that the second-year matches have started, and someone asks if the guy doesn't have any business on the student council. It turns out to be Gostin. The guy grabs Pochi and asks what the conversation will be about today. Gostin says he heard about Irene, that the guy was up to something interesting. He also heard that the guy was the one who made the magic of movement. The grandfather suggests meeting in the evening at the restaurant where they were the other day, to which the guy agrees. The guy asks what Gostin came for, and the conversation turns to Rina. The guy confirms his grandfather's words that Asli taught the girl. And Gostin hopes that after graduation, Rina will want to accept the invitation to the magical corps of guardians. The guy is surprised and thinks. He thinks that this is not a bad conversation, but he is worried about the girl, since the work of the guardians is associated with danger. Pochi says that it's up to Rina to decide. Gostin notes that the guy is still as cowardly as ever. Gostin says he wanted the guy to be in the magic corps, but now he wants them to be with Rina. The guy hears noise from the stands and decides to watch Foran's match. Foran fights against Jean, who is still popular among the girls. A fight begins, and the girl immediately attacks, but Foran deftly dodges. The girl continues to attack. Asli studies her magic, noticing that it has improved. So far, the guy doesn't notice anything new in the battle. Suddenly, the girl uses a spell that the guy hasn't heard before. The guy is surprised to notice that the girl pretended to attack, but she bought time to improve her physical abilities. Asley decides that Foreign has won. Pochi doesn't understand why he decided so, and he says to look at Foreign. The girl starts to attack, but suddenly Foreign grabs her with earth magic. The match is over, Foreign has won. Pochi asks to explain what happened, and Asley explains. At the student council, Foreign is not surprised that the boy noticed his magic. Foreign asks why Zana didn't come, to which Asley replies that she doesn't like the guy. Asley thinks that even though he doesn't like Foreign, the guy has a talent for using people. Asley asks Foreign a question about the aspirations of the leader and the magical core of Guardians. Foreign says they were in the middle of a conversation about his career aspirations, and the country responds. Asley asks if the boy wants to become one of the 6 sages, but Foreign says he'll go higher. Asley says that he heard about it and asks why Foreign answered, to which he refuses to answer. Foreign notes that he once spoke of finding a dead dragon and he finally found out who it was. Asley wonders how the boy could remember, since it was a quick report. Foreign says that Charlie was the killer. Asley asks how the guy found out, to which Foreign says that after the match, he talked to Charlie and he told him everything himself. Foreign says that he has some things to do and leaves, reminding the guy not to forget to lock the door before leaving. Asley says that he also needs to finish and leave. Asley meets Brutz and he congratulates the guy on his victory. The guy says that he has plans and asks if his friend would like to join him. Pochi suddenly jumps on Brutz and asks him to come with them. The guy says that this is a meeting with Gostin. Eventually, the friend agrees to go with them. The guys arrive at the restaurant, where Gostin is already waiting for them. The friend introduces himself, after which the guys sit down at the table. The first thing Gostin does is congratulate the guy on winning the match. The food is served, which looks luxurious. Suddenly, Pochi's stomach starts to rumble. Pochi says everything is fine, and Grandpa asks if he wants to eat. Pochi's mouth starts to water, and Gostin puts a plate of food in front of him. The food turns out to be so delicious that the dog is all covered in sauce. The guy thinks that the old man is unexpectedly kind. Finally, Gostin gets down to business. Asley asks for help with employment. The guy sets his conditions. The old man says that even if he allowed it, the country would not allow it. The guy understands everything. He thanks the old man for his time and says that he would like to get mediation. The guy asks for mediation from internal specialists. Gostin understands what the guy wants and promises to think about it. The old man asks about the other girls, to which the boy says that Brutz will help him. Gostin asks if the boy has made a detailed calculation, because not everyone will be able to finish successfully. The friend takes the old man's side, because he himself understands that it is unknown how long they will finish. Plus, it will take more time before they start making a decent profit. Asley says that he is going to get money from Gostin, which surprises the old man and his friend. The guy offers the old man a deal to buy his witchcraft. The guy offers ancient witchcraft. He also gives the old man a list of prices. Gostin is clearly pleased and says the guy has exceeded all his expectations. Asley wonders if the other two will take part in this conversation, to which the old man says there is no reason to refuse. Gostin says he hasn't said whether he will buy it or not, but the guy says the answer was written on his face. In the end, the conversation ended, and Pochi happily said that he wanted to eat dessert. After dinner, the boys are tired, but they have overcome the first obstacle. Asley tells his friend that he will have to try hard, but first he must get the S rank. 2 months flew by after dinner at the restaurant. The guy packed a backpack with things, of which there weren't that many. The guys are getting ready to leave. Pochi notes that Rena looked sad, to which the guy says that he is not dropping out of university. The guy calls his job buying people, and he and Pochi briefly argue about what to call it, after which they leave. The guys with Brutz come to the store. They discuss the name of the store, after which they discuss how many rooms and how many people can be accommodated. Brutz asks how much money they have left, to which he receives the answer. As a result, the guys decide that for now, they need to prepare for the opening of the store. Blaze returns to his friends after going shopping. Brutz apologizes for leaving him in charge, to which he says that everything is fine. The guys go inside and Brutz notes that it will be difficult to openly advertise such work. Betty comes inside, asking the boys not to stand in the doorway. She asks the boys to sit quietly in the dining room, and she goes off somewhere. The guys move on. A friend asks Asley to stop being uncommunicative. He also mentions that they have been thinking about buying a base for a long time. Everyone is invited to dinner. In the corridor, the guys meet a girl with a little assistant. Brutz asks the girls what's on the menu today, to which they say they won't tell. Everyone sits down at the table and prays before eating, after which everyone rejoices and begins to have lunch. Asley's about to go somewhere and asks Pochi to wait for him at home, but he refuses, assuring that the master's safety is his top priority. In the end, they come to an agreement and the guy leaves. On the way, he thinks about what life turned out to be like in the spring. Although the guy expected it to be difficult, everything went according to Asley's plan. But what happened next was something he never expected. Duncan from the guild spread the rumor that the adventurer had started buying people. His friends also became more famous. The guy enters the guild to continue working, when he suddenly hears students arguing. Asley approaches Rina and asks what is going on. The girl is surprised, and her friends are irritated to meet a guy. The girl asks the boys to give her the task. Idea explains to the boy that in the girl's opinion the boys are not able to complete the task, and they got a little heated up after hearing this. The guy thinks for a bit and then turns to Ornell. Asley says that he doesn't like that they are putting the name of the university on display because, in case of a loss, he will be held accountable. The guy says that the girl is also good because if the guys chose this quest, then I think they can handle it. Asley asks Rina about the goal of conquest. Having learned the goal, the guy thinks about it. Asley thinks that there are no problems, and the guys leave. But he suggests that the girl watch them. Despite the guys' best wishes, the guild refuses to complete the task, saying that they have a low rank. The girl remembers that she hasn't said hello yet and introduces herself to the guy. The guy also introduces himself and thinks for a second. Meanwhile, the girl says that the guys have already left. The guy goes to take the task that the guys weren't given, and Mel goes with him. The guy successfully takes the task and he and Mel set off to carry it out. The girl asks why the guy called her by her full name and not a nickname, to which the guy says that it takes time. The girl enthusiastically offers Asley to complete the task, to which the guy agrees. She also mentions that there are bees ahead. The boys fight the bees, and Mel says it's better to use a surface blast. The girl says that there is a zombie ahead, and decides to deal with it herself. Mel runs up and deftly deals with the zombie, surprising the guy. He also asks the girl if she was a warrior. The girl answers the question that it was grafted in the country, and people called swordsman mages or warrior mages may not know this for the rest of their lives. The guy wonders who she is and decides to look up information about the girl, but, to his surprise, he can't read it. Mel notices the method of analysis and asks Asley what surprises the guy more. The guy wants to ask, but the girl interrupts him, saying that they are on a mission. She invites him to go and help. He doesn't remember the last time he shed tears. He had thought about it before, but since then he had met many different people. And I realized a lot, but it was unknown whether these events shook his soul. The guy doesn't remember whether he cried with such meaning. He ordered Rina to release a ballad. Melky-san thought that it turned out well because it was a ballad dragon, and the guy's idea was not so bad. The dragon tried to catch up with the tiger, but everything was bad. It was not obvious inexperience. At a young age, Askun had glimmers of hope. He decided to distract the animals while the girl would deal with at least one. She followed magic closely. With one blow, the girl crushed the tiger beast. Her quota was fulfilled. The rest depended on Askun. He ordered Midor's to take the tempering magic upon himself. For idea, he gave the task of increasing Midor's speed, and Ornell should help her with this, and Rina will keep an eye on everything. They all began to carry out the order from Asley. He then told Ornell to focus his attack on Midor's. An idea was to increase the speed on the ballad dragon. He would soon be able to catch it. The boys began to read the spell. As expected Ornella, he made a good choice. Midor's couldn't tell if Askun was serious, but he asked him to concentrate and not get distracted. He ordered Idea to prevent the enemy from crossing the firewalls and to help. Rina took the south while Ornell looked after the wounded. They managed to buy some time, but Midor's still has a lot to learn. Everything was ready, but the guy was running out of steam and asked to act faster. They set a gravity stop trap. It was interesting magic. Asley ordered to finish off the animals, and they immediately got to work. Ornell is interested to know how the guy knew where they were, but he replied that it was simple intuition. Rina thanked him for saving her. He, in response, praised the girl's efforts. The dragon asks if they need the dead bodies of the tigers. The girl interrupts the conversation and asks Asley if he will leave everything as it is. But it was impossible because of the impending danger, and he asked where they were. They were about 90 from the south, and the guy decided to send them. Ornell joined the conversation to find out what they were talking about. He wanted to know what Askun meant by the word danger, but the girl interrupted him. She asked him to remember the content of the request and clarified whether he really intended to pacify them. Rina, having killed one, completely lost her attention. She continued to talk about how being inattentive outside the city is completely wrong. Anyone who has realized their actions is still inexperienced, so they have to leave. But Ornell wants to tell the guy something. He listened to him attentively. He apologized for putting Rina in danger and said nothing more. Osley noticed that the boy had matured. As soon as they were about to leave, a sparrow flew in with a message from Nisan. All 4 of the octopus's assistants were punished, and there was a separate message for the octopus with glasses. There was something wrong in the colored food district, and they told him that if he buys a girl next time, he should be careful. Osley understood everything. The sparrow irritated them. Something was wrong for the guy, and he decided to check with Irene later. The guy wanted to know who Milky-san really was, and asked to answer the question. She explained that she would answer if she also found out some answers to the questions. Haskun agreed to answer as much as possible. She is a spy for a certain organization that is investigating the space travel magic completed in Beilan, but it is not a government agency. The guy noticed that she is not secretive. The girl explained this fact by saying that they are not enemies and went this far on the orders of the teacher. He was shocked to learn that she had a teacher, because her strength was equal to that of the 6 sages, and she had been spying on the Adventurers Guild to obtain information. Thus, she came across Osley. She chose that guild because of rumors that the creator of Irene often visited there. Milky-san didn't expect to hit the jackpot, since most likely the subject of the investigation was Azkun. He froze when he saw her eyes. They could see through everything, and there was no weight or sharpness in them. The girl understood who he really was because of them. It turned out that she had magical eyes. Only they were artificial. She cut them out herself and transplanted them herself, which made the teacher furious. Milky-san praised the guy's analysis glasses, but added that they were not that good. She temporarily blocked the outgoing flow of information about her. From all these facts, Osley-kun realized that she was a dark elf. But she resisted and said that she was a human. Her teacher was a sage from the Far East, but at the moment, for some reason, he was hiding, and Milky-san is a student of this sage. He had heard of it, but not in this era. About 4,000 years ago, the guy was sure it was a rumor. The girl asked if the guy had finished organizing the information. Now it was her turn to ask questions. The first thing she wanted to know was if he was the one who created the magic of moving in space. She knows that Irene is not capable of such a thing. Only a candidate for immortality has such an opportunity. Rather, it was not a question, but a test of Azkun's answers. She asked if he had lived for a long time. The girl knew that he wanted to explore this country, and she read on his face that he considered her words well said. Lately, he had become the subject of rumors, and when she learned about the colored quarter, she was surprised. Azkun did not understand what she wanted to say. He felt uneasy and wanted to return home as soon as possible. Milky-san replied that people should not be underestimated. Because of his uneasiness, they would have to hurry, and she decided to ask the last question. She asked him not to worry. It was just her curiosity. The girl wants to know why he entered the magic university, because he could have gathered information in another way. The guy replied that he did not know the answer to this question. She realized that it was easier to answer this way, but she knew that it was for Rena's sake. But if it was because of her, then he could have left immediately after she entered, which he did not do. Because he himself wanted to go to university, he was surprised that this was his intention. Azkun wanted to test himself and check what he was capable of. The guy was looking for a better position and wanted to rely on Rina-chan. But the guy thought that she was wrong in her statements. Milky-san was not mistaken. Azkun could judge this objectively, and despite this, he denied the truth. In a fit of anger, he accidentally blurted out the words that the girl knew nothing about him, and she just laughed, even if she doesn't know anything. The result in any case led to an answer. Milky-san asks him if he knows what is happening around him. Ornell envied Osley because he was constantly compared to him. He wanted to know what she wanted from him, but she didn't want anything. She just saw him upset and wanted to speak out on his behalf. The guy considered himself not a human being. The girl felt it, but she assures him that everything he did is capable of being done by many people, and it doesn't matter how long he lives. Azkun remains a human being, and this fact cannot be mistaken, because it was predetermined from his very birth. He was capable of crying easily. Boy told Pochi that something had happened to him. He rolled his eyes, thinking that it was the same thing again. He explained that if you stick to a healthy lifestyle, this will happen again and again. But Osley didn't really mean that. He said that he was able to cry, and even if he yawned, tears would come. Pochi was shocked by what he heard, and the guy started tickling her. He did it for his own impression. Most likely this impulse would ease the disappointment received from the lack of sympathy of the partner. People are frustrated creatures when their feelings are not conveyed. The sage's diary brush went well again. Pochi doesn't understand what happened. He explained that he started to cry, but it's unclear to her how this could be the reason for the guy's revival. He assumed that it was possible because he was able to release everything that had accumulated. Pochi remembered Irene-san's letter. Because of this, Asley hurried home. Everyone returned, and it would be necessary to arrange a meeting in the dining room. He cast a spell. The guy apologized for gathering everyone and asked if they noticed anything strange around them. Many answered that everything was as usual, but only one noticed something unusual. On the way back, he looked into the flower food district where security had been increased. The owner and his daughter could not be approached for some time, and when the guy wanted to approach him, the man moved his lips, saying to run away. Either he meant to run away from this place or from this house. Azkun doesn't know who he ran into, but he knows for sure that something is wrong, and therefore suggested that everyone hide. Betty-san he asked to take the money that was kept in the safe. Now the question arose what to do with Haruhana and the other girls because they can attract attention. Asley turned to the girl and asked her to listen to her carefully. She agreed with him. The guys gathered and said that they would wait near the hotel. Asley called Brute-san and handed him a bundle of paper that needed to be given to Rina on the way. They said goodbye to him, and the guy asked him to take care of himself. Now they can relax and guard the store, but Pochi herself wants to do this because she is the owner of the Pochisli store. The owner was Azkun, because it was impossible to apply on behalf of a familiar, which is why his name had to be included in the title. If you think about it, the guy had a busy day. Someone knocked sharply on their door and announced that it was Strag, the head of security, and demanded that the doors be opened. The guy asked to open them. As soon as the men entered, they pointed their spears in their direction, and Pochi asked what they were doing. But the man asked her to be quiet, as they were not looking for a familiar, but for Asley. He was arrested on suspicion of illegally trafficking a large quantity of counterfeit coins. He understood what was going on. They couldn't complain, but the discontent was growing, and the only one who cooperated was the owner of the beauty of nature. Pochi tries to convey to the guards that her owner has nothing to do with it, because he only made a map of the labyrinth out of saliva. Objections were not accepted, and the less they resisted, the better. The familiar was afraid. In the crowd, Azkun noticed a man whom he had once bribed, but this time he had failed to win with the power of coins. The guy explained to Pochi that being caught in a store was much better. The guards were ordered to detain the trafficker and were ordered to take him away. A crowd of onlookers watched the proceedings. Among them was a girl with a rare look of alarm in her eyes who was also watching him. Pochi tried to catch up with him, but he was not allowed to go further. Now it is unknown whether they will reunite again or not. Irene. In a rage, not understanding why Asley was arrested and whether there was evidence of his guilt, the man explained that there was enough of it, especially since there was a victim who had filed a lawsuit against the guy. The only intermediary in the deal was the owner of the beauty of nature, but the victim could have been invented by the guards themselves. The girl does not have the resources to lure them and save Azkun, but she is sure that the Magic University can cooperate, and this will help. Even though she was one of the 6 sages, he reminded her who Irene was talking to. He does not want to destroy the authority of the Magic University. The girl understands that the guy is a talent and he cannot be let go so easily. The man asked why she had not demonstrated her foresight in this situation. His words made her furious and they tried to calm her down. At this point, he ended the conversation. Once charges are brought, Asley will be expelled from the university. One of the guards is sure that the girls are with them, but they tell him that this is not true. But he saw them in front of him. The man explains that the deal was invalid due to the use of counterfeit coins, so the girls should be returned, but they were already adventurers who had just registered. The discussion was pointless for the security men, but the man explained that if they wanted to talk to the girls, they would have to talk to all the adventurers in the room, and upon hearing this, the security simply left. The little girls were scared and very nervous. Haruhana never thought that she would become an adventurer. They wonder if everything will be okay with them now. Brute-san praised her for her resilience. She replied that everything would be fine with them now. Irene heard Pochi's voice and ran to the window hoping to see Azkun. The man handed her a note that the guy had asked her to give him shortly before. When she opened it, she saw nothing, since there was not a single word written in it. Asley was put in prison. For him, it was the best place to live. The shackles restricted not only his physical movements, but also his use of magic. It was a battle of endurance. He asked the security guard what time the food would be brought. He laughed, hinting that there wouldn't be any at all. Azkun thought that they were going to kill him. This turned out to be a problem for him that he never thought he would ever get into. There was no water either, only a place for a toilet. The way the prisoners were treated was terrible. The guy can run away, but then there might be danger among his entourage, which is what he was trying to avoid. But he's not going to sit back and do nothing. The staff was confiscated. The clothes were left. The diagrams in the air were erased, and there were stones underfoot. As expected from a special camp, Asli bites her finger, and blood begins to ooze from the wound. For an adventurer, this is not even pain, but he will have to heal later. Here he is going to prove himself and begins to read the spell. The alchemical iron lock that restricted movement activated magic. With the magic power contained within it, this magic sucked out all the magic from the lock, and now they are nothing more than ordinary iron rings. But it is not that easy. Now he can draw, but now there are 3 more things to do. He returned to Pochi naked. He had a request. He wanted him to get dressed, and then Asli found his old clothes from the storage room. Almost surprised that he still had it. It had been restored many times that it had lost its original appearance. The guy had a lot of property and was also excited about these clothes. Melky-san noted that the guy managed to get out, but the guy said that she had a bad temper. She apologized for her behavior. She was just interested in seeing her familiar's behavior. Pochi realized that she used the magic of invisibility that the master himself had not perfected. The girl noticed how quickly he trusted him, but the familiar quickly came to her senses and began to deny it. She introduced herself as Malky and explained that it was a shadow fusion magic, the only downside of which was the need to be in the dark. Azkun noted that the girl also perceived Pochi as a person. She became interested in how he managed to open the lock. He told her how he acted, and she realized that it was a good plan. He used spatial movement magic to come to the magic circle installed in the room in advance, and the magic circle that remained in the prison would disappear after a while and become unusable. Pochi thinks that everything will end badly for him when they find out that his master escaped from prison, but the guy calmed him down because for them he is dead. He can't believe it and began to throw a tantrum. The guy calmed him down by explaining that he left a skeleton doll his height in his clothes. That's why he returned home naked. Malky heard this and began to enthusiastically repeat out loud that Azkun was naked. This time, she would help him in the study of blood circulation. But Pochi thinks that it is too early for the skeleton. He redrew the magic circle of magic absorption into the magic circle of acid magic. Using the wrong formula, the familiar seriously did not understand what would happen and asks him to tell. By releasing the acid magic, Asli melted the iron lock, but the formula was wrong, and he was attacked by acid energy and died. The mage who came to the autopsy of the body will not suspect anything, and will decide that he died in this way. But Pochi knows that magic cannot be used if an iron lock is worn. As Kun can't tell about witchcraft, he understands that his master made such a stupid mistake and offered to consult with Billy-san. The guy realized that he would be able to perform an autopsy and also give sweets, and the familiar knows that those who give sweets are good people. Now he had to come up with a plan for what to do next. Melky advised him to go to her teacher. Maybe he could help, and besides, the object of their research would be nearby. For him, the offer was interesting, but he wanted to move at his own pace. He was worried about Rina and the Colored Food District. Brutz joined them, noticing that the guy had already gotten used to calling him by his common name. The Colored Food District case was connected with the fact that the man had initially asked for too much. He asks to rely on him with this case, and Betty and Blaze are also in the case. Brutz advised him to calm down and do what he had to do. Rina graduated from the university, but he still worries about her. He will always be able to contact her, and the paper he gave the girl will ensure her safety. He will be expelled from the Magic University, but he can rely on Gaston. The guy can also join the Magical Corps of Guardians. The colored quarter is with the silver ones, and there is no need to worry. Asli thought that perhaps he is no longer needed. But should he convey his knowledge to others? The guy decided to leave Balan. Malky and Azkun are waiting for Rina, but they can't stay and hope that she will come, although she telepathically informed them that she will definitely be there. The guy didn't think he would end up with her so quickly, since they had only just met. But the girl understands that time has no meaning for people's hearts. Pochi is looking for sweets that were supposed to be in the luggage. She is worried that they were simply not taken. It turns out that they were on the tail, and Pochi tries to find out that the master attached them there, but he denies everything. Their relationship seems funny to Melka. Azkun hasn't seen familiars since he came outside. Rina came up, but Pochi smelled another scent, and it was Irene-san's scent. The girl wanted to wait for them outside, and the guy realized that they knew each other. Rina was glad that she managed to come, and Irene was angry because he made her worry. Azkun asked not to worry so much, but to take better care of herself. She hopes that if he sticks around, he can do something about his crimes, but he wants to take the opportunity to expand his horizons. The girl understood him. Usually Rina would have cried, but now she had grown up, and he couldn't even imagine the expression on Irene's face when he was taking the exams. The guy saw something surprising before leaving, and burst into a smile, which is why the girl, seeing this, asked what was the matter. He didn't want to answer, but they insisted, and he still changed the subject by asking for a request. Azli wanted to burst Rina's cheek, but she refused and said that it would be possible to do it next time, and then Irene stood there with her cheeks puffed out. He wanted to burst inside her too. Pochi jokingly said that the master was a fool, but Irene had a more suitable name. She called him an eternal fool. The guy had spent too much time, and it was time for him to leave. He would contact them as soon as he got settled. Rina asked him to be careful and promised to tell him anything if she found out. She will do her best. Azli-kun said goodbye to her. A large number of enemies surrounded them. This is a great opportunity for the guy to use the come out of Pochi's grave and say hello strategy. But he wants to use living dead Azli-kun. The idea was terrible for him. He didn't want to die and refused. But the question of what to do next still remained. He asked the familiar to buy time, and she began the plan. The girl was surprised that they were doing things this way, and then Azli entrusted her with the right side. When she heard him call her Melki-san, she got angry and asked him to just call her Mel. Then he asked her normally, calling her Mel, to protect the right side. She liked everything, because they were traveling together after all. For Pochi, these tigers caused a lot of trouble, to which the guy promised to treat him to some baked goods for the work done. And he promised to teach Melki-san the formula of spatial movement. The girl was happy with the news. Azli asked them to step back. Using magic, he destroyed all his opponents with meteorite spears. Irene reported that Azkun is dead, and the cause of his death is suicide. The autopsy will be performed by the sage Billy. But no one believed this lie. The girl began the lecture, but Rina asked to talk about the possibility of removing magic limiters and escaping from a locked room. Ornell supported her interest and added that he would like to learn about the magic of turning oneself into a skeleton. Everyone supported their idea, and the girl decided that first they needed to find out something. She demonstrated the spatial movement magic she had discovered earlier. Rina had seen something like this before. Irene asked a question. She wants to understand if anyone knows who the creator of this magic is. Ornell thought it was her magic, but she explained that she had simply bought the rights to it legally and asked what the creator had done with the money. Rina replied that the money was used to protect children from the colored food district. Next, she wanted to look at the black and white connection of the contracts and asked him to tell her about it. Irene said that the one who tried to save others and the one who expelled this person from the university. Which of them showed their will and behavior in accordance with the contract? She explained that they all had to train both physically and mentally, and continued with the lecture on limiters. There are many guards at Pochi's store, which is why Brutz can't put the girls to bed. Betty believes that Azli's death will put an end to this situation, and they won't want to look for problems further. Ari is worried whether everything will be okay. The guy said the same words to both Brutz and Betty at the end. She received a message from Azkun, and it seems he used magic for this, which surprised the girl. They know that the guy still has many secrets. Duncan reported that Brutz needed to get ready because a message had arrived. The sender was the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild Academy. Dallas was waiting for him downstairs. He needed to pass the assessment to increase his rank to S. But he didn't believe him, and the man asked what his level was. He was 85th, and that was not enough. Then they explained to him that the number of requests he had completed had exceeded the norm, and therefore everything was fine. Betty asked him to get ready quickly and not stand around chatting, because if he got an S rank, it would be easier for her. She knows he worries about everyone, but she asked him to leave it to her. He said goodbye to her and asked her to take care of herself. Ari saw how happy Brutz was. For Duncan, the man was outstanding, because he knew how much work he had done. Someone knocked on the girl's door, and they looked at each other. It was Irene. When they found out about it, they were surprised. Betty wondered what she was doing there at such a time. Then she said that she came to talk about the hotel. The girl said that they could stay overnight at the guild, but Irene was interested in learning about the children. The girl couldn't say anything clear, but the other needed to know how many children there were in total. Betty couldn't get herself together and answer. This infuriated Irene, and seeing the angry girl, she quickly replied that there were only 17 children, and if you include the silver ones, then all 20. The girl suggested using her mansion as a place to live. What she heard surprised the girls, and they remained silent. When Irene did not hear an answer, she asked whether they would live or not, and when they came to their senses, they quickly gave their consent. Natsu and Fuyu returned home and asked what happened to them. They said that they would now live in a mansion, and there would be enough beds for everyone. The girls, happy with the news, ran up to thank Irene herself. Sage gave the task of squatting 10,000 times. Asley can't understand when they will end. He was a Far Eastern sage living in the Far East, and the first thing Pochi said when she saw him was that he looked like an ogre. The man asked if he had thought of something daring, and added another 10,000 squats, and because the guy tried to object, he added another 10,000 on top, so he would do 30,000 in total. Asley cooked for him, cleaned, washed, and went to pull out weeds. It seemed to him that it would be better to join the magical corps of guardians. The first year passed normally for him. He was taught magic and witchcraft, the only thing he remembered poorly and spent a lot of time memorizing. The sage absorbed everything like a sponge, and the results between Asley and him were very different. He finished his squats, and it became hard for him. The man laughed at his weakness because he could not fight the Demon King. The guy asked to shut up because it was him who was chosen by God as a messenger. The sage believes that he was not chosen because he believes only in himself, and the unlucky lottery ticket fell to Az-kun, who clarified how he does not believe in the return of the Demon King. The man doesn't want to know this, so he doesn't believe it. The guy is interested in what's going on, and he asks what the Demon King's goal is. What did he do that holy warriors fight for? The guy assumed that it was to prevent the takeover of the world. This was true, and the king's goal was the same as that of humans, which is why it did not matter to the sage. The guy asked if he believed in God and heard the same answer, that he believed only in himself. He would move if the world was destroyed, but the Demon King is not suicidal to allow the destruction of the world. Even so, a few shots of enormous magical power can finish him off in a second. Knowing all this, the man is not going to get involved. Asley could object, but arguments would not work on the muscular Dharma, who lives like a monster. But he also lives on Earth, and it cannot be said that he has nothing to do with this matter. The man ordered him to do 20,000 push-ups. He heard the news that a new member of the Silvers had appeared, and it was most likely Haruhan. Irene herself continued to protect the children in the flower food district. He himself is also a smart child, so much so that he added hot sauce to Pochi Sweets, who continues to eat and forgives him. Rina became the head of the student council, and he hopes that she is not called the Black Empress. Irene asked Rina if she was resting or not. The latter had to prepare the student council, she had plans for the evening, and tomorrow she had a day off. A herd of elemental reapers had been detected, and she had to provide support. Irene had clarified whether they were floating gas monsters of rank A. She was going to go with all the Silvers, but she knew that they were not compatible with warriors. There was one more thing. Egg-san, Rina's gotten involved with that pompous idiot again. Irene understands that Dragon sent them a pain in the ass, but the guy will soon get A rank, and the girl has already invited him on a sortie, although he is another warrior wasting time. The girl remembered that this was the first conquest after the head of the student council received rank A, and for Rina, this sortie gave the opportunity to look at Hasley's back. Although she is still far from him, on the other hand, her teacher contacted Irene at the beginning, gave a couple of instructions, and immediately disconnected and has not been heard from since. Rina tried to contact him, but without success, he made it possible to contact him unilaterally. Az-kun used paper with magical letters that would appear and disappear after a few days. Rina had already developed several plans and managed to contact Pochi-san. The girl became a little sad when she found out that she was receiving a lot of messages from him. Seeing this, she asked what happened, but she explained that everything was fine and said that today's meeting would go well, even if Rina was not there. Asley wants to quickly create a cure for physical fatigue, and, with the help of time reversal, make the formula that returned some time ago more powerful. But this would mean losing the experience of the body that the guy trained. Then it is better to create magic that quantifies one's own physical strength, and create magic to restore or replenish it. He came across the training of the sage, and Mel-san, the latter, was already exhausted but wanted to continue the fight. She lay tired. Asli praised her efforts, but it seemed to her that the longer she trained, the further she became from the master. She had suspicions that he was secretly practicing somewhere. He agrees with her. The guy noticed that the man disappears somewhere and returns more seasoned. Having heard them, the sage asked not to talk nonsense, because everyone can become like him if they work. He is interested to know, when Asli will return to Baelon, he remembers that he was going to do this the first month. The guy said that he will leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The master reminded that he couldn't return in such a state. He didn't want such a man to tell him such a thing. But all people should be treated equally. Mel thinks he has a nice naked body and could show more. It was that weird switch again. The sage asked for more fur, but Asli refused. The girl reminded him that he would not be able to enter the regalia in this form. The guy gave in and asked to make something decent for him. Melky uses all his exquisite taste, and this worried him. She offered to go with him and asked where Pochi was. It turns out she fell asleep after Azkun combed her out. This style of clothing was unfamiliar to him. Mel explained that it was a suit and was a typical Western-style tailoring. The guy wanted to cover his bare stomach, but the girl did not allow it and asked to open the bottom button. For her, the feelings that arose while looking at the guy were not the usual fluttering of the heart. For him, the clothes seemed shameful, but she expected such a reaction and prepared other clothing options. Asli was surprised that she managed to prepare so many outfits in one night, but that was not all. At the end, she prepared one more costume. He asked to show such clothes right away, but for Mel, they were boring. The guy understands that the girl could have rested instead of sewing suits. She is ready to be sent, but the guy still offers her to sleep first. Malki-san was already falling asleep and asked to be let into the closet quickly. He used magic, and she passed through it. Pochi was also ready to meet all the sweets, and then everyone else. She was looking forward to it. Asli suggested going faster to meet the sweets. Haruhana remembered that Betty was in control today. At this time, the octopus team returned. Midors thinks that the lizard general will reach the desert of thirst. Ornell greeted her. He asked where Rena was, and the girl said that she was at the formation with Blaze-san and the team. Midors believes that if he is there, everything will go well, especially since there were not so many targets. In addition, Egzan was with them, and he is good at what he does, and was Dragon-sama's student. They wonder if Harukan is planning to raise his rank, but the university doesn't seem to have any intention of doing so. She likes silver ones more. Idea joked that the girl likes Blaze more. Ornell noted that the guy has the power to attract people, and thanks to him they became stronger. 2 years have passed since that situation. Exactly 2 years have passed since the incident with Asli. Without wasting any time, Haruhana laughed, hinting that Idea often remembers the guy. The guy is sure that the gap between him and Azkun has noticeably decreased. Midors joked that there is another one, no worse. Ornell wants to leave because he was a little nervous and hoped that his fears were unfounded. They followed him, leaving Haruhan alone. Duncan was furious that they left without paying, but the girl quickly calmed him down, explaining that she was responsible for the payment. Egg praises Blaze-san. He asked her not to lose attention and stop wasting time on flattery, but the guy moved on to Rina, promising to protect her. For the man, the nighttime opponents were still a problem. Brutz reported that they were 40 meters away from them. There were more than 10 of them. Egg noticed that their movements had slowed down. There were 16 bodies, and that was bad news. The collision was supposed to happen in 4 seconds. Brutz hated the gaseous look, but they had to keep cutting. Then their regeneration would slow down. At 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, the barrier was under attack. The barrier began to collapse, and in a little while, the monsters would penetrate inside. But Ornell and other guys came to their aid. There were twice as many opponents as in the information provided. Everyone thanked the guy for his help. Midors noticed that Egg was as impudent as before. For his impudence, he received a blow to the head from Blaze, and he was indignant, not understanding the reason for the blow. The man explained that this was a wonderful opportunity for conversation, and that there was no need to bother Tigger with trifles. He advised feeling the weight of every life and every word. Everyone instantly became alert and felt the intent to kill around them. They used light magic. The unknown man said that the silver lion, that is, Blaze, is a rare guest for him at such a time. He also called Brutz a silver wolf and recognized Rina, whom he called a quiet magician. The man didn't know him. but he said it was an honor to meet such people. While the enemy was talking, Blaze asked how long it would take Egg to break through the crowd and gave him 10 seconds. When Brutz had gained time, he was supposed to take Rena and the others and escape. The stranger asked if they had finished their meeting and calmed them down by explaining that they had a special attitude towards girls. Brutz now hoped that a young man had been found for Betty, but she angrily asked him to shut up. The enemy also added fuel to the fire by saying that there would be no one for her. The girl, in a rage, knocked out some of her opponents. First, it was necessary to destroy the environment and then help Blaze's group, but Eggson is hit by an arrow and he asks Ornell to heal him faster. But he didn't have time, they were already surrounded by enemies. The man grabbed Rena and complimented her appearance. He wants to hear her voice soon. Even such a used one as she would go for good money, Blaze and Brutz wanted to stop him. But he warned that he would definitely kill her if they didn't shut their mouths. The enemy commander ordered to kill all the men and leave. Rena realized that the guy had already arrived. Everyone listened as Pochi talked to Azkun. The familiar accidentally passed by, and the guy asked to watch the jumps. She offered to do something. Because everyone was in a difficult situation, the guy did not immediately understand what she was offering him. And he asked his opponents if they understood Pochi's plans. The guy had a plan to make a cool appearance, and he scolded the beast for passing by the right place. But they still decided to go down from there. He recognized them from that time and called the man Mouse. He disgraced them because they did not learn their lesson and continued to commit evil. Pochi said that his master was the most disgraceful, and if he calls others a disgrace, then it couldn't be worse. In his eyes, it looked pathetic. The enemy was threatening that if they moved from the spot, he would cut off the girl's head. Azkun laughed at his phrase. It was too cliched for him, and asked him to choose another. But suddenly they couldn't take a step. The guy used instant barrier binding magic. He saw from afar that they were members of the Laughing Fox group, and limited the magic to that name. While he is chatting, Pochi has to save everyone. The latter cannot believe that she was given such an important role. Asley wonders if everything is okay with Blaze, everything worked out because he had the antidote in his cheek. Brutz is more interested in whether he was prepared for this. Then the man explained that if you prepare, you don't need to worry. He just miscalculated the time for the effects to appear. The guy was surprised by his preparation, but he didn't want to imitate him, because one mistake could cost many lives. He used restoration magic. For Brutz, the spell was interesting, and Azkun explained that it was an isolated activation and could be used multiple times. Blaze joined the conversation. He decided it was time to deal with the enemies, and it reminded him of the labyrinth of no return, when after the death of a person there remained an unpleasant aftertaste. The only one left is Mouse, who wants to be killed quickly and be done with everything. Brutz realized that he, with the help of an influential person, was able to assemble a team. The presence of people like him makes such places less safe, but he pretended to be a fool and did not want to understand what they were talking about. Then Betty threatened that he would die either quickly or having told everything. The Silver Wolf came up with a plan, but the enemy quickly informed him that while he was acting so stupidly, he was letting victory slip from under his nose. He did not understand what he meant. Out of nowhere, they were attacked. A girl appeared who was a little late. Asley completely forgot about her and could not feel her presence. He remembers that she is quite fast, but not like Malky. Mouse didn't like what he saw, and Pochi noticed how his smile disappeared from his face. The girl simply left, realizing that she was no match for the guy. Ornell was annoyed by her escape, but there were other problems. Brutz wanted to know what connections the man had, but he resisted and was not going to tell. They were going to kill him, and when he realized that they weren't bluffing, he gave in and decided to tell everything. Mouse reported a black Ishta. After these words, he was killed by an unknown person using witchcraft. Irene came to check on them because they were late. She didn't expect to hear about the Black Ishta, but if they are the Black Faction, then it's not even surprising. Brutz asks to discuss what happened. After returning, he wants to take a bath faster. Rena approached Asley. He praised her for her efforts. She heard his voice every time he came to help her. He congratulated her on being the head of the student council. The girl was a man of few words. As expected from the quiet mage, Gaston gave her this middle name. The guy mumbled a little and said that the girl had become more beautiful. She burst into tears, and Azkun asked her to let him go already. Egg saw Rena crying and wanted to run up to her, but Brutz stopped her and asked her not to interfere. The guy wondered if he would be able to get into the city even though 2 years had already passed. Betty offered to take off his glasses. Irene interrogates Asley with passion about why she could not contact him. Despite many attempts, he was surprised. not expecting that she tried to do this many times. He joked that the girl was red, and most likely due to illness. Azkun offered her the liver of the cat monkey that he had. Rina burst into laughter. Now everything was as before. He paid attention to her. Betty wasted no time in joking that he had also turned red, and most likely it was because of the cold. Haruhana returned home and saw the arrivals. She congratulated them on their return. The guy noticed changes in her. She began to look stronger. Pochi and Betty are unhappy with what he told the girl. Blaze reported that Natsu was in the store and Fuyu was with Gaston Dono. The last one was on the baiting, although 2 years have passed since the last one, and it was fast. But she learned so quickly as she studied with Gaston. The guy understands that he noticed talent in Fu as she became his student, although it is usually difficult to do. Rina noticed that Gaston looks younger every day. The other day, he single-handedly dealt with an S-rank monster. Brutes wants to know what Asley was doing. He noticed that his body had changed a lot. The man was worried that he was giving off an unpleasant smell. When they passed through the gate, the appearance returned to its original state for a moment. He understands that for such a body, it is necessary to train as a warrior. He also noticed that he used the simultaneous activation of several spells. Irene doesn't understand what they're talking about. It looks like the guy was caught red-handed. Brutz remembered that he called this magic separate activation. Azkun activated 6 restoration spells at the same time. She was shocked because she had never heard of anything like this and asked him to tell her, but the guy wanted to tell her about it a little later. Rina also wanted to know. And then everyone else joined in. Split activation type magic literally means magic that activates when separated, but if you try to activate the same magic multiple times, nothing will physically happen. The secret is to use magic that allows you to use recovery magic 6 times. Irene doesn't believe it. There's too much information to fit into one magic circle. Even such a formula doesn't exist. Azkun still stands his ground and explains that it's possible. He decided it would be better to show it than to debate it. Asley showed them all magic, but the girl couldn't believe it. It was amazing. Pochi praised the Sage Twos, but did not want to give the praise to his master. Irene asked not to be modest. What Azkun did was amazing. She could draw a diagram in the air with 2 fingers of each hand. He thought the girl knew the sage, but it turned out she had just heard the name. If they don't activate at the same time, there is no recovery chart for each finger. Based on this, we can conclude that the guy introduces a control number formula into the magic circle. Irene realized how much time had gone into training such magic. Brutz noted that the guy was one of those scientists who stop eating for several days while studying magic. That was all he could show. She hoped he wasn't hiding anything else. Asley knew there was a lot that Irene wanted to know. Brutz wanted to talk about the physical side of things, namely the body language of the guy he was seeing for the first time. Blaze noticed that his speed was the same as Brutz's, but he knows that he hasn't caught up with him. Without auxiliary magic, he is not so fast. Azkun is not sure that he can fight with a warrior of rank S. The man wonders if he could fight with such an opponent. It turns out the guy had to have opponents with such power, but nothing worked out. Maybe with Pochi something would have worked out. Azkun can't stop shaking remembering this. According to the guy, Pochi was dying, and he carried him away. According to the familiar, the master lost consciousness. This enraged both of them, Asley believing that she was trying to take all the credit for this. The little beast always knew that for a mage of his level, he had a bad memory. She reminded him that he fainted during the first attack of the Chaos Lizard. Azkun had nothing to say and told that it was a difficult and thorny path of training. But Pochi asked to pay attention to how the master briefly stated everything, because this is where the truth lies. Duncan brought his precious pie, a piece of which the familiar immediately snatched. The guy asked what was wrong with Ornell's group. Then they told him that they didn't pay and left. The man wished that they wouldn't do that again. The guys asked to tell Irene about the Black Ishta. This name was not familiar to them before. They occupy the top of the Black-White connection, as follows from the name of the Black Faction. Lately, she noticed strange behavior in the Black Faction. She recalled that Gaston went alone and dealt with monsters on Ishtar's orders. At such a time, sorties were not safe, and most likely Gaston was a danger to them. Besides, he was uncontrollable, despite his good abilities. But he survived and rose even higher. The connection between Mouse and this situation still needs to be clarified, but there are rumors that there are people in the Black Faction who are not from the university, and most likely, the man is one of them. Brutz thought that now it was possible to treat Blaze as an opposition organization, The Black faction invited 6 brave men to join them. They offered Blaze to stay at the school for a few days, and they would give him a diploma, but he refused. The invitation meant there was a vacancy. Jennifer rebelled from a bone fist. She became one of the 6 brave men at a young age. Apparently the situation in the country is becoming not very calm, and Malky was right to move at this time. Haruhana suggested taking a break because the food was getting cold. As Lee-kun wanted to see Rina off and found out that she was now living in the Pochizli store, she agreed to his proposal and they went home together. From now on, she wants to go with him, but he said that he would have to leave for a while. The guy will organize a magic circle of movement and make a base. They said goodbye to each other. Azkun was surprised that Pochi returned home before him. Having drawn a circle, he still had one more thing to do. He went alone. Brutz was waiting for the guy. He noticed how he was not serious, and towards the end he began to hurry. Blaze sent word through the man for the boy to be careful. He was even more vigilant, and immediately understood everything. Asli plans to find that girl thanks to the hair he received after that battle. He used the Master Chase spell and lighting. Both came to a beautiful garden, and the boy realized that the hand of man had been at work here. It was that same girl, and now she was looking after the flowers. The guy saw her and joked that she was performing a dance of love for nature with a watering can. Brutz specified that the snakes were wrapped around her, although she had 1 body and 2 heads. Azkun had only heard of something like this. The snake noticed the presence of strangers. Realizing this, Brutz went on the offensive. He was as fast as Malky. The girl used earth and hole control magic. She planned to bury herself and hide. The snake ordered Layli to calm down. She was interested to know why they attacked them. Then the man said that the girl did it first. The beast did not like what he heard, and he reminded her how many times he had warned the girl to be careful. But she still disobeyed him. He scolded her and hoped that she had learned her lesson. The snake wants Lala to consult with him if anything happens. She wanted to object, but changed her mind. Asli sympathized with her. He was surprised by the unusual position between the familiar and the master. He decided that they removed the restrictions in the contract, as he himself did in the past. The snake introduced itself as the Czar. He was both the girl's teacher and familiar. He taught her agriculture. Lala usually earned money by working as a courier, one of whose customers was the Laughing Fox. They usually don't take such dangerous requests, but rather carry out tasks from ordinary people. But she took the order from Mouse herself. She did it knowing that he would not allow it, even if he asked. Thus, she practically had no relation to Mouse. The girl was simply hired. They decided to return. Asli apologized for disturbing them. Brutz was a little wary of the snake. Although it was smart, it was not dangerous. Azkun thought it was better to leave everything as it was. Zar had a plan. He offered to take them with him, and thus atone for the guilt that had been brought upon them. But Lala is worried about the fields. The teacher explained that the sap from the trees drips onto the field and there will be no problems. There is guilt, and it makes sense to atone for it. Brutz immediately refused the offer. Then the snake turned to Asli and explained its desire to show Lale the whole world. The guy seemed more educated than the man. The latter asked if he meant him. He replied that there was no one else, because there was only one ignorant, dirty man here. Brutz got angry and wanted to eat her in the morning after he chopped the familiar into pieces, but he thought that it would be too good for the man's tongue. The girl was worried. Seeing this, the man calmed her down by explaining that he would not eat such crap and would prefer to feed it to Pochi. Lala, hearing about the familiar, remembered her and wanted to see her quickly and pet her. Seeing her, she pounced on him to touch him, but she resisted. Pochi decided that since this was the case, Lala should experience the best touch and keep things in order. She asked to start with the stomach. Familiar asked Asli if he liked the new ability. He answered affirmatively. Lele wonders if the guy has a garden and asks for permission to make fields there. He gave her the go-ahead. The garden bed was ready. The guy noticed how in less than a day, the newcomer girl was able to open her soul. He hadn't seen Natsu for a long time, who didn't even have time to say hello to him, and went to help with the field. Rina noticed Azkun. The guy greeted her. He would like to pay more attention to her, but he couldn't say that. They had to prepare their forces as soon as possible. The Demon King's embryonic period hadn't started yet. He still had time, but the guys didn't have any left. 2 years ago, they fought the Ogre King. Monsters at this level weren't easy to defeat, even for Gaston or Irene, but that didn't mean there was no other way. Taos told about the secret method used by the Dark Elves 5,000 years ago. Rather, it was a large magic circle. He saw its trace, but did not remember where it was. Without a hint, it will be difficult. You still need to look for the location of the magic circle. There is a magic stone left, we just need to wait for Melky and her report. Pochi reported that everyone has gathered. Irene asked to quickly tell what happened. She needed to prepare for the new semester. The guy wants to start the conversation on another topic. He wants to tell something to Haruhana and Rina. The girls listened to him attentively. Asli told them about the drops of eternity. Haruhana realized that the others knew this fact. Now he moved on to the main topic, the topic of the reincarnation of the Demon King. It's hard to believe, Billy said, that according to the textbooks, the last time the king appeared was more than 5,000 years ago. And if Azkun is right, then now is the right time for a revival. Irene understands why the holy warrior was not born. Because people began to weakly believe in God. Pochi was surprised that the guys believed the guy's words. They couldn't do otherwise, because it was the 12 warriors who were preparing for this moment. The girl told that it was written on the prophetic stone. The words written there were quoted by Irene. The epitaph was short, everyone knows that part of it broke off, and that part makes up only 2/3. The guy got this information from Taos, but there was a completely different subtext there, now he understands. The Book of Prophecy seems suspicious to Pochi, but the state acknowledged its authenticity and erected a monument, placing 12 warriors in it. For some reason, this fragment was damaged, and no documents were left. Despite this, what was left was, which is why he sent Malky to find out everything, Brutes understands that if he fights like he did 2 years ago, it won't be enough. The strength of the holy warrior is extraordinary. Pochi suggested celebrating his appearance. Asli wants to know from Gaston if there is a legend about the reincarnation of the Demon King. He answered in the affirmative. He believes that the 12 warriors were created to prepare for the king's revival. The prophetic stone says that 12 warriors are needed for victory, but there is no mention of a holy warrior. It would be better to know what kind of warriors there will be, than to believe that a holy warrior will be born. Rina believes that the prophecy is true, but it was conveyed, distorted. Irene thought about the information being deliberately distorted by third parties. She thinks that it is only beneficial to one person. If the vanguard of the Demon King was sent to the country, it was a long time ago that people do not know about it. Whatever the plans of the enemies, the prophet foresaw everything and left predictions. Most likely, having learned about this, the vanguard destroyed the monument and began to spread incorrect information, and then the 12 warriors created would not be able to resist the king. Gaston is outraged that the country is involved in this story, and that he is just a frog in a well. Someone calls out to the man. Fuya said that the training of the group members was today and asked to train after her. He agreed, saying that she would decide for herself when she needed it. The girl immediately began to use magic. Gaston reminded her not to use that distracting cry, but she explained that it helps her activate the magic more smoothly. He agrees with her, but on the other hand he doesn't, because Fuya is studying at a prestigious university. Irene understands that if the Demon King is reborn, the 6 sages will not be able to resist. In this century, the conquest of the SS rank has happened twice. About 20 years ago, the Silvers with Tengurin and Charlie defeated the Damascus Dragon, and 4 years ago, the Ogre King appeared. She remembered that Asli confronted Pochi with the Chaos Lizard. Usually people would prepare to die if they were going to meet her. Irene wanted to act right now, but on the other hand, she had a long vacation, although she wanted to hold a meeting of the 12 warriors. The flow of thoughts was already irritating her. She understands that after 2 years, Asli returned strong, but his character was just as willful. Teresa, after looking closely at the girl's face, said that she needed a vacation. She asked how long she needed it for, and heard that Irene wanted to take a month off. All entrance exams would be conducted by other teachers. In exchange, the girl would conduct the rest at the end of February. She happily thanked Teresa. Ornell fights tigers with the sweat of his brow, not understanding what he is missing. Midors asks why he's so mad, since it wasn't even their shift. They ask him not to lose his composure because he was reunited with a classmate with a similar fate. Blazhan had spoken about the mental weakness that Idea had indicated earlier. He needed to become more disciplined. The guy heard the sound and asked if others had heard it. They answered negatively. He approached the corpses of the animals. Others were wondering what he was doing. A small tiger crawled out towards him. Midor's ordered to retreat because even though he is a cub, he is a D rank. Ornell understood that he was innocent now, but the guy reminded him that he would soon become a threat. He made a magic circle so that he could make a choice. He needed the little animal to remain motionless, but if it moved, the contract would be destroyed. The guy is confused between two choices: kill him or leave him. He still decided to make a contract and asked him to swear that he will give him powers and become a familiar. From today on, his name is Manga. Lolly admires the green berry tree. Pochi noticed that she likes any plant that comes her way. She wants Asley to run slower, but if she stops every time, the sun will set, and she needs to quickly cover the required distance. It is surprising to them that Lolly does not lag behind even if she is distracted so often. Pochi wonders if they contacted the guy. He regularly tried to reach them, but there was no answer. The familiar began to worry, although Asley tried to change the time period, and this helped before. He suspects that the city is overrun by a disease, a monster, or an unknown force. Pochi does not want to think about it. The king kept giving instructions to the girl. He asked her to raise her knees higher and spread her arms for better physical training. He showed Lala Pochi. Her flexible paws stepped well and felt the ground. It was great, and he asked to learn from her. Pochi saw how she began to imitate her, and now believes that she can be called a master. 80 meters in the direction of movement, there was a group of 10 square slimes. They had a high experience value, and Azkun and Lala began to use magic. They finished the fight, and the guy's level was raised. The Tsar knows that the girl has many strong points and asks to exploit her more. He wanted to leave the finishing touches to her, and the next ones would be especially for her. The guy understood that this was not enough for him. He wanted to get ahead of that muscular sage. They both flopped down on the bed, exhausted. Tsar and Asley told them not to jump and to wipe their feet. But even so, he liked having a company that could move at his pace. If this continued, they would quickly reach the city. The children quickly fell asleep, and the boy wanted to go to dinner and suggested that the snake go somewhere tomorrow. The king wanted to talk about the girl he liked. He noticed that Rena was strong, and he was wondering if he would marry her. Asley left him without an answer, simply wishing him good night. But he did not lag behind because he could not be fooled by feigned sleep. Then the guy said that he didn't know, because he hadn't seen her for 2 years and hadn't yet had time to talk to her normally. The snake roughly understood him and offered Lalu if he couldn't do it with Rena. But the guy asked him not to treat the girl so frivolously. The king realized that what was said was a mistake and asked to forget about it, after which they said goodbye and went to bed. The girl doesn't understand why this happened to her, but she's glad that she was able to send it, and hopes that Tifa is okay. Garm asked to take it away. It had no owner. A few months ago, he came across a piece of marbled meat in the forest. The guy used the contract to take possession of it. It was unexpected for the beast and too mean. From that moment on, a series of humiliating days began. The owner scolded him. If it weren't for this contract, he would have bitten him. He would have killed such lizards instantly, but something went wrong. The man used magic and saved him. But on the other hand, he was also aiming at Garm. He thanked him for his help, but hinted that he had been careless. The owner got tired of hearing this every time and asked him to do something worthwhile in such a huge period of time. Garm wanted to justify himself by saying that the contract was strong and did not allow him to fully reveal it. The man asked him to stop looking for excuses. It seemed to him that he had found a strong familiar. He hopes that the low level of the owner will rise, and he will understand the full power of the Wolf King. But it was too late. He was fired. The man terminated the contract and now hopes that it will find a suitable owner. It happened 2 days ago, and he can't leave there. The lizard realized that he was abandoned there. He understands that no one will come for him in the desert, but he tries to fight them off, and they decide to attack him anyway. Someone came to him. He felt a pleasant smell. Garm saw the man and wanted him to quickly conclude the contract. But she passed by. Then the wolf did not understand what was going on and asked her. The girl doesn't understand why she needs a contract. He explained that you can get a lot of things this way. He couldn't say exactly what. The only thing he could do was recognize tasty people, but she definitely didn't need that. Garm offered her his tail, which his previous owner had praised, and she asked to give him her paw. This was repeated many times. He would give her his paw, then serve her. But the girl quickly lost interest and left. He decided that it was an attempt to make a contract. She realized that he was a weak familiar, capable of losing to a lizard, and did not want to deal with him. Garm said that he was stuck in the desert on the orders of his master, and asked to conclude at least a temporary contract so that he could get out. What he heard interested her. She assumed that the man was afraid that the wolf would attack him from behind after the contract was terminated, and most likely they had a bad relationship. The order used a long-term effect, and there was nothing left to do but help him. The girl asks if he wants to leave there, and if he will obey her. She began to make a contract and asked him to swear that he would devote his whole life to her. Garm noticed what a terrible look she had. The contract was activated, and instead of the name Garm, he will be called Taravo. Now she hopes that he will listen to her. She introduced herself to him as Tifa and was glad to meet him. Restorative work in the Northwest proceeded slowly but steadily. The eastern side has not yet been started. The girl sent a request for labor support from the government, but has not received a response yet. They do not know when the monsters will attack again. The girl will make another request. The boy saw something in the distance. A huge number of monsters could be seen in the distance. They attacked and destroyed everything, killing the local inhabitants. Mana is worried if everything is okay with the leader, but the northern and eastern gates have fallen, and it may already be too late. The guy promises to do everything possible and asks not to worry. He thinks that this is not the end. All the warriors have gathered here. Behind them are the central gates where women and children are. If they are warriors, they must fight to the end. Asil is serious and will do everything in her power. He ordered to defend to the death and not allow them to reach the central square. His sister wanted to help, but his brother was against it. Asil took her and hid her. The girl begged her brother to open the gate because she could still fight. Reina asked the man not to strain himself. As the wound was deep, he wanted to know about the surroundings. She reported that there had been no attacks since Ryan had fought off the monsters herself, but it was only a matter of time before they broke through the barricades. The southern gate was still intact, but if they captured the western gate, collapse was inevitable. He believes that it is necessary to protect the central gates, where there are people who do not know how to fight. The man ordered her to take the people who were still able to move and head to the northern gate. He could handle it on his own here. He asked everyone to stay away from the east gate and hide. As soon as the opponents broke through the barricades, he heard an unknown person sneeze and looked around to find out who it was.